The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
It's day 2 action from the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. Welcome to the live stream coverage of the Motorcycle New South Wales Motocross State Titles here for 2026. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel. I'm joined by my fellow commentators, Russell Hicks from Powersports Central and Greg Dunn from the Mr. Bones Adventures YouTube channel show as well. We are here in the Bega Valley. We've got another big day of racing here. We've got our senior classes coming up today. Big boy action, as they say, and big girl action, because we've got the women's out here as well doing their thing as well. So plenty of motor racing to come today. We're going to look for a couple of things because we had a big couple of opening 3 rounds. This is round 4. So we've got some championship battles that are going to come your way this morning. And we're going to start off with the women's classes as well, because Ada Harris and Mia Tung are separated by 4 points for us in this championship for the MX Women's. Plenty of close battles going to come from them.
Absolutely, Dave. It has been awesome fun watching those girls battle all season long. They don't mind banging bars and rubbing a bit of paint, those 2 girls, mate. So really keen to see what battles come out here. We've got a super racy track that I think is going to really play towards their strength. So I'm really keen to see what those girls do here today.
Yeah, unfortunately in the girls class too, or the women's class I should say, because we've got a girls class, it's a junior girls class. But the women's side of things, we have lost a couple of riders. Stevie Williamson comes to mind. We lost our early championship leader, Taylor Thompson. So we are a little bit down for the women's class on that side of things, but those 2 girls, Ada and Mia, will make up for it and the battling later on. So that'll be cool. In our junior girls, Russ, Ada's going to be in both of these classes. She's at that point where she's able to cross over in the age brackets. So Ada and Claire Pollard in the junior girls class are actually tied on points for their championship.
That's right, and I think it's all going to come down here to today. This track, as we've mentioned, and we're going to talk about it a lot today, is very different to anything we've had in the past, and it's going to reward the riders that can really make this track work for them. We've seen a few unforced errors from these girls in the past, and what we want to see from them today is really smart riding. They've got to stay up on 2 wheels, they've got to ride the track really well, but they've got to avoid those unforced errors here today at Bega. Yeah,
they definitely do. Now, in our MX1 A and B grade, our MX2 A and B grade, it's been dominated by one man so far, and that's Reese Budd on that Moto Coach Elite Honda team. Reese has had a pretty awesome opening 3 rounds on this new Honda ride for him this year. There was one hiccup in Dubbo. He had a little tip over in the MX2, didn't get the moto win in that one. But otherwise, he's been pretty untouchable, right?
Absolutely. Reese is on another level in this series here today. That Honda is working really well for him. It was a brand new ride for him at the start of the season. He basically hopped on that bike at round 1 with almost 0 hours on it. You wouldn't know looking at him because he's gelled with the bike really well. He's riding the absolute wheels off that thing. He is head and shoulders above the next few riders. But what we've enjoyed seeing is those next couple of riders start to learn from him, start to watch his lines, start to carry that kind of speed, and it's pulling those boys along. The first few rounds he was gone and checked out, The last round, he had a few neighbours there right behind him.
A bit closer, right?
A little bit closer. So can Drew Kremer, can Burgess, can a few of the other boys close that gap and keep a little bit of pressure on him? Because everyone makes a mistake. So if they're right there, they're ready to pounce if Reese happens to put it down.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll be interested to see how those couple of classes go today. We are combining our AB and our C grades today for both MX1 and MX2. So it'll be, maybe that'll throw a bit more in the mix too, because if you go down early, you've got a few more riders to have to go through in terms of the grid size for these races today. And one other class we need to chat about, there was a bit of an upset, Russ, at Dubbo for one of the classes. That was our 125 class with the 13-15 years with Raphael Rossiter getting the win, both motos, over Blake Bohannon, the more favoured Blake Bohannon, the one that most people probably know about, that name that is popping up all over the place, getting 85cc championships, heading to world championships later this year as well. Raphael just stepped up at Dubbo, put it to him, got the win. Can he do it again today here in the Bega Valley?
Look, it was really great to see him step up and put some pressure on Blake and get the win over Blake. Blake's a fantastic rider. He's got a huge future in front of him, but it's really nice to see the best of Blake come out when there's a little bit of pressure there for him. Cheekily, we celebrate when Blake gets buried off the start, because then we get to see Blake have to work for it and push through the pack and actually have to sort of raise his own level, as opposed to him getting a great start, breaking out in front, checking out and disappearing. We don't get to see the best of Blake Bohannon. So Rossiter, I'm really keen to see if he can do that again, if he can bring that magic back, give us some battles between him and Blake, and really make Blake work for it. Yeah,
we're looking forward to that one, because that was really impressive last round at Dubbo. We'll have to see if they can do it again. Now, of course, we changed venue. We're down in the Bega Valley. We're at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. And Greg, yesterday's racing was awesome for a couple of reasons. One, we had some great competition out there. But the track, all the competitors mentioned that they were loving the track. And it's a very different venue than we've had for opening 3 rounds. The soil is different. We've got some different jumps, different layout. It's just been a great day so far, and we're looking forward to it again here on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, the difference is we had the little guys out, and then some of the riders that rode yesterday and riding today, we just spoke to Riley Bird as he commented they've already gone a few seconds a lap quicker, because the track is going to be formed up for these big bikes, because they're all big bike riders today. The important bit of the track is going to be turn 5, 6, 7, 8 in the middle, where it's tight and technical. You've got the back straight where it's nice and fast, down the main straight where it's nice and fast, some rollers over there, and then the 3 big tabletops. But in the middle where it gets tight and technical and there's bunched up and there's a group, that's where some races we could see going to be won and lost, and that's where you've got to really pick your line and concentrate on what you're doing. But as you can see behind us, the sun's out. It is a bit chilly here this morning. There's been a few body warmers over the top of jerseys for people going out to do practice. But apart from that, we're looking at another ripper day down here at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club.
Yeah, I think this one's going to stand as maybe one of the best rounds that we've had for this series in 2026. And maybe if these people didn't want to come this far, maybe they're thinking they're missing out on this one, because it's been pretty good here so far for this weekend.
I think they definitely will be.
To it. So, guys, big day ahead. We're going to send Russ out on the track here shortly for his step count challenge with Beachy. But we're going to head to our track preview that we did on Friday. Today's Sunday. We're going to go to that Friday track preview to show you what the racing is all about, where they're going to be going here on the circuit. So you're going to head over. We're going to go to that. You're going to see me go out there on the WR250. So we'll head to our track preview, and we'll be back in the booth shortly after this.
We've travelled south for round 4 of the 2026 Motorcycling New South Wales Motocross State Titles. This is our track preview, brought to you by the Always Moto YouTube channel and Skywalker Studios. Our race venue this weekend is the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club grounds, and let's get out on track. I get to take another preview lap. I'm David Hogan, one of your commentators for this weekend across our live stream coverage, and I'm on board the 2026 WR250F from Yamaha Motor Australia. Let's head down the start straight here. Nice tight right first hand corner that's going to tighten up on everybody here. Bit of a straight here with a little dip in it. I'm just going to see everybody drop into this U-turn, 180-degree turn. Soil's nice and deep here. Track prep has been ripped up. We've got a long roller section here. You're going to have it come in towards a split option here at the end. There's a high inside roller. You can go around the outside like I did and then swing around the berm here. We're going to head to our 3 big tabletops at the back section of the circuit here. Get up and over the first one. The down ramps on these are pretty mellow, so you can jump as long or as short as you want, and it's pretty safe through that section. Swing right here. Got got to get some horsepower out of the motorcycles here to get up and over this rise. Carry your speed down into the next section. I'm going to turn here. We've got a little single and then into a tabletop, and we're into the tight section of our circuit. Up and over the tabletop. Split option again here. Now the sun here in the afternoon was quite bad. I couldn't see very well coming into this berm here. We're going to take a nice tight left berm. Big wall there to use the bank off. Another one here, so a bit tight this section. Short run to this tabletop. It's a bit of a booter up and down. And then another split option here. You can take the inside, go up and over. And a couple of rollers around the corner. You're going to get on the brakes here, hit the berm, a couple of softer sections here on the track, and you're going to shoot down the hill here. Down a couple of gears so you can get the good drive out of this last corner. Plenty of opportunities to pass here, I think, across the weekend, but you're going to have to swing right up this hill, over the finish line here at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. Now, don't forget, our live stream coverage kicks off at 8:30 a.m. on the Motorcycling New South Wales YouTube channel. Head over there, subscribe to the channel, and ring that bell to be notified when the broadcasts start, because you don't want to miss any of the action this weekend here for round 4. Good luck to all our competitors this weekend, and we'll see you at the track. We are joined by the Honourable Christy McBain. She's the Federal Minister for Eden Monaro, the current Minister for the Regional Development, Local Government and Territories, and Minister for Emergency Management. But you've come down to check out our event here for the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. What are your first thoughts on it?
It's really amazing. It's great to have an event of this calibre down here on the Far South Coast. This track, the local clubs put a lot of work into, so it's really nice to see it recognised with everyone coming down today.
And does it mean a lot to have an event like this in the area for the community? Because obviously we bring a lot of people here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are a long way from Sydney, but we are absolutely the best part of New South Wales, if I do say so myself.
Bit biased at all, anything?
But absolutely, it's awesome to see so many people coming down, particularly in a season like this. We're a tourist location, and summer is obviously pretty busy, but to get people in shoulder seasons down here, and you know, there are nearly 300 competitors today who are all bringing family members and friends with them, so it's always good to see this amount of people.
Yeah, thank you for coming out and supporting it with us.
It's been my absolute pleasure. It's so good to see some of these local kids getting really good competition in their own backyard instead of having to travel, and we look forward to you guys coming back again.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
Welcome back to the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club down here west of Bega. It is day 2 of round 4 of the New South Wales State Motocross Titles. The weather is looking pristine. The girls are out on track now doing their practice qualifying. We have got a big day of the seniors here riding around and showing us how they do their stuff. I believe my commentator Dave is down there with somebody now.
Yeah, Greg, we've grabbed a couple of people from the audience, as they say. No, we've got one of our riders here from yesterday, Blake T. How are we doing, Blake?
Pretty good. I ended up going pretty great. I ended up not getting the best of starts, but finished okay.
How was the venue for you? Did you like this one? Because this is a bit of a different track from what we've had through the rest of the series, right?
Yeah, this track's more like a fast, long straights track. Ended up blowing up my bike up on a long straight.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
There was plenty of bikes going up yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So, but you liked the venue, but other than the fact the bike blew up?
Yeah, the track's pretty great.
Did the soil different? Like, obviously, all the ones we've had so far, Dubbo, Canberra, they were more clay and hard packed. This one's real soft, right? So, was this more, did you like this better or worse?
I reckon to change up the soils, it was pretty good. And I had to change up my tyres as well. I ran the scoop for the whole day as well.
Yeah, right. So you did have that on there. So that was that a different feeling for you? Have you done that before?
Not for the whole day, but I've done it just in practice before.
Yep. So you have used it and know what it felt like.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So how are you looking forward to the last one? We've got Cessnock coming up in a couple of weeks. Are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, it's my home track. I feel like I should go pretty better at it.
Yep.
Compared to these, where I've only been here once.
So does it mean you get to sleep in your own bed then too?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. That's always a good thing, right? The night before, you don't have to sleep in the camper van with mum and dad and everybody, and your brother Caden as well. How's Caden this morning? Is he good?
Yeah, he's good.
Nice work. All right, so what are your plans today? You're going to watch a little bit of the action?
Yeah, watching a little bit. See if any red plates getting taken off.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, yeah, we got, it was nice to have Blake join us here this morning. He did a real good job yesterday with his racing. But yeah, the venue and everything's pretty cool for these guys. They're enjoying it. So it's nice to have them here for the Bega Valley event at the Far South Coast Motorcycles. But Greg, back up to you, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Great to hear from Blake that he ran the scoop all day. We spoke about the soil, the new soil of this track compared to the last 3 rounds and how it's changed. And we've got Russ down at the start line to talk exactly about that. You there, Russ?
Mate, I am here on the start line at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. And, mate, I am feeling super excited. We got to see this track and what it can produce yesterday with our junior riders. Today, it's the seniors. The big boys, the big girls are going to tear this track apart, and it's going to be unreal. As you can see from where I'm standing right now here on the start line, the dirt is unreal. This is primo chocolate cake. The track crew have done an unbelievable job at ripping this and putting moisture in. It is deep, it is loamy, it's got a sandy feel to it. It bunches up in your hand when you squeeze it, which basically means that there's traction and it's going to rut up really, really well. It's a very racy track. It's nice and wide, a whole heap of passing opportunities throughout the entire track. We are going to see some top-notch racing here today, Greg.
Yeah, spot on, Russ. From up here in my commentary position, I can already see the ruts starting to form. Like we spoke about in the intro, they're going to form up differently because it's all the big bikes today. The little bikes take a different line, which forms up different ruts, which are obviously a bit smaller and a bit thinner. But this track should play out very well. The Far South Coast Motorcycle Club have done a fantastic job, like you said, overnight to turn it from what it was yesterday afternoon to what it is today. And yeah, we're looking forward to a big day of racing, and it should be fantastic with all the senior boys and girls out there showing how things are done as this session comes to an end for the girls. And we've got another session down there waiting on the start gate. We've got the down the start gate there, we've got the vets class. Once the girls' MXW class is done here, and they'll all clear the track, then we'll have the vets to come out. The vets are probably a bit closer to my age than most of the people in this competition, but that's all right. The last couple of the girls clear the track as we see these drone shots. You can see how spectacular this Far South Coast Motorcycle Club looks this morning. You can even see from the drones there's a few slight ruts starting to form up in a few different lines. It is a bit chilly here this morning, but the sun's out, the weather is going to be fantastic, and I do fear, as Dave said in the intro, that some of the people that chose not to come down all the way to the Far South Motorcycle Club just west of Bega might feel they missed out, because we've had yesterday was fantastic weather. Today looks like it's going to be fantastic weather, and this track is a fantastic track to watch. Dave and I walked around it Friday afternoon before he did his lap for the preview, and we both discussed, obviously I'm not from a motocross background, but we both discussed how much of a fun track it looks like it's going to be, and also how much we think it's going to create some great racing. Like Russ said before, it's wide, there's plenty of fast spots. Once you get to the inside of the track, it gets a bit more tight and technical. Like I said in the intro, I think turns 5, 6, 7 are going to be where you'll really see the difference between the riders once it gets a bit tight and technical, as our vets are taken off, as the vets take out and have their first look at the track for the day. I believe Russ is down there with Ada Harris.
Greg, that's right. I'm down here with Ada Harris. She's just come off the track for her first practice session of the day. This is the first time she's got to feel this track out. Ada, what do you think of this Far South Coast motorcycle track?
I love the track. The jumps are sick and the ruts are forming up really good. It's a really fun track.
It's going to be a very racy track. We saw that from the juniors yesterday. Lots of passing opportunities, lots of wide open throttle sections. How do you feel with those wide open throttle sections? Are you more of a technical rider and you like the slower stuff, or do you not mind going wide open?
No, I love going wide open. I find I get a bit tense when I'm in the technical stuff, so...
So this track might even come to your strengths, and that's really cool. We've been following your campaign throughout this whole series. You've been doing really well. There's been a few little unforced errors that we've been keeping an eye on over the series. Today we're hoping that we can get past some of those and really get to see what Ada can do. So best of luck out there, buddy. We're going to be keeping our eyes on you, but yeah, best of luck. No worries. Ada Harris there for you, mates. She's definitely one to keep an eye on here this weekend on her Husqvarna machine there. She said she doesn't mind going wide open, so that might play to her strengths here today, because this is very much a wide open track. We saw that yesterday. If you weren't comfortable in top gear on the stop, then probably not the track for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a interesting track, like you say. There's a lot of it is wide open, so the fact that Ada feels more comfortable wide open should suit her riding style, and hopefully we can see something good from Ada throughout the day today in her couple of motos. We're just watching the vets around the Motorcycle New South Wales corner up the top of the circuit. Caused a bit of chaos yesterday in one of the 65 races, but obviously these big wheel, full size, full suspension bikes, until the ruts get really seriously bad, we shouldn't have too many dramas as the vets go through and complete their first yellow flag wheels on the ground lap, and now we'll see what the boys can do proper.
Yeah, Greg, you mentioned that top corner there yesterday with the 65s. I'm really interested to see how that part of the track develops and how it gets going. It was a bit of a weird one yesterday. Normally when there's a corner that's claiming a lot of bikes and a lot of incidences happening in one spot, it's normally fairly obvious to us on the commentary team why that's happening. There's either a giant hole or super deep ruts, or there's a boggy section, or there's something terrible going on that is fairly obvious. To me, that section was a little bit different yesterday, where there wasn't really an obvious problem. Obviously the bikes come up the hill and it tapers over on that back straight. It flattens out. There was a bit of a boggy section with some squirrely ruts leading into a corner that was a deep rutty corner, but it was nothing that our riders haven't dealt with. So I was standing there watching that corner claim rider after rider after rider. It wasn't super clear to me exactly what was causing that. So I'm really interested to see how the track forms up with the bigger bikes today and whether they have a similar drama to the littler bikes yesterday.
Yeah, interesting, Russ. One of the things we spoke about, I'm not sure if you heard Dave and I in commentary yesterday, was that the littler boys and girls on the 65s and the 50s were hitting that rut you're talking about that wasn't straight. It was kind of kicking them a little bit offline. Then when they went for the brakes, because they were hitting it at full speed, they didn't quite have the strength or the wheel size to keep it straight and avoid those ruts. Like you said, it's going to form up differently today because they're all big bikes out on track. It'll be interesting to see how that top corner forms up. and if it causes any dramas for the larger bikes today.
That's right, and I think the whole track is going to change significantly to what we saw yesterday. You've already mentioned that the track and the ruts form up differently from the little bikes to the big bikes here today. We can already see it in practice that this track has developed some amazing ruts and a whole heap of line options. And to me, that was a key factor in the racing yesterday, was the line options. Every corner had 5, 6, 7, 10 line options that riders could choose from. There's a dip just before the finish line where the riders come over a crest, they come down a hill that develops some big nasty braking bumps, and then into a hard left-hand turn. There's a deep inside line, and there must have been 10 different ruts all the way to railing the berm on the outside to shoot the riders up over the finish line. Just standing there watching that was unreal, because you could watch riders, you could see how their brains were thinking, and how different styles were attacking that one corner throughout the day. We've seen it here in practice already this morning. We were watching Drew Kremer and Riley Burgess. Two great riders, two guys that really love battling, but two very different styles of riding a bike and attacking a track. One was going inside, one was going outside, and I think we're going to see a lot of that here today.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think the fact that, like you say, Drew and Riley had a look at the track yesterday might be a bit of a positive, but the track's definitely going to form up different. I will be interested to see what your thoughts are, Russ. The Magnifiglio line through turn 1, he was going left before hooking right.
That was a very creative line, wasn't it, Greg?
It was. Do you think the bigger bikes will have to take such a drastic line? Do you think they'll be able to just, a road racing term, stick it on its ear in turn 1 and give it the berries?
I don't know exactly, mate. It's going to be very interesting. I was having a little look before. You can see there is one line that's gone way out left there that our drone might be able to pick up.
That's what caught me attention and why I asked the question.
I don't know who owns that one, but I will keep an eye on that for you. It was a very interesting strategy that he was using. Now, to me, it was more of a little bike strategy. And what I mean by that is the little bikes don't have a ton of horsepower. They have to be wide open in top gear to be moving fast. So the strategy for the little bike is to keep that momentum up as much as you can. So what Ryder was very intelligently doing was coming down this hill, using the momentum of the hill. Then he was cutting left just as he goes past the start gate, getting into the smooth start line, which actually stayed quite smooth all day long.
It did.
Stayed out of the ruts, but he was able to stay up on his pegs, hold the thing on the stops all the way around turn 1, and that put him into a really fast riding position on that main straight, and it really worked for him. You could see the riders that unlocked that line really drop their lap times. It was quite a significant advantage.
Absolutely, and it was interesting that Magnifiglio was taking inside line over the start-finish line and then going left through turn 1. Someone like Oliver Rex was coming over the finish line almost all the way left, but then would take the middle of turn 1. Their speed difference probably wasn't a lot because they were both carrying the momentum, but both using the track in a different way. And like you spoke about before with Riley Burgess and Drew Kremer, different lines having the same result. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out today if the big bikes need to carry so much corner speed.
That's exactly right. And then you throw someone like Blake Bohannon in there, who was doing unbelievable lap times and wasn't doing any of that. He was staying just inside the main race line. He wasn't really getting creative anywhere. He was very smooth throughout the rollers, which was his advantage for sure. But the rest of the track, I didn't really see Blake Bohannon do any really creative lines. Yet he was significantly faster than anyone else. So I think that's what this track offers, is a lot of options, a lot of different ways to attack corners, to attack straights. And I don't know that any of them are right or wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Just watching a couple of the vets now over your shoulder take the Magnifiglio line. It'd be interesting to see also too with the bigger bikes, the inside of the corner is going to rut up a lot more. So maybe early in the day taking the inside line and using the rut as the ruts develop more through the day, that outside line might start to pay fruit, for want of a better term.
That's right, and don't forget we've got Reese Budd here today too. So Reese Budd is definitely one to watch. He's on that Moto Elite Honda coaching team. He is absolutely unreal. He's a guy that likes going really fast, so I think this track's going to suit him. He also loves railing a berm. He takes a ton of speed into every single corner, tips the bike over, puts it high in the berm and holds that thing on the stop. So I'm really keen to see how Reece Budd pulls this track apart and where he makes up time. And hopefully some of those guys behind him can take note and pick up their lap times going off what Reece does.
Yeah, absolutely. We already spoke about Riley Burgess and Drew Cremer. I noticed that yesterday. Drew was more of a dropper to the inside of the corner, especially up in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. We noticed Drew taking the inside and Riley Burgess just railing that rut high on the outside, which gave him a lot more momentum to come down the hill into the last corner.
That's exactly right. Now, we also mentioned that Drew has been battling a little bit with arm pump. Chatting to his dad before, it's been something that a lot of riders deal with. I'd say that there'd be a good percentage, 10, 15, 20% of riders here today dealing with arm pump. It's just something that happens in our sport. But for him, it was really affecting him badly yesterday. And I think what that meant was he had to change up how he was riding. He had to take a few smarter lines. He had to be a little easier on the body and had to get himself through. We saw as we got deeper into the motos that his lap times were dropping down. So Drew was playing a little more strategy where he had to be a little bit more careful and make sure that he was paying attention to what his body was telling him. Burgess, on the other hand, wasn't dealing with any arm pump, so he was able to just ride as aggressively as he likes to ride and could just go as hard as he wanted to go. So two different things happening to two riders there, but we always expect fireworks out of both those boys.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope Drew Cremer can come out today and hopefully manage that arm pump exactly like you said yesterday. He was looking for the safe option to try and look after his body. Hopefully he's had a good night's rest and started to make a plan to deal with that arm pump. We've got our last vet just going over the finish line to complete the vet's first session as the next class gets away from the gate. And down in towards turn 2 where we're looking at the ruts are already formed and I can't see who that rider is in front.
That's Bohannon.
Bohannon, yeah. I thought Russ would have been all over that. I just want to mention too, we made it 28.5 minutes before Russ mentioned Blake Bohannon. I think that might be a record into the telecast.
Well, does that really count when we brought it up in the intro?
I don't think we can do an intro without him talking about Blake Bohannon, so I'm going to let that go to the keeper.
We're going to let that slide?
Yeah, we're going to let that slide, yeah.
To be honest, boys, I think I woke up this morning, rolled out of bed and just said, Blake Bohannon. First words that came out of my mouth, mate. But, nah, look, there he is. He's on the bigger bike today. Look, we mentioned Blake Bohannon for a few different reasons. One, obviously, amazing young rider who's got a huge career in front of him. One of the things that's great about Blake being on the commentary team is the way that he pulls a track apart and the way that he rides. There's a couple of notable things when you're watching Blake Bohannon. Even though he's on the 125 or the 85 two-stroke that generally make a ton of noise when they're going fast, Blake's bike doesn't make a lot of noise, which means he's not wringing the neck out of it. He seems to ride these two-strokes in quite a unique, different way to the other riders. They tend to be low in the revs, and he tends to be extremely smooth on the throttle, and he's working through the gears. He uses the track really well. He stands up on the pegs. He's got those heels dropped. He's got a very tidy, unique style. Whoever's been coaching him has done a really good job. His body position's always perfect. So the reason, one of the reasons we mention him is because he's just riding at another level. He's very consistent. He's a great kid to chat to, comes from a great family as well, and obviously the results are unbelievable.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, like you said, he knows how to pull a track apart. Comparing his lines to someone like Reece Budd, I know they're on very different style motorbikes, but a fast line is still a fast line. So, what do you think, Dave?
I was just, yeah, all that's awesome. I'm just watching the man that's sitting just behind him, and it's the one that we were talking about from last round at Dubbo in the intro piece, Raphael Rossiter, sitting right there behind him, just maybe stalking him this morning, stalking Blake Bohannon in this practice qualifying session here. And if we watch Rossiter, the lines that you're talking about for Blake, Rossiter's doing basically the opposite. He's fanging the daylights out of that 125. He was swinging off the back mudguard, going down the back straight here, trying to get everything out of that 125 was Rossiter on the first lap here that I saw him go through there. But in our shot, you can see the two of them just cruising around there, getting themselves steady, eyeing each other. Oh, and Rossiter's just taking a little dirt sample this morning here.
Commentator's curse straight up there from Dave.
Yeah, well, he did follow him for the first time into that one corner and then put it down. So
But it's awesome that these two are out here. I think we're going to be in for an awesome battle with this class as the two motos unfold across our day 2 action here.
One of the things that's great about Rossiter being right there too is that means that Blake has to be perfect. It means that if he has any kind of tip over, any kind of mechanical, someone's right there to pounce, and that's going to be Rossiter. So it's not even necessarily that he has to be faster than him, but if he can be stuck right behind his tail, watching him, learning how Blake pulls the track apart, but then also putting a little bit of pressure on him to see if he can force a mistake, that's going to be a great strategy from Rossiter today.
Well, let's see what Blake Bohannon can do on this lap, because I just saw him have a little breather at the top of the circuit here. He had a look over the shoulder just to see where everybody was so he could make sure he had clear track, and he's going to be on a hot lap this one. So when he comes past, we're going to have to see what his lap time ends up being, because I'm sure this lap that he's just about to do here will be one of the fastest ones he does this morning.
Absolutely one of the quick ones he does this morning. You can see some of the riders for the next class getting down into the start gates there. Russ starting to pack down some dirt and think about their start preparation and position. You got anyone down there up for a chat?
Mate, I'm just looking over here at the start gate. The boys are getting all prepped up. I've got Riley Burgess here, mate. Now, the reason I wanted to chat with Riley this morning is because Riley's one of the few riders here that got to ride yesterday in juniors, and now he's back here for senior day. So a few of these boys, just like Riley, have got a little bit of an advantage. You guys have ridden the track. You've got to experience it so far. Give me a little rundown of how you went yesterday, Riley.
Yeah, yesterday was a pretty solid day. 1-1 on the day for MX3, so it wasn't too bad. Couldn't complain.
Mate, now, how do you think the track's going to form up today? Looking at the lines that are out there with all the seniors and some of the big boys, mate, how is the track going to be different from yesterday?
Bigger bikes, obviously, today, so... And also bigger bikes went out first today, so looks like it's a lot ruddier, and yeah.
Now, we really liked your style yesterday, mate. You were very aggressive on the bike, as we have come to know from you. This track seemed to suit your style of riding, which was wide open, up on the pegs, pushing really hard. Drew was dealing with a little bit of arm pump yesterday, mate, so that might give you that bit of advantage that you're looking for. What's going to be your strategy today to get another 1-1?
Man, I really like these rough technical tracks. It's really hard and technical, obviously, but yeah, I really like it.
Awesome, mate. Well, congratulations on your day yesterday. We can't wait to see what you can do today with this track.
It's a shame he's wearing his helmet. I wanted to see the colour of his hair this morning.
We might have to get him to take his helmet off. What I'll do is I'll go into the pits later on, and when he gets the helmet off, and we'll show everyone at home what we're dealing with underneath that helmet.
Yeah, it's a spectacle, that's for sure. But we're watching Blake go around, and as I predicted there just before we got that interview with Riley, that last lap that Blake was on was going to be a fast one, and it was. It was a 1:43.8. So that's the fastest of this session so far. Rossiter's not far back. He's literally 1 second back with a 1:44.8 as well. So the usual suspects up the top here, as we predicted. I'm just going to have to see who gets a better start and who gets a better early couple of laps here. But before we get to our, Rossiter's just had another tip over. His practice session's not going so well this morning. He's put it down one corner after the previous spot that he last had a little layover. So Rossiter's going to have to clean that up if he wants to battle later today, but I'm sure he'll be just fine come moto time. But in the motors, we've got to get good starts at this big track here for the Fast South Coast Motorcycle Club. We need to check out the start and stuff as well, but we might do that after a quick break, because we're going to come back with our racing action, and we are going to have to then figure out where to get a good start from, Greg. But we'll do that just after a break here, so we'll be back with more action right after this.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I'm down here on the start straight at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club here in the beautiful Bega Valley, and I wanted to show everyone what we're dealing with here on the start straight. We've had a few different gates styles over this series. Some have been dirt. Dubbo was a full concrete slab. This one is unique. It's a combination of a couple of different things. One is the bikes are sitting on a dirt pad, which is like a thick, sticky soil, but then there is a concrete slab right in front of the gates. Now, this is going to add a little bit of complication to the start. The dirt's going to give them great traction, especially if they're running a scoop tyre here today. The concrete's going to add a little bit of wheel spin. That's going to cause a few dramas for some riders. And then we have a drop off straight onto the main start straight. So there's a lot going on, and there's going to be a lot of skill going into getting off the start, through the gate, and nailing that start all the way down the main straight.
All right, our session is just coming to a close for that 125 class. And we're just noting the fast qualifier is actually going to be Rafael Rossiter by an absolute hair, because it's a 143.404 for Rossiter, but a 143.491 for Blake Bohannon. So they're both absolutely flying this morning.
Rafael Rossiter had two small offs in that qualifying session. That's the best time to have a small off in the qualifying and just get your eye in for those ruts and work out where the grip is and the grip is not. But obviously annoyed himself a bit, bit the screen, and give it a fistful.
Yeah, obviously just use that handguard to put it to good work, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's get into the action that's sitting there on the gate. Now, we've got to explain this morning, MX2 A and B are on the gate, but MX2 and C grade is also on the gate with them. So this should be a fairly full field, but we're also having technically two categories running in the one race, so we might have to try and somehow keep an eye on who our MX C grade guys are and how their motors are going, because Taplin, Richie Lawler, Lachlan Neville are having a good battle in their championship at the top of the C grade category. But we also then have a very good battle going on with Reese Budd, Riley Burgess and Joel Campbell. Joel Campbell is our man on the Stark, so we're going to be looking for him to shoot out here, hopefully with a good start, because he doesn't have a clutch and he doesn't have any gears to worry about. So let's see what he can do.
15-second board up down there, Dave. The 5-second board as the revs build. MX2, A, B and C grade.
They're away. Burgess is on the very inside, if anyone noticed that one. So let's see how it all comes out. So get to the first turn first. Who's it going to be?
Oh, riders down. We've got a huge mess down here at the start.
It's the 52 of Joel Campbell, as I said, on the start. He's just got the whole shot.
And Harris is on the ground as well.
Got a few riders down
Wilson.
in turn one as we stick with the coverage. It looks like Riley Burgess might have pushed through into the lead. The Stark got a good start, but he's been
who's that hobbling there on the ground trying to get himself up, Russ?
Yeah, a couple of riders here, mate. Looks like Wilson and Harris. Good news is both the boys are up, but it took them a little while to get up. They're both looking a bit banged up. Bikes are definitely not looking very straight at all. So we're glad the boys are okay, but that was a huge tangle up. Very first race, very first corner. We're going to see a lot of action here today.
Well, so it's Joel Campbell at the front on the start, but it's a 74 machine. Ryder Matthews Taylor in second. Reese Budd's trying to make a move from that third position. Burgess is there in fourth. There's a Kawasaki there. I think it's the 532. Maybe it's Ryan Clark there in fifth. So Bud with not a great start, Greg. He's up in the battle, but at least it gives us some action to watch as he tries to make his way through this field. But Joel Campbell doing a fantastic job at the front on the Stark Varg.
Yeah, apologise to Joel. I thought it was Drew Kramer from this distance. Obviously, my eyes are getting old. Maybe I should ride in the vets class instead of doing commentary.
Speaking of Stark Vargs, Harris, one of our riders in that first tangle, he's on a Stark as well.
Right, okay. Well,
looks like he's up and going again, getting through the whoops there, missing the helmet peak. Classic sign of a dirt sample. But good news is that both of our riders look okay. Wilson is going away in the medical buggy here, but he seems to be all right.
Well, good to see that they're getting the attention they need there. Those couple of rides went down that first turn, but in the race lead here now, Reese Budd has moved into second. He's starting to close in on Joel Campbell. So Bud looking to get to his usual position at the front of this field here.
Yep.
Early in Moto 1 for MX2, A, B and C.
Yeah, see he's hunting Jai Campbell down here. Look over the tabletops, down the back of the circuit and into turn 3. You can see Reese carrying much more corner speed. A lot more confident. Now this is that tight section I spoke about in the intro. Turns 4, 5, 6 and 7. See what the guys do with this. One taking the inside. Reese Budd rails that outside rut, exactly like Ross spoke about a while ago. Then takes the line away from Jai Campbell in the next turn, and that might be all she wrote. They might just see the back of Reese's jersey from now on.
Well, Joel Campbell's going to have to put every bit of that electric power to work to try and keep to the back wheel of Reese Budd, because Reese has been on another level here in this series in both MX1 and MX2, and he's at the front now very early in this moto, so I suspect he's going to have a decent gap come another lap or two here as one of our riders is coming through the finish line missing the peak. I think that was our rider that was down on the start there, but Bud's about to come through the finish line now. Second lap in the books. Absolutely flying past on the limited by the sound of that as he came over the crest of the hill.
And we did discuss yesterday with the Stark, interesting how it's going to go for power, if it's going to start to trim power off towards the end of the moto, because this soil is very gluggy, for want of a better term. It's very deep and soft. It's really going to draw the power out of it.
I was chatting, I saw Joel before we got started here after the qualifying session, and he said he thinks he's going to be absolutely fine on the battery life, but he said he's going to have to keep an eye on it. But he does think that the bike is actually well suited to the surface, because you're not having to clutch it to keep the power up as such. You just, the instant connection through the wheel is already there with the power. I'm just noticing the 12 had a crash in the last turn, and the 12 is Jake Taplin in our C grade, so it's probably going to affect his overall standing in the C grade side of things. We'll have to keep an eye on where that is. I do notice that Richie Lawler on the 27 machine is in 10th, and he's in our C grade with Samuel Noonan in 11th. He's in our C grade as well, so don't think any of the riders in front of 10th are in C grade, so they might be our front runners.
Our battle for second place here is hotting up. We've got Jai Campbell.
Oh, we've got rides going down.
That's
Pile
Riley
up at the bottom of the
Burgess and
table.
John Bover, I'm pretty sure, have come together. I was just watching that as they started that tight infield section. They were really close together in banging bars. It looks like it was going to be a good battle, but
Burgess has just hobbled off to the side of the track. I'm not sure he's okay, or at least he's trying to get out of the way so nobody hits him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a hobble away because he wasn't feeling 100%, or he's a bit of a limp, but I think it might just be more so because his bike's on the ground at the exit of a tabletop. He thought it was safer to get out of the way and off the track quick smart, which is a bit of a shame. That was about to be quite a ding-dong battle for second place. What it's done is it's it's given Jai Campbell a bit of breathing space as we see Reese Budd go through into a 140.
Now, I'm just watching Reese come through these rollers, mate. These were a huge point of conversation yesterday, and what Reese is doing is definitely worth taking note of. He's already worked out how to double his way really smoothly through these rollers, and then he's clearing that final roller, that big knuckle at the end of the straight. He's clearing that perfectly smoothly and using that momentum to get around that corner. That line, that choice there is going to unlock a heap of speed for him. If the guys behind him can't emulate that, they're going to be at a massive disadvantage. I'm just watching Riley Burgess ride off now. He looks like he's injured, and he's going straight back to the pits. He was hobbling, but I dare say the bike's twisted too. So we need to go and catch up with him and see if he's okay.
Riley Burgess has just crossed and gone back to the pits. We also noticed John Bover, who was the other bike in that tangle, pulled in where the pit boards are being held out, and one of his mechanics doing a bit of handlebar lever bashing to try and get it straight, and then he got back onto the track, but he's obviously a fair way down there, which is a shame because they were both looking like they were going to try and fight and contend for the podium.
It's definitely given Joel Campbell the advantage there in second, hasn't it? He's got a nice gap in front and a nice gap behind, so maybe it's going to be a quiet ride for the 52 machine. But at the moment, 22 of Reese Budd just flying past the start gate area there on that Moto Coach Elite Honda ride. Looking the goods, and let's see if we can watch him through this roller section and see if we can pick up what Russ was talking about there with his line selection and how he's making this roller section work to his advantage. Double, 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 and straight over that big mound. Absolutely smooth. I think he did a couple of manuals on the first two, but then, yeah, he had the power going. He had obviously a good entry speed into it. Able to start doubling from about the second or the third one into that queue. And
now, I just noticed, Dave, that the riders in second and third position both just emulated exactly what Reese Budd did. They did almost exactly the same line, move for move, and that's what we were talking about earlier. It's all good having Reese here and being head and shoulders above the next guy, but can those other riders learn from him? Can they see what he's doing and unlock the same lines? And it looks like the two behind him have done just that.
Yeah, very true, Russ, and it's definitely what they need to do. You know, Reese Budd, like you said, is a long way head and shoulders above everyone else. He's got a 6.3 second lead at the moment, but they need to keep an eye on what the faster riders are doing and see if they can emulate his lines. As we watch Reese Budd, it's like he's at the end of the back straight and up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner there. Rails that rut.
I wonder, with Reese Budd at this point up that back straight, he's obviously probably the fastest man on track. He's doing a 140.8. I wonder how fast he is going on that back straight on that 250 Honda of his. He must be flying.
Yep.
Need to get a radar gun down there.
Well, I think going along the back straight's one thing. Popping up over the top of that hill and seeing the corner, I think I'm glad it's him and not me.
The little dip before that corner is what's the worrying point, right?
Yeah, very true. Look at some of those ruts already. It's the first motos we're watching through the rolls. A bit more.
Nah, he got it beautifully. Yeah. Like I said, those first two, he manuals, and then he's all of a sudden already into enough speed to double. So, write it down here on screen. Legs stuck under the bike and on the very edge where that little lip from the prep ends up happening from the edge of the blade. Needs some assistance there, that ride. I'm not sure where that one was on the track, but a bit of an awkward position there.
Not sure where he is, but as we watch the drone shots, the fantastic drone shots from Skywalker Studios as they come down through the Risen corner.
Keeping an eye on Reese Budd there.
Coast Hire corner and back Whole Shot Traffic's corner and look for this tabletop on the inside. Now that tabletop, that face rutted out really badly yesterday afternoon and was kicking riders off. It'd be interesting to see, it obviously will today because they're all bigger bikes, but it's interesting to see how I should use proper English, how quick it does as we watch Reese Budd up into the top corner again. Doesn't seem to be
that's where that rider is down at the top there. You can just see one of our NSW officials just trying to help that rider out, and so that's where that one was that was down on camera just before. But we're going to keep an eye on Reese here for this lap because we're going to try and get a good shot of him from our man down on the ground with the camera next to Russ in the roller section. So here's Bud. He's coming into turn 1, taking a tight inside line there. Found a couple of braking bumps by the looks of that one. But he's about to hit that section, Russ. I'll let you take over, mate.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from Reese coming into turn 1. He enters the rollers now. He's doing little manuals, but double, double, double. And then that unlock there. He's preloaded his suspension on that last roller and bouncing the bike up and over and nailing that last roller. It's allowing him to carry heaps more speed through this section of track. You just seen rider 74 do that same thing as well. More riders are going to watch that, pay attention. Another one there. More and more riders are unlocking that section. They're copying Reese. They're emulating what he's doing. They're bringing it into their racing. I think as the day goes on, we're going to see more and more of that. And I think the lap times are going to be insane.
Yeah, 74, that's rider Matthews Taylor you were talking about there, Russ. As we watch.
That's Joel Campbell on the start there, just getting a little sideways. He's got some company from Ryder there on the 74 machine. So this battle for second's about to heat up here. And actually, I think he's going to take him there on the inside as they head to the Coast High corner.
Yeah, he had a 6-second gap for a while there,
Giles got him back there with a good run. He took the berm, had the momentum. So Giles knows he's there now.
Interesting to see. Let's have a look down and stick with this down the back straight. If we can bring the shot out a bit, see the speed difference between the electric bike and the petrol bike.
Oh, he is leaving him, but then he must have backed off at the bottom of the hill there because that's where Ryder started to close back in. We can see there's actually Drew Kremer's starting to come into the back of this battle as well. So we're going to have a three-way battle here shortly. Campbell holding it for the moment, second on track. Bud's got a decent gap here of about 11 seconds over second position. So no threat to Reese Budd in this moto at this point in time, but the battle second, third, fourth on track.
Yeah, it's actually a four-person battle.
Oh, Max Compton's there as well.
Yeah, rider Matthew Taylor, Max Compton and Drew Kremer.
Now Max Compton yesterday had one of the fastest qualifiers. He was the fastest qualifier on MX3, so he knows how to get around this track pretty quick as well. So this is going to be good. Busy. Actually, Compton's made the move on all three of them.
Yeah,
he's gone through
down that roller section.
So Compton in the second now, Campbell to third, Matthew Taylor's still fourth, Kremer's just sitting back there in fifth. Compton just went past all of them.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it, I suppose, down the outside of the rollers. But
and he's leaving too. Look at the gap he's got on him already. So maybe he got caught up in that first turn crash there and he's had to make his way through. He's obviously got a speed advantage in terms of these couple of riders on track. And yeah, looking at the timing, he's doing a 141.8. Everybody else doing a 144 and up. So yeah, Max Compton showing some pace right now. Almost only 1 second slower than the fastest lap of the race by Reese Budd is that lap from Compton. So very impressive pace here, middle of this moto.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. You see, is that a rider there putting the lap down? Yes, I thought it was a rider going very slow on the inside.
That's Compton on screen there, on the 6.
Up the hill. And
Matthew Taylor's made the move around Campbell now, so he's got past the Stark Varg as well. So the Starks dropped to fourth here. So Kremer's going to be the next one trying to make a move on the Stark Varg here in the next little while.
Come over the finish straight. Max Compton in second. Rider Matthews Taylor in third. Joel Campbell in fourth. Drew Kremer in fifth, but Drew Kremer's starting to look very busy down into turn 1, but Joel Campbell takes the line away from him.
There seems to be a little braking bump or a hump of some description on the inside of turn 1 there, because Kremer just caught the same thing and stood up like Bud did a lap or two ago. So there's something developing there that's not pleasant on the very inside of turn 1.
So now is when we, like I said to Russ a bit earlier in the broadcast, does the Magnifiglio line start to come in?
Well, maybe that is the way to avoid that section, and like you were seeing yesterday with Magnifiglio doing that magnificent line, blowing all the way around the outside, just keeping the momentum up. That's probably going to, a few people might start to look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if that big brake bump in the middle of turn 1. Be interesting to see, like I said, the difference between the Magnifiglio and the Oliver Rex line yesterday was Magnifiglio was in real tight over the crest of the finish line and then running wide.
Kremer sorry to cut you off, Greg, on screen. Kremer just made the move on Campbell, so he's into that 4th position now, is Drew Kremer. But after having Campbell all the way up in 2nd in the lot of this moto, he's dropped himself down. He's now in 5th position. But I'm just noticing too, while I've got the talking stick, 7th position on track is a 27 machine of Richie Lawler. He is our first C-grade rider in this field, so good job there from Richie Lawler.
Richie.
Up in the top 10, well in the top 10, in 7th. So, and then we drop back. I think there's Lachlan Neville is one of them in 10th. I'll have to check if Ryan Clark. No, Ryan Clark's an A grader. There's Josh Miller. No, Josh Miller's A grade as well, or A or B grade as well. So Lachlan Neville is 2nd, and Sam Noonan will be 3rd in the C grade side of things.
We just watched Drew go up over the line as we cut to Reese Budd showing the way at the front now.
And another rider, just to keep a mention of, that went down in that early bit with Riley Burgess, John Bova, back up to 14th on the list. So good job from John, having a decent dirt sample there with Riley Burgess. They got together on that inner tabletop, and he's got up and straightened the bike out. And yeah, 14th is not a bad effort after what happened there.
Yeah, 14th is a great effort. He was on the ground for a little while, then he pulled in for a bit of handlebar straightening and back out. So to get up to 14th is a great job from Bova. So we're watching Reese go through the Coast Hire corner down into the whole shot graphics corner, put another rider a lap down. And as we watch Reese through the rollers and down the back straight, and like Dave said, it'd be interesting to see the speed, because from where we're sitting, he looks like he's flying as he starts going up the hill into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. We stick with the Motorcycle New South Wales corner for a while and watch him come down. Reese into the last corner and up over to tick off another lap. Did a 1:45, so I'm not sure if it's from the lap traffic or if he's just slowing his pace because he's got no need to. But Max Compton, Ryder Matthews Taylor, Drew Kremer. Drew Kremer's 2 seconds behind Ryder Matthews Taylor. I don't know if he can get up close enough to do anything about it as we watch Reese Budd through the whole shot graphics corner, and as once again just smooth over those rollers as he takes on the 3 tabletops down the back of the circuit there with some good form.
Now Reese Budd, I'm interested to see how he goes today for a couple of reasons. One, obviously it's Reese Budd, right? But 2, he double dutied at Pro National last week at Toowoomba in the 450 and the 250 side of things. So doing those full, they're about 30-minute motos, so he's done 2 hours of racing plus qualifying there. And then he's had a week to recover, and he's backing up doing slightly shorter motos here, but he's still doing the same thing. So I'm wondering if the cumulative effect over a couple of weeks is going to catch up with him, or if he's just the man of steel here and feeling absolutely fresh as a daisy come end of Moto 4 for his day today. We'll see how that plays out, right?
Yeah, interesting. And like I said, he just did a 1:45 last lap, which is 5 seconds slower than his fastest lap. Wasn't sure if that was from traffic or because he's got a 7-second lead.
I'd say it's the lead.
Yeah, so he can, like you said, just roll off. He did have a big weekend last weekend.
Compton up the hill there on the very edge of the track, trying to stay out of that dip. That dip's already got those hooking ruts in it. They're not straight through the dip. They sort of have a left turn halfway through. You see Kremer now on screen. He's going to shoot down the hill, drift across the downhill. They've got a nice smooth rut that's developed there in that last turn, but I dare say that's going to turn into a nightmare later in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Kremer has closed up on Ryder Matthews Taylor there, but we've got, it'll be 2 laps to go.
No, it's, well, we're saying 1 lap to go. So we've got the last lap board out from a man down below us here at the finish line. So yeah, we're on our last lap. Kremer just working his way through that roller section. He's not doing that line where he's popping over the last big inner roller there, that split lane. He's just sort of bouncing over the last couple.
I think, like Russ mentioned before, he's trying to look after his body yesterday and today. Suffering from a bit of arm pump. He's just trying to get a good position and keep his, try and keep consistent speed through the motos instead of going hard and then dropping off towards the end of the moto. As we watch Reese Budd through the Coast High corner, down into the whole shop graphic corner, and he's got plenty of space behind him as he takes out to over these rollers and down that fast section down the back straight. And I just looked last lap when he came up this section off from our commentary position, and he is, like you said, hauling.
Yeah.
Dead set, moving up that straight. He runs that wider line through the corner, similar to what Riley Burgess was yesterday. As he comes down the hill into the last corner. And there he goes. Reese Budd takes the first position in the MX2 A, B and C grade, with Reese Compton, Ryder Matthews Taylor and Drew Kemmerer, as we cut down to Russ.
Fellas, I'm here with Reese. Reese, great to see you here again, mate. I'm really keen to hear what you think of this track, mate. I think this track's going to suit your style. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I really like the track. The soil's awesome. The BA Club have done a really good job, but yeah, just struggled with a bit of arm pump throughout the motor, you know, so it's not a track that you can really push super hard with arm pump. So yeah, that was a bit tough, but yeah, I just did what I did, built a lead at the start and just kind of brought it home.
Awesome, mate. Well, great to have you here. Congratulations on a nice early win. Really keen to see how you go throughout the rest of the day, mate. So best of luck out there. So that's really interesting to hear Reese mentioning some arm pump there too, fellas. It's been becoming a bit of a point of topic here at Bega. Now, we haven't really spent a lot of time speaking about arm pump in this series, I don't feel like anyway, up until this point. Is this riders fatiguing over the series? Is it just uniquely this track? What do you boys think?
I reckon as part of this track, Russ, there's one thing about a wide open track that makes you just clamp down on the bars just a little bit harder, because you're like, I don't think I've gone this fast in a while.
Yeah, he also mentioned, like you said, he did 4 long motos last weekend, so it could be an accumulative
fatigue effect.
Yeah, and then add that to the fact that, like you said, this track is wide open along that back straight, and Reese is holding on to that for his dear life as he comes up over the top of that hill. So Reese Budd, Max Compton, Ryder Matthews Taylor, and then that's
our AB. And then in C grade, we think, if I've got these right without missing anyone from the wrong class, Richie Lawler got all the way up to 5th in that motor, so awesome job from our C grader Richie Lawler. And then it's the 21 of Lachlan Neville, I believe, will be 2nd, and then the 981 Samuel Noonan will be 3rd from the C grade point of view. So we'll try our best to keep up with both classes, but it's going to be a little bit difficult at times. We'll see how we go across the couple of motos today for those classes.
We've got the girls down on the start gate as the 15-second board goes up. Who are we looking for the whole shot here, Dave?
We're probably looking for Mia Cameron maybe on a 288, or there's a good jump there from Claire Pollard straight out the gate.
We've got a stall off the gate there too.
Claire Pollard left that gate as soon as it started flinching. She was the first to move by a long way, so she obviously timed it. But Ada Harris, by turn 2, she's going to sweep right around the outside here. She's going to take the lead into the roller section. So Ada Harris on that 219 machine. That rear end went the wrong direction for a second there.
That rear went the wrong direction about 3 times then, the last couple of rollers, but she managed to keep it together and find a way down the back of the circuit and over these 3 tabletops. She actually looks on the camera that she got a line through that.
Oh, she went a long way on that second tabletop. I think she saw the bottom of that down ramp, not the top of it, so, or the middle.
Yeah, she got a great run through turn 3, the whole shot graphics corner, which has given her a bit of breathing space as she heads into the middle section of this track now.
Oh yeah, we're here. Russ has got the eagle eye. There's one of our riders that's Chloe Hart on the 67 machine at the end of the tabletops. She must have taken a little bumpy ride off the end of the tabletop in that inner roller and just shot off the track by the looks of it. But she's up and going now off screen, so that's good to see.
That's the main thing.
I think I just caught another rider down in the back of the shot there. There's Ada went past as well before the intersection, just trying to get the bike up and going.
Ada Harris gets down to the back straight and holds it wide open.
Now, I feel like, looking at this track so far and how Ada's riding in the very early lap, I think Ada likes this surface.
It looks like it, doesn't she? She's definitely put a decent gap.
She is flying.
Yeah, and looks full of confidence too.
Now, the only thing with this class, Ada and Claire are tied on points at the moment in the championship, right? So that's a battle in itself. But the reason that they are tied is because they have both had some little tip-overs here and there. But Ada particularly has been out in front in some motos or trying to make a move on Claire and tipped over. So we're looking in this class particularly that Ada can put two consistent motos together. She hasn't been so bad in the MX women's class, Ada Harris.
Yep.
But this junior girls category has been where she's had a couple of little tip-over moments. So she's going to have to clean that up and, you know, see if she can secure two solid motos today.
Yeah, consistency. It comes up every time we talk about the girls in the intros with Russ, and he's spot on. If Ada can put two reasonable motos together, keep it sunny side up and have some consistent speed and pace, she'll give Claire someone to chase. As we're watching, that's Claire, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Claire Pollard.
Yeah.
The thing with Ada there too, fellas, is like clearly, as you guys just mentioned, speed is not the problem.
No,
she's got plenty of it. She's absolutely flying. She's on a fantastic bike there. She's on the teed-up Husqvarna team. Launches over that tabletop. She's got plenty of skill, plenty of speed. I think it becomes a little bit of a mental game with her when she wants to push too hard. That's when we get those unforced errors. I'm looking back along that straight where the tabletops are. Yellow flags out again. Another rider is laying face down in the dirt exactly where we just saw.
Oh, Chloe Hart was in that spot.
Where Chloe Hart was in a minute ago.
Hopefully it's not her again, but we'll see in a sec, I'm sure. But yeah,
up and starting to pick a bike up off screen, so that's good to see.
Ada back on screen. Oh, bit of a twitch there. She's at the probably the fastest point of the back straight there. Got a little head shake. Leg came off, but
and the heart rate would have spiked just a bit there.
Just a touch, yeah. But she definitely enjoying this circuit. I think she's able to just hammer the throttle here. Oh wait. She's looking down. Has she got an issue here?
Oh, I'm not sure. She
had a couple of looks down at like the gear shift or something. Maybe she just missed the gear a couple of times. She's still going.
Yeah, through the down the finish straight into turn one.
Everything looks okay. Maybe she just missed the gear shift a couple of times there. I don't know, but oh wait, there's the rider that's having the issue over the back of the track. That's the 26. Yeah.
She's absolutely stuck, mate. She's pulling that thing from the rear wheel. She's trying to skull drag it back in.
Yeah, she's straddling the fluffy berm edge there, so she's in a really bad spot, unfortunately.
In a really bad spot. Come on, mate.
That's an awkward spot to try and pick it up. We've got a Marshall running over there to try and give her a hand, because that is not a good spot to be stuck. Interesting that we just had another one of the girls down in that same spot too. So a bit like our top corner yesterday, is that going to be the corner that gives us a bit of issues today?
There's also another girl, Russ, on the exit of that corner.
That's gone down.
Ashton Warren's down. He's just picking a bike up. I can't see who it is.
Yes, I do see a little helmet poking up there from behind the tabletop.
That might be Georgia Lindsay on the 116. I can't quite see the numbers because of the glare, but it looks like it's a 116.
She's up and moving again, so that's the main thing.
Dave, it's interesting you mentioned Ada's bike earlier. It does look very twitchy out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, the highest speed, when she's going down that back straight particularly, it just doesn't look settled on that section of the track. And yeah, whether this she's just obviously going at a faster speed overall, not necessarily riding harder, just the fact she's kilometers per hour is up on this track. Maybe the settings just a little bit different needed here for her today.
Well, just coming into this centre tabletop area with our Coast Hire banners on it, it just seemed like it was stepping sideways back and forth in an area that I'm not really used to seeing the bikes do that. Everyone comes out of this little roller before the tabletop fairly settled. It's not a challenging section. Her bike seemed to be moving around quite a bit, so I think we might need to keep a bit of an eye on her machine there. Something seems to be going on with it.
Yeah, we just watched her on screen up the back straight, up the hill into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, the fastest part of the track. Oh, she gets a bit sideways driving up towards the finish line. Her bike looked pretty stable on that back straight, so maybe she just hit something in a rut last lap, because when she got up to that top of the track there, it looked very unsettled, but she's seemed fine that time as she went down that very, very fast back straight there part of the track.
Or is she starting to push above that comfort level again?
Exactly what we've just been talking about.
Are we starting to push to an area where we don't need to be, and we're causing the bike to twitch around and potentially looking at some of those unforced errors? This is what we've seen from Ada. Tons of talent, tons of speed, but there's There's times where she just needs to bring it back 5%, 10%, settle the bike, settle her body, get her breathing right, and do her laps. Just get it in right, rather than pushing so hard that the bike's launching all over the place and she's making those unforced errors.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just picked up in the rollers. We've got a battle for third and fourth between Olivia Hadju and Jayla Parker. And this is as they both head out over the big tabletops down the back of the circuit. They're quite close to each other. They came past the start-finish straight. Sorry, I say it all the time. I've got to get that in my mind. Over the finish line, right in front of our commentary position. They were nose to tail, and this battle looks like it's going to rage on all the way till the end of the race.
Speaking of start line, Greg, have you noticed the lines that are going in here? The Matafiglio left-hand line is starting to develop.
Yeah, there's a few magnificent lines down there I'm starting to notice, looking from our commentary position.
Yeah, a few of the girls here I just noticed have worked out that is a much smoother line. Ada Harris is sticking right to the inside. She's basically running the inside of the track from the finish line all the way down to that corner. It's quite bumpy and choppy, but it seems to be working for her. A few of the other girls have chosen to hook all the way left, right onto the start straight, and nail it straight down towards the whole shot risen banners down there, and use that smoother but longer line.
Yes, we watch the girls down the back straight.
Jayla Parker's trying to get nice and close into the back wheel here for Olivia Hadju. Olivia's doing a good job here in third at the moment. But this battle, they're right there. So one mistake if Olivia makes it, Jayla's going to be able to pounce. As we go back to our front rider, the 219 of Ada Harris, she's just gone purple on the screen with a 1:59.4, fastest of the moto. But Claire Pollard did a 1:59.9 that last lap around, so not much in it in terms of lap pace. She's just made the break early, has Ada Harris here. As we get back to that battle for third, look at them going through that first turn there, both on the gas, sweeping line there. Jayla's going to close up here. I think she's thinking about it.
Trying for a move up the inside as they head down into the rollers. Olivia just got a bit better drive out of that wide rut.
That line for Jayla just wasn't it there in that entry, was it?
Just sort of shut down, although she hasn't given up on it into the whole shot graphics corner. Jayla had a bit of a smoother line through the rollers there, but in that ultra graphics corner, she just seemed to lose a bit of momentum. It allowed Olivia Hadju a bit of breathing room as they go down.
I think Jayla needs to give it a little bit more on that third tabletop too. She came up a little short there. She just lost a little bit of ground because of that too. So Olivia clearing that nicely, that third tabletop. But here comes Jayla. She's got a better line there for that corner that time around. She closed right up again. So they're going to get into the tighter section of our circuit here. A couple of switchbacks. They're in the Risen Unlimited corner there. They're both going to flow around the outside, but will Jayla try to dive to the inside? She's dove into that one. She's not doing the old break late and turn for that one, that's for sure. Can she make a move? She's not quite close enough, but she definitely got closer there in the middle section of our circuit. Different line through this next set of turning rollers.
Olivia just seems to get the better momentum from taking the outside line into those rollers, which lets her get on the gas a bit earlier, and you can see just opens up a bit of a gap down the back straight. But Jayla Parker's definitely got the braking technique sorted out on that bike.
She's not worried about holding it on long, is she? She goes deep into the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. As we watch them drop down into that last turn before coming around to click off another lap. Ada Harris is still in front. Ada's done a 1:58.158 last lap, so she's doing well. As we watch the girls go over the finish line, Olivia and Jayla.
Oh, Jayla hit the rev limiter there before. But she should have shifted just a tiny bit earlier. I don't know if that came through the
Jayla is on the move, boys.
Absolutely. She hasn't taken
Here we go.
the Figlio line.
Dived in.
Give her the inside line into turn 2, and she's tried
the exit of that one again. She took the same line from last time. The exit of that one's no good, and it just lets her
watch it through the rollers though. She likes a move here. She looks like she's got it done potentially.
The whole shot graphics corner up the inside.
She's done the old. I'm going to take this line away, and I'm going to cross 3 ruts to get there to block it for it. So, but Olivia, she's cleared that first tabletop beautifully.
Yellow flags out, riders down after the second tabletop.
Olivia's going to go back around around the outside there after that third one. Oh, Olivia's gone down. Same spot that Chloe Hart and, was it Jordan? No, it was Ashton Warren was stuck. Olivia's just tucked the front as well. So obviously that section of track is just not very polite to the front tyre this morning.
No, unfortunately for Olivia there, they were putting on a great battle for what was going to be third place. Unfortunately, she's given it up to Jayla Parker. She'll be a little bit disappointed with that. I think she'll be happy in the battle that led up to it and how she was able to battle along with Jayla Parker, and she'll enjoy that. But yeah, going down in turn 4, she won't enjoy that at all. She's just see her on screen there, get the bike up and get moving. She's going to be quite annoyed with herself in that helmet.
She's lost a few positions there by the time that she's gotten up. So yeah, that's not great for her overall today.
No, so I think she's just gone past Chloe Hart. So that'll put her into 8th position, I think, when they come back across the line, unless she can find a few more, as we see her in the Risen Unlimited corner, just trying to get herself back in action. I think we're back on with our leader, are we? Yes, that looks like Ada Harris to me. There's a bit of a bump coming off the last tabletop.
Whoa, that was a bit light and sideways off the top of the roller there, the big mound in the middle of the circuit, but she survived. She won't even remember any of those moments either. If you asked her afterwards, she won't even bat an eyelid at any of them. So.
Yeah, no, down into the coast.
They look terrible
corner.
from us.
They do look terrible from us. But she's probably feeling she's got it under control. Oh, a bit cross-rutted there with the front wheel as she goes for the whole shot graphics corner.
I think she was a little indecisive there. I think she's thinking one way and then she went the other.
Right, yeah.
And that's sort of where the front wheel got caught as she tried to cross the ruts. So she's making her way past Chloe Hart. Russ was saying that I think Chloe went down a second time here in this moto after being the first rider to go down in our back corner there. So yeah, not a good moto for Chloe Hart this morning so far in the junior girls class.
As we watch Ada go up into the...
she did the same thing again. She decided to change her mind partway on the entry to that corner.
Yep.
Maybe that's where some of this these mistakes have come from Ada. She gets somewhere and then decides, no, I don't want to do that.
I want to change lines.
It's too late.
Different part, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Ada's just gone past the rider that's stuck in the final corner. That's the 116 of Georgia Lindsay. I think that's the second time we've seen her in a similar position, stuck on the track, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, as Ada goes through to take the last lap forward, she's got a 9-second lead over Claire Pollard, and we watch Ada down into the second turn. Let's see if she can stay in the rut.
So sounding like Georgia Lindsay has retired from this one after a couple of little issues. That's probably a smart move there. Go back and regroup for the second moto, but keeping an eye on our leader. She's got no worries about clearing those 3 tabletops down the back of our circuit. She's feeling just fine in that area of the track, but this corner has been really difficult for the girls so far this moto. A few riders have lost the front end there. Bit straighter over the mound this time, Greg.
Just about to say that, yeah.
From Ada Harris, but good ride here for Ada to start her day in Moto 1 of the 13 to 16 years junior girls so far. Half a track to go and she will be our Moto 1 winner.
Decent corner and into the Coast Hire corner. Great shots as usual from the drone. The boys at Skywalker Studios.
Oh.
She can
see the bike drop into that rut there. It's like she was going for that one that time, but the bike, the attitude and the angle as it had to go into that rut, it just, got a bit wild.
Yeah, it did change it up a bit, didn't it? But she's all right. She's got plenty of lead as she heads down the back straight and up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. She'll come around for the checkered flag. She's only got...
Oh, feet off and down goes Ada Harris, our leader. She's got caught out in the dip at the top of the hill. And there comes Claire Pollard. Claire's going to steal this one in the last dying seconds of this moto. Oh, heartbreak for Ada Harris. We've been talking about not making mistakes and keeping it together, and she just threw it away with 2 corners to go. Claire Pollard on the 251 Honda machine. She's going to come up the finish hill here and steal the moto win. Probably not how she'd like it, but she's happy about the fact she got that win, Greg. Ada Harris over in second. She's going to be rather unhappy with herself, I would say.
I'm a bit scared to talk. I was just in the sense of saying Ada's got 2 corners to go, and then she Anyway, we've got Russ down there with Claire and Ada. Well, we've got Claire, sorry, Ada's just taken off, understandably.
I might just let Ada roll back to the pits, mate. I think that we'll catch up with her in a moment there. But I'm down here with Claire Pollard. Claire, got a sneaky win there, mate. That was well done. Now, it's never great having a win sort of given to you like that, but what we've been talking about, especially with the girls, has been consistency and staying upright. To me, what you did there was you played out this race really well. Just walk me through how that race went for you.
I didn't really feel comfortable this morning. I just knew I had to put my head down and get to work, and it pretty much took me half the race to figure out how to ride the bike, and then I kind of got a flow on, and the gap kind of stayed the same, and then I just rode it home, and then I seen the yellow flag and Ada was down. Obviously, I don't want Ada to go down. I like having a battle, but it's good to take a win like that.
Absolutely. Like we said, it's about consistency, staying up on two wheels, and it's the person across the finish line that can do all of that. So congratulations on a win here this morning. We'll look forward to watching you throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, congratulations to Claire, and it's all points in the championship for her. But as the last of the girls come over the break, we might take a quick ad break here on the telecast.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too, with the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Look, round four for us, it means that we get to have an opportunity to show sort of our region and the effort our volunteers go to week in, week out to sort of try and build a community and a sport down here.
Our location here, the beautiful far south coast, we're just in the hinterland of it at Tanawanglo. We have a permanent creek down the back here. Beautiful rich chocolate soil here. So we've just revamped the track, so she's a brand new one. There's inside lines, outside lines, there's switchbacks. The jumps are designed for progression. There's a big fast section up the back, which is good. Gives the boys a bit of a breather, I suppose, after all the technical stuff. And then once you're back down the hill, back through the start line, she's back on again. There's a good set of rolls.
The roll is always really good. The ruts form up every day, and it's just an all-up good track.
Yeah, I like the jumps and the straights and the whoops through the corners.
My favourite part of the track is the long straight because you can just hold it pinned.
The actual viewing here is amazing. You can see all of the track, probably except for about 5% of it. So, but this track will just be absolutely perfect on the weekend.
Welcome back to round 4 action. It's day 2 here in the Bega Valley Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. We have some racing about to kick off here. We've had a little extended break before our MX1 A, B, C grades are going to hit the track. Getting some wicked drone footage. The boys going all artistic again this morning here from Skywalker Studios. But our man Russ is down on the track because they are doing some track prep here, Russ, before this moto. Just keeping this venue absolutely spick and span.
Dave, the track crew here have done an amazing job. The soil here at the Far South Motorcycle Club is very unique. It's very soft. It forms up beautifully, but it also means that it can form up some huge bumps and some really, really gnarly ruts really early on in the day. So what the guys have done is they've made the call to put the tractor out and just to sort out a few little areas. You'll see them do this in pro motocross in the States and in supercross as well. So it's really cool to see them doing that here at the Bega track. Basically, the start straight, turn 1 and into our whole shot area is what they've prepped. They've just ironed all the bugs out of it. They've taken the ruts out, fluffed it back up again, and that means that the riders are going to be able to have an awesome corner into this start straight.
All right. The action's about to go. The 15-second board is up for our MX1 A, B, C grade. Who's going to get the jump and the first whole shot for their motos here this morning? There is a Ducati on the inside. I think it is doing a good jump and sweeping the outside. It's going to be the 202. That's Connor Rosenditch. I see Bud just off the edge of the track there, going the long way around the outside of turn 1. But Rosenditch with an awesome sweeping line there to go around the Ducati. That was the 7 of Hicks and McGuinness, getting a good jump from the inside. He's currently running second here. But Rosenditch out in front early here in MX1.
Rosenditch with a great start. We spoke about this in all day through yesterday's racing, that if you've got the confidence to get a good start, that outside line, that outside gate is a great place to start because you can just sweep around the outside. And it was a perfectly illustrated from Connor Rosenditch there. When they first got to the turn, it looked like he was mid-pack, and then he just came scalding through the outside. As we watch him take on this middle section of the track,
Boys, I'm really excited to see Rosenditch get a good start. He's a privateer we've been following through this entire series. Doing it at the back of the van. McGuinness makes the move on the Ducati, takes the lead away from Rosso. He dives to the inside. Can he get it back?
Yeah,
the Ducati goes around the outside, and here goes the horsepower run up the hill.
The horsepower battle as they go down the back straight and up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. It looks like McGuinness had the line as Rosenditch tries to take the inside line and take it away from him unsuccessfully as they will come down the hill into the last turn. Hicks and McGuinness, he was second. He didn't get the whole shot, but he was
a bit of a bobble there.
Made a moment which has given Rosenditch a sniff as he takes over.
Reese Budd lurking in the background there, right behind the boys. But what we wanted to see was we wanted to see Connor get a good start. He hasn't had the best starts throughout this series. We know he's full of talent, but he hasn't been able to put it on display. Is today the day that we get to see Connor Rosendich line it up and show us what he's got? He's under a huge amount of pressure right now. The Ducati and the Honda right behind him. Here comes the number 7.
Come over the tabletops together. These three have broken away from the rest of the pack of Connor Rosendich, Hickson, McGuinness and Reese Budd in third place there.
Reese makes a move on the inside.
What a move.
Rosso's got to put the hammer down now. He's being stalked by the 22 machine of Reese Budd.
I don't think he's been stalked. Oh, I was just about to say I think he's being passed.
Just about puts a tyre mark on the back of Rosendich right there from Reese Budd.
Both come down into the coast high corner.
Oh, that got close and friendly there.
Take the inside line, put on the switchback through the whole shot graphics corner. Rosendich takes the line away from him over the tabletop. And now we'll see about the outside line for Reese Budd. Looks like he's got more momentum over these rollers as they head down to the back straight.
Let's see who wants to hold it on the longest up the back straight. Are they going to battle it out into this corner? Budd's closing in on Rosendich here as they get to the top corner of our circuit. I think we're going to have a little dive bomb maybe down this hill from Budd. Let's see if he gets close enough. He's gone to the inside. No, he's too far back from there.
Bud's going to want to make a move.
Things, Dave. I don't know if he's too far back as they come over
close to the end, didn't he? He sort of made that move. He made that work.
He heard you say he's too far back and then did. I'm not having that. Yes, they go through turn 1 and head down into turn 2.
Now Reese Budd dealing with a lot of roost off the back of Rosendich's KTM there. He's pulling his roll-offs flat out, trying to get some clear vision. Number 7 on the Ducati there seems to have fallen back a little bit. I know the fitness of Rosso and Reese Budd is second to none. Let's see how the boys go, continuing to push. Rosso's riding a bit of a wide bike at this point. Reese looking to make a move up the inside. Can he get it done? He dives to the inside. Rosso hold it wide open. Reese gets it done.
That was close over the top of the mountain there. They were very much looking at the edge of the circuit and each other's bikes there. They were really close together. Now, I don't mind that the fact that Budd's paying this pass because looking at that run through the rollers, Russ, Rosendich doesn't have that smooth line at the end. He's losing a little bit of time, so maybe if he can stick with Budd here through the rest of this lap, he might be able to learn how to get through that roller section just a bit quicker and maybe be able to hang with Reese Budd here. But Budd is actually starting to make, as I say, that he's making a little bit of distance here at the front of this field already.
I dare say Rosendich burned a few extra calories there in those couple laps, mate. He would have known who was behind him from the start there, and he would have put the absolute hammer down. So I dare say he's burnt through a few extra calories, burnt through a bit of energy, but yeah, you're right. If he can sit behind Reese, take some notes, understand what he's doing, and especially those rollers, if he can nail those rollers, copy what Reese is doing, it's going to make a massive difference. There's a huge gap opening up now. Reese is starting to check out on these boys. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a battle for second and third between the 202 and the number 7 here today.
Well, hopefully he's close enough to still see Reese on this lap as he hits these lines, but I think he might not be able to see what Reese does here.
No, Reese is a bit too far away. He laid down at 141.712.
Connors just doesn't have that same rhythm in that roller section. He's manualing one too many before trying to double. So he's off sequence, and then he's having to hit that bigger one
as a single.
And it's just throwing him up and down, and he's losing too much time. And it's actually brought Hickson McGuinness back into this because Hickson's on that fast flowing line through the rollers. So Connor's going to have to figure that one out here. Maybe he's going to have to come back and watch the footage after this moto before Moto 2 because he's definitely got to find that little bit of extra pace in that section of the circuit.
Dave, how aware are you of the horsepower out of those Ducatis? Have you had a chance to test them, ride them, check out those bikes?
No, I haven't been on one of those, unfortunately, but he does look like he's figured something out because I remember Hickson was at a couple of our earlier rounds on the Ducati. He missed, I believe, the opening one in Canberra, but he did have a couple of little bike gremlins, obviously learning it early on, but it damn looks fast here this morning, doesn't it?
It does seem like it's got a lot of horsepower in that machine. He seems to be able to screw the throttle on and make up some time. So we'll see how he goes. You're right, he had a few gremlins, had a few issues. Very new brand to this sport, all new machine, and I believe he's doing it as a privateer effort, which is the most difficult way to do it, because it's just him and Dad swinging spanners then trying to work out what does this bike do well, where is its weak spots, and then obviously parts might even play a bit of an issue to it as well. I dare say there's not a huge amount of parts available for that machine as yet.
No, just having the spares in the van to know what you need to bring along and not being able to get them sometimes when it's a brand new bike is part of that issue. So, but he looks like he's working things out here at the moment, because that start, that launch off the gate that he got from the inside was impressive. So,
and guess what Rosendich just did?
Did he do it?
He did it, yeah. He just got that line figured out. He did exactly what you said he should have done, not manual through so many at the start, get into the double-doubles, and then use that to clear that last mound. It was very smooth and very quick. So, look, probably a little bit too late in this moto for him to figure that out, but hopefully moving forward today, he's taken some notes from Reese and can stick it to him a little bit later on in the day.
Yeah, well, that's correct. It might be a bit late for this moto we're in right now, but later on the day, if he gets another start like he did out of this moto, and then can keep with Reese Budd, even learn a few more lines later on in the day, and just make Reese work for it a bit more.
Another little battle there in third position. It looks like that position's just changed over. The number 6 has come through made a move. Max Compton made a move into third.
Max Compton's having a weekend.
He's having a great weekend out there. Yeah.
Great run. So obviously he's either familiar with the track or he loves the surface. Because he's flying. Look at the height he got off that hill going up the hill. He's wedged.
Going really fast.
Maybe he's just one of those guys that likes that higher top-end speed sort of track. So he's coming down the hill here, past one of the back markers on the Cowie there. He shoots to the inside, does Compton. But yeah, he's moving through this field. So third in this one at the moment.
He's only got about a 4-second gap from Connor Rosendich. So.
Yeah, so Connor's not safe here in second, the way that Compton's riding this weekend.
As the lap times are starting to settle down a bit. Still a 1:42.9 from Reese Budd, which is moving along.
Now, Connor just completely stuffed that run up, mate. Came in a little bit sideways, slammed into that rear hump. I think this is what Compton was looking for. He's going to be under serious pressure from another Honda machine within this next lap.
Compton is definitely closing. Now, just quickly too, obviously this is with our C grade combined here as well. I am noticing Richie Lawler having a massive day here with the C grade side of things. He is currently sitting in 7th in this race, and he's in our C grade MX1 side of things. He's actually in front of one of our more impressive riders of Drew Kremer at the moment. So Richie killing it here in MX1 AB C grade. I think our next C grader will be Samuel Noonan in 11th on track. So good work there from Samuel, and I think we're going to go back to maybe the 22 of Ty Henderson will be our third one, if I haven't missed anyone there, but I'll double check that. No, I think that's where we're going to be. So yeah, Richie Lawler, big shout out Richie Lawler.
Great ride, Richie Lawler, having a great ride.
Again, what an awesome opportunity for Richie to jump into this race with these boys and really see what's possible on this track. Now, Richie's got that advantage of racing here yesterday, so he's already got experience on this track, understands how it works, and he's going to use that to his advantage. So I think we should really keep an eye on him here today. It's going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, Richie's definitely going to see this as a learning expedition, I should say. I mean, he's out there in his own race, but riding with these A and B graders is definitely going to improve his riding along, as Dave's just spotted.
I'm just having a little moment to myself, because Reese wanted to take a line that one of the back markers took, and they nearly came together there just before the rollers. And Reese, lucky he's got a big gap at the front, because he could slow down and avoid that potential collision.
Can you imagine the fear of having Reese Budd come past you at that speed, just blowing your absolute doors off? Like, to be a back marker in C grade with that guy going around, no thanks.
Absolutely. We've got a red cross flag on the entry to turn 2 at the moment. I can't see who it is, but the marshal's there on scene, so hopefully he's getting any care that he needs at the moment. Coming into the
look at the timing board. Max Compton has gone purple. He's the fastest in this motor with a 1:41.5. He is flying. He's about 3 seconds a lap faster than Rosendich in front of him. There's only a 2-second gap there, so this is going to get spicy here in a minute.
Yeah, this is definitely going to get spicy. Max Compton has been doing this. Max Compton doing a great job here as he's starting to try and put some pressure on Connor Rosendich, getting up from behind him. As we're watching Reese Budd down into the...
Did you see his body language just then? As he went through that dip, you could see the bike just get sucked down because his head sort of jolted forward.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't expecting the bike to slow down there. But he's still obviously no issue, just the way that the body and the bike, worked in
Max Compton
separately.
has jumped up to second. I'm not sure where Connor Rosendich is. Max Compton has jumped up into second. Just waiting to see.
We're hearing that 202 is the rider
that's come down. That's a shame for Connor Rosendich. We hope he's okay over there. What it does do is push John Bova up into third. And after the crash at the start of the last race for John
MX2
Bova,
side of things.
correct.
Yeah, he's obviously up and okay and feeling fine. But
he'll be stoked if he can grab a podium in this race. He's got Justin McHugh hot on his heels, and of course Richie Lawler,
top 5,
fantastic.
Flying Richie Lawler. And so Drew Kremer's in 6. Hickson McInnes, who was up there at the beginning. Connor Rosendich, there he is on screen at the moment, getting help to his feet. Yeah, looking a little worse for wear there. A bit of, I think that's part of his roll-off maybe on the ground still with him there. So obviously taking a bit of a hit. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, hopefully it's just that his cage rattled, no serious injuries, and we'll see Connor a bit later on in the day. As we watch Reese Budd. Beautiful shots of Reese Budd going over that tabletop on the inside of the track there.
Reese got that line going. He's running that berm after the inner tabletop to then be able to double the first set of the roller in the turning rollers. And he just floats that whole section then. Gets so much speed on the exit.
Yeah, carries a lot of momentum coming onto that back straight, which gives him fantastic drive up to that Motorcycle New South Wales corner at the top of the hill. As he puts another rider a lap down. Everyone's still sticking mostly with that inside rut in the last corner. We'll see how that develops through the day. If it starts to get to the point where it's a better option to go outside as we watch Reese.
Am I seeing Max Compton start to close the gap on Reese Budd at the front here, or am I just seeing things? It's down to 6 seconds at the front here. And I feel like visually it's closer than that, but Max Compton is matching lap times, if not bettering lap times than Reese Budd at the moment. So Reese is probably managing this on the front, but he's going to have to be careful because Max Compton's decided just to put one on here.
Yeah, well, he's got a 6-second lead, like you said. Max was a little bit quicker, but once again, same as Reese Budd did in the Moto2, MX2 race, sorry. He got out in front and controlled his lead.
Yeah, look at that. So in that shot, Reese was in the corner. Max is coming over the mound there, so it is getting closer, I feel.
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. As they head into the Risen, we can see Reese Budd through the Risen corner. Max Compton is not far behind him. As they go through the Coast Hire corner, I wonder if Reese Budd, he'll no doubt get a board at the end of this lap to let him know that Max Compton is on his heels. Whether Reese is just controlling it and he can simply up the pace, or if I remember correctly, did he mention to Russ about arm pump at the end of MX2? Maybe he's having a little issue with that, and Max Compton might be looking for a scalp here as he comes onto the back straight.
Look at the body language of Max Compton, just getting the rear drive down, butt hanging off the back of the bike. He is giving that Honda hell right now. He's making everything of it come out, every bit of power it's got. He's trying to chase down this man on screen, Reese Budd. Reese still doing a fantastic job at that gap. Let's see what the update is here, because I feel like it's smaller. It is. It's down to
4.3 seconds. 4.3 seconds. Max Compton was 1.5 seconds quicker that lap than Reese Budd. Sorry to cut you off there, Dave. I was staring at the screen waiting for the difference to come up. As we watch him through turn 2, down through the roller section. Just be, I'm sure Reese would have got a board on that lap as the fastest rider on that track. Yeah, sorry, Max Compton was quicker than
look, we're starting to get him in the one shot here when we get a tiny little bit longer on the angles here from the screens, and Budd just over that mound there. So, and there's Compton in the back of shot. So maybe some of these lappers aren't helping Reese either, being the first rider to come across him. That usually tends to slow that leader up because they're not expecting them to, to be there just yet from the lap rider point of view. But There they are, both in the one shot now.
Also depends too where you get the riders. Reese has had to go around a couple of lap riders in this tight section of the track, whereas if Max Compton can get him along the back straight, he'll be wide open and just be able to go around him. He may not lose as much time as Reese Budd has in this tight section of the track.
Well, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Compton's going to get 2 of them here on this back straight, which is probably a lot easier than where Reese just had to do it through those tight sections. So, oh, wait, but there's a rider down in the line that I think Max was trying to take just then. So maybe, look at Max Compton thread the needle through there.
Needle at the top of the track there.
He's not slowing down for nobody.
No.
He can see Reese Budd. He can see that 22. He's going for it.
He's going for it.
Anytime you're making a move on the 22 or making up time, I don't think you're going to back off at all, mate. I'm not even sure if it would matter if there was a bike and body lane in the road.
The gap was 4.3 seconds last lap. It's down to 3.9 seconds. So Max Compton is closing that gap up. Next lap around, they'll get the last lap board.
Oh, it might be 2 lap in this one. We'll have to see. No, it's listed as 1.
It's still 1 lap. Okay. So Max Compton, well, you can see what's in front of him. He knows the job he's got to do, but I imagine catching Reese Budd is quite a difficult task. Catching and overtaking Reese Budd.
Passing is a whole different story, right? So
exactly.
And if anything, I think Max might have hit the wall because he looks like he's just not gotten any further up on that. Or Reese has actually just decided, you know what? That's enough of that. I'm going to keep going.
Exactly right. Like I said, I'm sure Reese Budd would have got a board as he went down the finish straight from his pit crew down there to say that Max Compton was closing. The gap is smaller, and Reese has gone, well, I'll turn this up for another lap.
Pretty sure I can see Mr. Budd down there in the pits, in the mechanic area, so with the boards. So, yeah, he's probably let him know. Oh, a couple of riders just looked over the shoulder to see where the last lap man was up to, and a couple of riders having a paddle in the last corner. That was not cool. Who have we got down here?
Is that the 23?
That's the
23 of Brandon Steele.
Brandon Steele.
Sorry, Brandon Steele.
Brandon Steele from the Honda Moto Elite coaching team.
That one might be our C-grade 23, is it? It might be Cooper Reed on the KTM. So,
okay.
Yeah, C-grade class, unfortunately. But speaking of C-grade, Richie Lawler up to 4th now.
Fantastic.
So, yeah, got to be impressed there. Justin McHugh, who we haven't mentioned, he's found his way into 3rd in this one. So, awesome job there for Justin McHugh. As we keep an eye on Max Compton there, he's 2nd.
So the boys have taken the last lap board. The gap was down to 3.2 seconds, but I'm pretty sure Reese Budd's got this one. Just needs to manage the gap. I'm sure his pit board would have told him what the gap was last lap. So we're just watching them down over those beautiful form over those tabletops from Max Compton there. As we watch him come down into the Risen Unlimited corner, down into the Coastal High corner, Reese Budd there. He's got enough time to, in the whole shot graphics corner, he's got enough time to get this lap done at a comfortable speed. He doesn't have to rush too much with a 3.2 second lead. Although, was that Max Compton?
That's Max Compton looking rather close in the back of that shot.
He is.
Maybe there's been something that slowed Reese down here, but yeah, that gap all of a sudden, from what I said was he maybe hit the wall, it's decided just to yo-yo straight back together because look how close they are.
I'm not going to talk after last race.
Reese coming down the hill here. He should see the checkers as he comes out of this corner here, and he will. So he's going to get that motor win, but right in the back wheel there, Max Compton.
1.1 seconds between Reese Budd and Max Compton.
What a finish to that one. I thought Max was done at the start of that lap, but no, well, Reese has gone to 146, and then it was a 144 for Max Compton. So Max has stayed on pace. Reese maybe just slowed it off a little bit. So awesome job for both of them. And Justin McHugh's come through there in 3rd on the 355. And I think Richie Law's going to come across here now, and he's going to grab 1st in the C grade. So we're going to throw down to Russell on the side there. He's got a couple of post-race interviews.
down here with Reese Budd. Another win, mate. Let me know how that race went. You were hauling down this back section there, really fast. Some super impressive lap times, mate. Seemed like we dropped off a little there towards the end, mate. Walk me through it.
Yeah, the track's just super technical. Yeah, like I said before, just struggling with a lot of arm pump today. So it's a very hard track to push hard when, yeah, you can't hold on to your levers and stuff like that. So honestly, I didn't know Max was behind me. So yeah, I backed it off probably more than I should have, just to be smart, be smooth. Very hard to come through those C-grade riders, to be honest. It's, I don't know, a little bit dangerous. It makes it very tricky and lose a lot of time, you know, whether they see me coming and move over and stuff like that. So yeah, it's hard coming up with them, but good race and 2 to go.
Congratulations on the win, mate. Well done. Maxie Compton, mate, the number 6. That was a super impressive ride from where we were standing, mate. You really made up some time. You saw the back end of Reese there and just chased him down. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, no, it was good. I got off to an average start and then started ticking them off one by one, got behind Reese, was slowly catching him, but just couldn't get it done.
Mate, you closed the gap. The riding seemed to get better and better. We were watching you learning lines and learning different bits and pieces. I think doing what you're doing out there is the move. Following Reese, learning how he does things, and slowly making your way up, mate. Congratulations on a second. That was really well done. Congratulations.
All right, awesome finish there to our MX1 A, B, C grade. Now for the C grade side of things, I'm pretty sure we're going to have the 27 of Richie Lawler as our winner, the 981 of Samuel Noonan in second, and I think it'll be the 22 there, Ty Henderson, grabbing third, but have to double check those ones once we remove the A and Bs, as I think I've got it right, but I'm not 100% certain on that one. But our next race on the grade will be our junior 250cc. That's 13 to 16 years now. Leading this championship in this category is the 169 of Tyson Williams. But we've got Rossiter on the 8 and the 32 of Paul Ruffalo just behind him. As the gate drops and they're away, who's going to get to our first corner first? Seeing a white bike with a red helmet. I think that's the 203 of Jiley Thompson getting close there, but it's the 613. That's Noah Thomas going to get the whole shot.
Oh, a little bit of a bottleneck there in that first U-turn. Now, you mentioned 250 class, but I see a 2-stroke.
Well, junior lights, so there can be a 2-stroke, but I think we've got a Yamaha and a number 8 machine of Rafael Rossiter that's popped to the front of this one early here. He's made the move on Thomas. Then there's another two, there's a 262.
Mr. Blake Bohannon moves up into second position and he's now staring at the back of Rossiter. Rossiter goes down right in front of me, tucks the front in some of these deep ruts. He is going to go basically to the back of the pack. Number 6 gets stuck. No line for him to go on. And this is not what this class wanted, was for Blake Bohannon to get a run out the front and disappear. It's just played into his hands. The 262 machine now leading this race. Well, and we've got a good feeling of what's about to happen.
Well, I think Blake, this is his first time running this particular class in our series this time, so he's not in our championship. So if he wins, he wins. It doesn't matter for the overalls from the championship side of things, but it's just interesting for us to see him putting that 125 2-stroke up against the 254 strokes.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned it yesterday and basically every round that we're looking for Blake to be pushed. We need him to have that competition, and so him being on basically an underpowered machine in this class is a really good thing for him. Right now, it's clearly not making any difference whatsoever, but this is what we want to see from young Blake. We want to see him push harder and have more competition to increase his abilities and just see what he can do.
Well, Russ, there is a bit of a plan in place for Blake Bohannon. I got the inside line last night from Tim Bohannon, Blake's dad. And there is a plan here that they're trying to follow in the next few weeks because of that Czech Republic World Championship for the juniors, and that they're going to just compete on the 85cc bike there. But that MX3 exemption that they got just a couple of weeks ago in place for Blake will dictate what happens in the next few weeks as well. So there is a plan here over the next few weeks for the Bohannons. Oh, write it down from second position as well on track. The 259 of Josh McCloskey has gone down. Oh, whoa, that was a big one. Josh McCloskey was trying to pick up his bike, and the 32 of Rafalo's just cleaned it up as he don't think he saw that there on the downside of the little roller. So a racing accident, but I think McCloskey's copped the rough end of that stick there. Hopefully he's okay.
Red Cross flag is out. Yellow flags are out. They're going to need the medical team for this one. Fair bit of damage to the bike there, and young rider isn't moving a whole heap, so medical team will rush in.
McCloskey's just on the ground there still, so we'll catch up with Alan. Bohannon's on screen there, coming into the final corner, but when he comes around past down the start straight, we're probably going to catch it in the background of our drone shot, just where, yeah, there's McCloskey just on the ground there. Unfortunately, Rafalo is up and going, but Rafalo, unfortunately, just not probably seeing the rider down there as he picked his bike up and just collected him at full pace, and that's going to hurt, unfortunately.
Good news, the rider's up. Looks like he might have been a bit rattled there for a minute, but he's got up under his own steam. He looks to be negotiating with Beachy to try and get back on his bike, so we'll see what they make of that call. But
Beachy just pushes the bike off the side. I think the decision's been made for him as Raphael Rossiter does the fastest lap of 146.7. He's down in 7th position.
Yeah, young rider's not happy about this, but that is a great call from the medical team to say, no, mate, you've had a big one. You need to sit this one out. The bike's mangled. The young rider's keen, and that's what we love about these kids, man. They are absolutely tough as nails. To want to get back up and push back onto that bike after a crash like that is unbelievable. But glad to see the marshals and the medical team making that call for him and saying, nah, mate, you're out.
Yes, we've got to be protected from ourselves, as they say.
Definitely. Now, Rafalo, who impacted on the McCloskey there, he just came through the finish area, so he's up and going, but he is missing his front plate, so we probably won't be able to tell who's him from the others too easily at some point. But then also Raphael Rossiter, who went down not long before that, who's gone purple on our screen. He's trying to work his way back up from 7th position. So
he's negotiated with Beachy as we just see him back up and running there.
McCloskey's back out there, but he has got the side panel flapping in the breeze, and the back guard's a bit tweaked up there, so the subframe's probably second hand now. So he's going to have some work to do to straighten that bike out between motos, that's for sure. But Bohannon's on screen at the front, as he usually is at this point. But this is the first time he's in this one, Greg. You just missed that part as you popped out for a second. Tyson Williams running in second at the moment. He's a championship leader in this particular category. Blake not having run any of the motos in this one until today's round. Number 8 of Rossiter's coming past us here at the finish line, moving his way through the field. He's up to 4th.
I think you said he was in 7th position before, so he's made up 3 spots on that lap. Definitely.
He won't be happy with himself. He was up there and went down, so he handed this one to Bohannon.
Right. Okay.
So we'll have to see how far Rossiter can get up through this field, but yeah, Bohannon on the 125 in the junior 250 class.
He's got this thing completely under control in the little 125 there.
So good learning here on the 125 is going to put him in good stead for some of this racing that's going to come up here shortly with the MX3 class that he's been allowed to get into. He's going to do the last 2 rounds of the Pro National in MX3.
Has he got anything else on the horizon, Dave? Anything else he wants to tackle?
Oh, you missed this, mate. We were just on this topic. I'm leading to it. I'm getting there. Can't give away all the information in the first moto that he's on track for.
No, that's fair enough. He negotiates down the back straight there.
We'll have to get the viewers to maybe ask what the question is of what the information is that I'm holding on to before Moto 2, and we can talk about it then. But rider, is that McCloskey just having another moment there, or is that another rider? It looks similar on the Yamaha there.
I'm not sure if it was McCloskey maybe just stopping to straighten up a bit of...
No, it's a 2-2. Well, Rafalo in the background of that shot in the whole shot graphics corner was actually getting himself up and going again. So he's had another moment, unfortunately, the 32 machine, but he's going. Just going to come into the back of the shot there with the missing front plate. But yeah, can't quite pick up the number on that rider just in front of Rafalo. Oh, and 225, he's just gone down again, unfortunately, so he's not having a good time. The 225 is Jet Wise, yeah, so not the moto for Jet to write home about.
No, but he'll pick it up and hope to finish the race. And Rossiter
on our timing screen. Gone to third now, but with the fastest lap of 1:45.9. Rossiter is obviously angry with himself and taking it out on this far South Coast circuit.
Yeah, he's definitely stretching the cables on that bike. As we watch some riders go down over the three tabletops in unison. Beautiful drone shots as the pair of them. Beautiful form over those tabletops. Drop down into turn 4 there. Head down towards over the rise into turn 5 in the middle of the circuit. Oh, 278 of Cale Wade.
Will Cale.
No, Will Cale. How did I get that?
You just joined like 3 people, I think, so.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, Will Cale on the 278 having a paddle there, but he's going all right there in 6th on track. He's chasing down Buddy Brown on the 89, who's in 5th. So these two are going to have a little battle here as they exit that Coast Hire corner.
Now taking both taking the inside route to head down over the rollers towards the back straight of this track. On these 250s, and we've got number 32 just lets Blake Bohannon go past him on the finish straight in front of us. I wonder what was going on there. Very good job. That's Paul Raffaello.
Yeah, twice on the ground so far for this one. And he was part of that big impact with McCloskey. So he's still going, but yeah, unfortunately a lap down now. So Bohannon's got a near 7-second gap on Tyson Williams at the front of this one. So we keep an eye. There's Bohannon down the bottom of our circuit over these couple of tabletops.
That middle tabletop again, like you said yesterday, Dave. It's definitely the tabletop to show the good form and good style. Raphael Rossiter's in 3rd. He's about 7 seconds behind Tyson Williams.
I don't know if he's got enough time to climb any higher here, but maybe he does. He does have these last moto charges, but there is Williams on screen with the 169 in that, we call that purple gear?
Yeah, let's call it.
Call it purple?
Lavender?
Lavender?
I don't know if you can call motocross gear
Violet.
lavender. Violet. Now you're getting to it. As we watch Blake Bohannon smooth, controlled through the middle section, up over that tabletop. Down he'll take on the rollers before heading out into the fast back straight on the 125 there.
I'm interested to see how this second moto goes, because I'm just thinking about the fact that he's on the 125 against the 250s, and he didn't get a great start, did Blake Bohannon, and I dare say that's purely bottom end horsepower and drive on that ripped up surface out of the gate. So he's probably given up a little bit at the gate, but just makes him work that little bit harder than have to get through the field in the opening laps. So, which obviously hasn't been a problem in this moto, but let's see what happens in Moto 2. But it's good learning opportunities here for Bohannon. Putting that bike that's probably a little bit underpowered compared to the 254 strokes.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Rossiter's closing in 3rd, but
yeah,
the gap's down to just under 4 seconds, and he's gone faster again with a 1:45.6. So Rossiter doing his usual thing here, catching fire at the end of the moto.
Yeah, he's definitely putting all his energy in the right places at the moment, Raphael Rossiter. Like you say, another fastest lap. He's cut that lead down to gap to Tyson Williams by about 2 seconds. As we watch him through the rollers on the drone shot. Coming down the bottom part of the circuit with these 3 tabletops. This middle tabletop. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rossiter loves that middle tabletop.
He does, doesn't he?
So Rossiter now making his way past Raffaello, who's the one missing that front plate there, the 32. Still circulating, but you can see the gap. So there's Rossiter, then the man in the purple, the violet, the lavender. He's just in front of him there. As they come into this tightest section, you're going to see them in that switchback. So there's the 2 of them in that one shot.
And through the Coast Hire corner.
This battle is tightening up, but Williams has had a little, I think he lost a little traction on the exit of the Coast Hire corner there. But they're getting closer, so Rossiter can see him now, so that'll spur him on.
Yeah, he's got a hair to chase in front of him now as they take the rollers on, head down towards the back straight of this track.
But we are about to see, well, where are we up to? I think we're onto a last lap board here. So we got 1 to go. Bohannon is about to get it, and he comes over the finish line in front of us now. So he's got the last lap board. So Williams is about to get it as well as he drops down the hill to our final corner. So 1 to go. What can Rossiter do? Is he close enough?
Rossiter's definitely closed up the gap
Oh, he's gone faster again as Rossiter. He's dropped to the low 145s now, 145.0. So he's down to 2.5 second gap to second place. So the battle here will be for second and third. Can Rossiter get anywhere near him? It's going to be maybe a last corner dive, if anything, because that's probably where it's going to be that he finally catches him.
Yeah, we've got a lap ride here. He's not going to get in their way, I don't think, as Rossiter goes around the whole shot graphics corner. He's chasing Tyson Williams over these tabletops. Rossiter's definitely closing up on him as they go over these tabletops.
Oh.
He's very close. He's right on his back wheel now as they take on this mid part of the track that I spoke about in our intro this morning. This is going to be the interesting. I said this is where races could be won and lost, and it looks like between Tyson Williams and Raphael Rossiter, this is where it's going to be for second and third place.
Different lines here in the Risen Unlimited corner.
Rossiter, the outside option.
Geez, he almost ran out of track there.
As they are...
Williams doing the right thing and taking the inside lines to close them out, but Rossiter now is going to have to sweep him. Oh, he shut him out. He got it done. From the outside, he shut the door.
Great move from Rossiter. Now let's see if he can get the drive. Coming onto this back straight, looks like he's got enough drive to keep Tyson Williams behind him at the moment as they head up into this top Motorcycle New South Wales corner at the top of the circuit. There you can see Blake Bohannon headed down the hill as the checkered flag is being made ready. Blake Bohannon comes over, gives a thumbs up to the checkered flag marshal. As in the last corner, it's Raphael Rossiter in front of Tyson Williams, and he manages to get it done. And another fastest lap, a 144.068 from Raphael Rossiter on the last lap.
That move from Rossiter helps him for the overall for the day. If he goes now 2-1 to Blake Bohannon's 1-2, Rossiter will get it. So that move was important for the overall chance of winning for the day for Rossiter. But we're hearing that you've got Blake Bohannon down there. The #1 fan for Blake Bohannon is going to interview Blake Bohannon here.
Yeah, mate, I'm down here with Blake Bohannon, who absolutely dominated that class. Blake, you got to ride here yesterday in Juniors Day. You're here on Seniors Day. You're on a 125 in basically a 250 class. Give me a little rundown of how your day's shaping up, mate.
Yeah, it's been good. The track's so much better than yesterday. I feel really good out there and I'm stoked.
What's the difference between the track today to yesterday? Is it just the lines? Is it how they ripped it? What's the difference?
I think because they let the big boys out first, the lines formed up a lot deeper and better, and yeah, they ripped it a lot deeper as well. So yeah, it was good.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations on that win on your 125, mate. That was really well done. Look forward to seeing what you do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, fantastic ride from Blake Bohannon there on the 125 in the 250 class. Like Dave said, he didn't get the best of starts, but once he got out the front, he showed him the way. Ended up winning with a 6.9 second gap over Raphael Rossiter, followed by Tyson Williams, Noah Thompson, Buddy Brown, Will Cale, Travis Barker, Riley Tung, Jahili Thompson, and Sharonbaum.
Funny little tidbit of information there, boys. Just grabbed Blake beforehand. I said, mate, I'm just going to have a quick chat with you. Do you mind talking bike setup? And he laughed and he said, I don't know anything about my bike setup.
Oh, that's something he's going to have to work on.
I said, really? And he goes, no idea.
Yeah.
All right. Very interesting, mate. Dad's got you sorted.
So you think Blake Bohannon knows nothing about bike setup, Russ, or do you think that was a throw-off?
No, look, I'm actually going to go with that. I think that if I asked him about these bike setup, he would be happy to talk to me about it. I think with his age as well, too, he's probably just hasn't really engaged in that part of it. He's also been well looked after being on the Yamaha Junior Racing team.
Yeah, very true.
So I just don't think it's been a necessary part of his journey to understand suspension and chassis setup and tyres and stuff. He's just focused on the racing.
It's going to have to be very soon.
That'll all come. What'll be interesting is to see whether he's a good test rider, whether he can give good feedback. Obviously, his bike looks well set up every single round, so I'm guessing he's pretty good at letting Dad know what's happening on the bike, which is, to me, a really important part of it. Even if you don't know how to turn the clickers and do bits and pieces yourself, if you can give good feedback to your mechanical team, that's probably most of the way there. So interesting from young Blake Bohannon.
Very good point as the 15-second board goes up for the MXW race.
Here we go. We're looking at Ada Harris there on the far inside gate. coming back from heartbreak. Can she get it? Oh, the girls are robbing paint as Mia Tung gets shoved off to the outside, and Ada Harris goes all the way through, super aggressive on the first one there. Mia Tung with a hand up in the air, re-entering the track safely. Ada Harris nailed that start and comes through the rollers really, really smooth.
Mia Tung's just taken out our National Motorcycle Alliance bannering there. She's a plug for them, but now they're going to have to put that back up. So
just about took out our Marshall down there too, who was standing on those barriers.
Yeah,
but
very tight coming into turn one there, wasn't it, from Mia and Ada?
Now, wasn't a super aggressive move from Ada. She just came through pretty quick, and I think Mia more so ran out of track than got punted. But we'll see how that goes if there's a bit of fireworks between those girls. But let's just keep an eye on Ada. We know she's fast. We know the bike is good. It's those unforced errors we've got to keep an eye on. Now, Claire Pollard is coming around in, looks to be fifth position.
Yeah, so currently second is actually a new name, Stephanie Turnbull. So awesome start for Stephanie, and to be running up here with the with Ada, not too far back of her at the front of this pack. That's awesome job by Stephanie Turnbull. She's a, well, maybe she's a Queenslander because they've got Queensland Elevators as one of her sponsors here. So, yeah, Stephanie's a new name in our field here.
On the screen there, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth.
We lost Ashton Warren. She didn't have a good go in the junior girls class, and she's obviously gone down already in the women's as well. So she's going to have to figure it out here quickly.
Straight back up and going again, which is good to see. But the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth battle was starting to look pretty spicy in the middle section of this track as we wait for the girls to Ada come down to come around and tick off the first lap, sorry.
Now this women's class has had a huge shake-up, hasn't it, fellas? We've lost a lot of riders from the top end of this class, and things have shaken up quite a bit as the season's gone on. We've got some new names here. We've got some names that have disappeared.
Yeah, absolutely. There has been a few names that haven't been able to make it. I'm just seeing that Olivia Herdew is a non-starter for this race, which is a bit of a shame for Olivia. But Ada Harris, Stephanie Turnbull, the new name to the list. Mia Tung in third. Izzy Barker.
Now, just on that, correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw the Barker girls. I believe there was two of them, Dave, early on. Was it Canberra,
was that
maybe?
Canberra? I think it was Canberra, yes.
The two sisters were there, and then I don't think we saw them the last couple.
No, yeah, I'm just looking through our championship list. So give me a sec to, yeah, Liv Barker was there as well. So, but that was Canberra, but they haven't been at round 2 or 3. And it doesn't look like Liv is on our list, so maybe she's injured or not, at least
she's
not here.
Yeah.
So,
and they're Queensland crew, right? I believe.
I believe so, yes, yeah. So, doesn't really help me. Oh, no. Barker, she's got Bega motorcycles, so they might actually be local.
Might be local. Stephanie Turnbull here, off screen. He's starting to get up behind Ada Harris as we watch the...
Ooh, bit of a battle. Oh, write it down. The Yamaha, the 2 machine of Ella Hamilton, just tucking the front there on the exit of that Coast High corner. She was trying to make a move. So she's given up a couple of spots there. Claire was, I believe Claire Pollard was just trying to go around the outside there of her as well. So I'm not sure why Claire dropped back down, but we're getting a bit of a battle at the front here. There's 3 girls about to be all over each other. Ada Harris at the front. Turnbull's caught right there, but so is Mia Tung after her first turn excursion.
Yeah, well, it's Ada Harris, Stephanie Turnbull, and Mia Tung come over the finish line.
Turnbull looked like she wants this.
Together. Well, they went, Ada Harris did a 2-minute lap. Stephanie Turnbull went quick with the 1:59.
Oh, around the outside is Turnbull in turn 1.
Yeah, well,
she's taken the lead.
Mia Tung with the 1:58 on the fastest lap, but Stephanie Turnbull puts a move on Ada Harris, and let's see if she can hold the line and put a bit of distance between herself, because she's also got Mia Tung.
So that line choice, boys, did you see what happened there coming into turn 1? Ada Harris is hugging this inside all the way down the hill into this corner. We haven't seen that work for a lot of people. Reese was doing it, and it worked for him, but we noticed that she got passed on the outside. So is that Matafiglio wide outside line still the line of choice?
Yeah, it looks magnificent, that's for sure.
Definitely might be.
I see what you did there, mate. That was great.
That was awesome, wasn't it? Thank you.
Stephanie used it to her advantage there. As we watch the girls come into the inside part of the track.
Stephanie with a bit of style on that tabletop too. Just getting the bars, twisting them, and the bike stepping out. Looked very stylish. She's looking fantastic here as she's taken over this lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, they're not so fantastic because there's a hole on that exit of that rut and out of the coastal line. Actually, looking up out of it from the commentary position here, looking straight down there, that looks horrible.
It does look horrible. And Ada's got more problems because Mia Tung is right behind her. Mia Tung is looking very racy. She gets up close and thinks about a move. We'll go through these rollers and down onto the back straight here, and let's see what Mia's definitely got the throttle down well.
Oh, Mia almost ate it there. She got well and truly out of shape. The front went one way, the back went the opposite on the pace part of that hill too. Geez, that could have been bad.
Heavens to Betsy, that'd be a fast place to come off. We don't need any of that. Thank you, Mia. I'm sure her heart rate's up at the moment. Let's watch the girls come over to click off another lap. So it's closed up again. It's Stephanie Turnbull, Ada Harris right
so
behind her.
So let's watch the run into turn one because they're doing this different line that we're talking about.
Look down here at turn one. What do you see? I just saw
inside, but Stephanie Turnbull.
What's Beachy put out?
He's put out a black flag.
For who?
Rider 26.
Ashton Warren. She went down earlier in the race, and then I've seen her pull into where the pit boards are. They did a little bit of bike adjustment. I'm not sure what Beachy's seen to give her a black flag, but maybe something was hanging off her bike.
Rule. No, that's the rule she's broken. She's gone and got an outside assistance. So she's rolled off into the mechanics area. Past the mechanics area, gone and got assistance to the bike straightened back up and then headed back out there. So I believe
that's a no-no.
That's a no-no, and that's what she's done there. So that's probably, is that the first black flag we've seen so far?
Might be throughout the series. We've had some, obviously, points and time penalties, but not a black flag as such. So that's a bit more serious. But at the front, we've had a bit of a change, and Mia's getting back towards this. So that Ada Harris has got back to the front. Stephanie has dropped down in a second, but Mia Tung is about to go around the outside of Stephanie here. So she's collected herself after that heart-stopping moment up the hill at the back of the last lap there. So Mia Tung to second now. Now this is that championship battle that's happening here in the women's class, is between Mia Tung and Ada Harris. Mia has a 4-point gap over Ada. So if they finish the way they are right now with Ada in front, there'd be a 1-point gap. So Mia really wants this position over Ada here. And Mia's not scared going back up here. She's holding that on.
Back straight. Obviously, last lap doesn't concern her.
No, not scared.
No.
So she's tried to go around the outside. She did get to the front for a brief second there, but Ada with that inside line and the power out of the corner.
From Ada.
Yeah, Ada's going
at the front.
Hold on to it for another lap as they come past the finish line here. But Mia all over the back of Ada Harris here in this moto with 7 minutes plus a lap still to run.
And so Ada takes the inside, Mia runs the outside.
Down on screen, that's the 17 of Izzy Barker. Just looking a bit worse for wear there for a second, but she's up. Just maybe knocked the wind out of herself. As the battle back at the front here. Tung, second place. Through the rollers, trying to get a good run here. They're both going to filter down towards that big inside roller and then cut across the track, take the inside in that whole shot graphics corner.
Oh, not exactly tidy there from Ada.
No, she's trying to put the power down and it's just stepping sideways. That bike always just, when she's under power points, it always doesn't look quite comfortable. It's not smoothly sitting in the ruts.
No, but Mia definitely right behind her now. See if she can put something together in the inside of this circuit here.
They're going to pull alongside each other here into this corner, but different lines. They're going to separate. So I think we might be in for a little good run here in this tight section. Let's see what they do when they get here. Are they going to follow? Are they going to take different lines?
One goes the inside, one goes the outside. Mia's got the momentum as she tries to go into the Coast Hire corner. She's going to run the outside again, but I'm not sure if it's going to get the job done.
She's going to have a better run. Oh, she was polite. Mia was polite there.
Yeah, close the door proper on her.
On screen, on screen we're getting the little chat as to why the 26 machine of Ashton Warren got that black flag that we mentioned a lap or so ago. That's Daniel Beach, our clerk of course, on screen there, just giving her the understanding of the rulings.
Watch Mia here. She keeps it wide open on this back straight, around the outside, up over the hill. Except she's running the outside line. Ada takes the inside line as they did last lap and just seems to hold the the line as they drop down into this last turn before they come over and tick over another lap here.
I think she's going super fast down the straight, but she's actually...
She stalled it. Mia's stalled it down in the last corner.
No.
She stopped, which has given Ada a bit of breathing room, and now it's brought Stephanie Turnbull back into the conversation as she's right on the back of Mia Tung. Once again, the different lines through turn one. Stephanie loves that outside Magnifiglio line, but just can't get close enough to Mia.
That bit there where she's hit that neutral or she's stalled it, that's the equivalent of walking into a glass door for a motocross, because you don't know that it's there and all of a sudden you just dead stop.
Yep. That is a great analogy, Dave. I don't actually have an...
You don't have anything to add to that?
It's not very often I can say I don't have anything to add, but that's one of those situations.
Glad to make leave you speechless, Greg. As we see Mia, she's got going. She's opened the glass door and she's walked through the opening. She's in second position now, but Stephanie is close enough. There was a gap that Stephanie had dropped off, and obviously that little moment there has just brought her back into the mix. But Mia with she pushed the front and dabbed the leg there. The left leg took all that load. But Ada at the front, again, 5.8 seconds now. We can't really do anything but bring up the obvious that happened in the junior girls here. Ada was in a similar position in the junior girls, but on the last lap managed to give away the win to Claire Pollard. Hopefully she's learned from her error in that one and she can hold it together here, because this is championship, implicating times here for her. We are at round 4 of 5 in our championship series, so you don't want to be giving away any points if you can help it, but Mia's going to have to try and get that gap bridged. It's now out to nearly 6 seconds, maybe even a touch further after that lap, but we'll see when they come across the line here what it is. But we still do have a couple of minutes in this moment. Well, she's tried to change the line up there. I was going to say too, we didn't quite get to it because she did do that stall or gear, miss gear at the last lap. But when she's going so fast up that back straight, she actually backs off too much into the corner to try and make the corner, and then she doesn't get a good run, whereas Ada, taking a bit more of a steady approach, can pick a better line into that top corner there, and then it has been passing her back. So yeah, as much as Mia's doing the fearless, I'm holding it wide open and taking you down the straight, it's not working out at the corner for her.
No, once she gets up to the top where, like you say, she's got to slow down, pick a line and go for the corner. I'm not sure if it's just coming at her, like you say, a bit too quick, or she's just struggling to get the bike to stop and take the line she wants.
Yeah,
she's tried the outside rut a few times in the top corners. We watch her go over the tabletops down the back of the circuit. Now, young Stephanie Turnbull, I'm not sure.
She's just there.
She's just there, but
not engaging for this position for a battle, right? Like,
no, I wonder
Mia just stepping out of that rut on the mound there. It's we're starting to get to that point where the track is becoming a nasty obstacle, not just let's go and have fun on it. It's you got to actually really consider where you are on track at the moment. So we're at that point, it's only going to get worse. And this is that rut on the exit at Coast Hire that Ada's persisting with, but it looks like a trench from where we're sitting.
It does look like a trench from where we're sitting. I'm just wondering if Stephanie's starting to run into a bit of fitness. I've seen the last couple of tabletops there. She kind of just rolled them. I don't know if she might have. She's looking behind over her shoulder there.
So, yeah, the 17 is just behind her, but she's a lap or a lap down. Is Izzy? Yeah, so she's not in that battle, but yeah, Stephanie having a good look over. I think she is probably maybe a little bit gassed.
Yeah.
Oops, just out the corner of my eye. Just noticed the 25 of Sienna Gadis getting a bit sideways and having to paddle up to the finish line as Ada's just approaching that area.
So Ada will come through and click off another lap here. She's got this race under control at the moment. I'm too scared to say that.
You're saying that very cautiously, Greg. Very cautious with your words, mate. Mia on screen, putting the power down on that Honda, down the start straight area. She's running that inside, drifting to the out. She's familiar with the outside of the track there after using it in the opening segments of our race.
Not sure if it was by choice, but she definitely used it.
Yeah, the bannering. This is a bit worse for wear there, that National Motorcycle Alliance. Looks like somebody's fixed it up already. Geez, those guys are the Motorcycle New South Wales officials. They are on top of it. Whole shot graphic corner, look at the ruts in that, and Mia just having to skip out. She wanted the inside rut, but didn't pull up quick enough and had to sort of bounce through those ruts.
Oh, and she takes all of that tabletop. and the next one. So she's down into turn 4 there, which will bring her down into the tighter section of the course. Over the hump and around the turn.
Just a bit of a dab there again. The inside corner, the inside foot having to hold her up.
Bit of style over the tabletop there. Not sure if it was a foot off for style or a foot off to try and get the bike to go where she wants.
Oh, did you see the head slap in that one? The bike stepped and the bars twisted. Wow, that was awkward.
Yep. Yeah, she's
the bike just skipping through that section. The acceleration bumps there look nasty.
They do, don't they? Track's definitely ripping up, different to what it did yesterday. As we said all day today, the bigger bikes are going to have the track's going to look different than it did yesterday afternoon from the junior riders. And that's one of the points that I think they would prefer it wasn't.
So Mia just putting our rider the 25. That was Sienna Gadiz, just a lap down there. Sienna's got going after that little moment I spotted the lap earlier.
Ada comes over to take the last lap board in front of our commentary position as we watch Mia drop down into the last turn. She'll also come over to take the last lap board. And Stephanie Turnbull's doing a good job. She's still in third position. She's actually having a battle with Sienna Gadiz, who's a lap down. So to start the last lap, we have Ada Harris from Mia Tung, Stephanie Turnbull, Claire Pollard, then Ella Hamilton.
111. Samantha, the name's too long to fit on the screen. Sorry, Samantha MacArthur. Sienna Gadiz there in 7th.
Izzy Barker, Imogen Christie.
And Ashton Warren's there listed, but disqualified from that outside assistance. And Olivia Hadju, a non-starter for this one. So hopefully everything's okay with Olivia. Maybe she's just decided not to do 2 motos, like 2 classes today. She is in that junior girls as well. So hopefully she's back out for junior girls later in our program.
Yeah, and she raced yesterday as well. So
yeah,
maybe just decided that she'll stick to the one she's got a better chance in the championship, which is clever from Olivia and her team.
Ada just sending that middle tabletop there. No worries about that one.
No worries at all.
Despite the ruts that are starting to develop on the face of it yet again. They were very nasty yesterday afternoon on that particular tabletop. The rest of them, as Russ said, look perfect, but we saw otherwise on that particular face.
From the other angle, not so much as we watched Ada.
This one is where she's got to be careful, because this is where it ended for her last time on the last lap. She's navigated it perfectly this time. So we look like we're going to be able to get first moto win for the day for Ada Harris. She's got to navigate this final turn. She's going to come through here, puts the Husky around there nice and smoothly, grabs the win. Yeah. She'll be happy with that one. Will Ada Harris on the 219.
Great ride after the heartbreak of her last moto. So we're waiting for Mia Tung and Stephanie Turnbull to come through and complete the podium. Here comes Mia. And I believe Russ is down there to have a chat to Ada and see how much she's improved after last moto. We'll see if she'll stop and talk to you this time. And Russ is...
All right, sorry, fellas. Down here with Ada, I was just celebrating with her, mate. She's all pumped. She's excited again. There's a big smile on the face underneath the helmet. A little bit of a heartbreaking moment there in the junior girls race, Ada. And we've seen that a little bit out of you this series at the junior girls has given you a little bit of trouble. The seniors, you're riding really well. Walk me through what happened on that last race and how we're feeling now that you got the win on this one.
Super pumped that I got the win in the women's. It means a lot. And in the junior girls, I just saw the last lap board and was like, yes, I got to win this. And just came around the last corner and took a different line to kind of chill and just feet flung off the back and just tucked it. So learnt my lesson, raced to a checkered flag, and yeah, stoked with that one.
Just a little bit of lapse in concentration. Hey, well, Ada, you're looking fantastic out there. You're riding really fast. The bike's looking great out there. Congratulations on the first moto win of the day for the women's. Can't wait to see what you do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks though, Russ. What a great interview. Well, while the next class is getting brought up into the gates, we might take a quick break down here from the far South Coast Motorcycle Club, where the sun is shining. Oh no, I've been told that's incorrect. The board's up. Looks like we've got the vets of the 5-second board. And this should be an interesting race here. I think Nathan Brockchop has generally had the cover for these guys in the vets race. It's takes off with a...
Oh, Brockdrop's decided to use the outside Mia tongue line, unfortunately.
The Mia tongue line.
Well, every time somebody uses one thing, it becomes their line. And it wasn't her choice of that line, but yeah. Whoa, Brocky.
Understandable.
Legs off, having a... Looked like he was on a surfboard for a second there.
Yeah, that's not the perfect line through the rollers. Well, watch them into the whole shot graphics corner, turn 3.
Well, we've got our 4 old men out here in the 40-plus vets class.
Just want to know that Dave is the one that called you old men, not me.
I'm in that same... I'd be in this race if I was not commentating, Greg, so I can call myself an old man if I want to. But Harriman's there trying to get to the front. He's trying to find his way past the 77 machine there of Todd Williams, who got a good start there.
They come down into this middle, tighter section of the track, and all 4 of them not too far apart, and see if we can get a good race out of this one. 2 went the inside, 2 went the outside as they go into the Coast Hire corner. Todd Williams doing a good job out in front, keeping these boys behind him.
Daniel Collins is there in 3rd on that 254 machine. He was trying to look inside of Harriman there in one of those inner Coast Hire corners, I think it was, but Brockdrop's trying to go around the long way around Collins here as they head to the back straight. He's going to go past Harriman as well, is Brockdrop on the Suzuki. Putting the power down after having his little surf moment earlier. He's putting it back together. He's caught the wave maybe and rolling forwards.
Smooth. Up in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner as they drop down into this last turn to tick off what will be their first lap. And Brockdrop looking for the inside line, but Todd Williams closes on him over the finish line and down in towards turn 1. Second, boys, Lee Harriman and Daniel Collins have got their own battle going on as they go down towards turn 2. Todd Williams doing a good job.
Yeah,
Nathan Brockdrop behind him.
It's a good run for him so far. Like, obviously the start helps that, but he's having a good go. He's not looking out of place here at the front, is Williams.
Oh, Nathan Brockdrop just didn't quite make a meal out of that last jump, but didn't look smooth.
Well, a bit of style for the 77 machine here. He's enjoying these tabletops.
Beautiful. Do you reckon even the old men just go, that's going straight to Insta, or is it just a young kid thing?
Do they know what Insta is? Are they?
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe. But look, if he does want it for the gram, he can snip that for later, because that was stylish.
When I was in New Zealand a couple of months ago, I met a young girl who's on the World Surf Tour, and I said, do you want to add me on Facebook? And she said, Facebook? That's old person social media. Do you have Instagram? And I looked at my wife.
You're like, I do now, yes.
Yeah, I do. I've just got to make one.
Yeah, exactly. Give me 5 seconds. Oh, jeez, yes. The world changes very quickly.
Yeah. So Todd controlling the pace from Nathan Brockdrop, and then it looks like we've got Harriman,
yep.
And then Daniel Collins at the back. The first 3 have sort of broken away a little bit from Daniel. Let's see if Todd's doing a great job keeping Brockdrop behind him. Down the back straight, up over this.
Oh, the back end of that Suzuki was rather loose.
Yeah.
Harriman hanging here. He's not dropping off. This is actually quite a good little battle for these 3 blokes at the front. I know we only have a very small field here, but the 3 of them being nice and tight here on these opening few laps is actually pretty interesting. Keeping it interesting as Brockdrop's going to dive to the inside in turn 1.
Todd Williams had a moment coming over the finish line there, which opened the door to Nathan Brockdrop, but he's closed it again. He's definitely in the mood to try and keep behind him. Brockdrop wants none of it as they go. One takes the inside, the outside rut as down through the rollers. Ooh.
Todd's got a nice run there, double, whereas Brockdrop sort of lost that flow partway through it. And it actually gives it back to Todd. But can Brocky... No, he's going to float the outside. I think Todd's just looking to play up on these tabletops out the back here.
Yeah.
Get that thing... He's trying to turn down.
Yeah, he's trying to have some fun on the tabletops and enjoy himself and wait for the race and for the rest of the track as he tries...
He's holding the lead still.
Yeah, tries to push Brockdrop out, but Brockdrop take the inside line coming into this tighter section in the middle of the track, and
Todd's just flowing the outside, so the momentum he's carrying around the outside is working for now. Brockdrop's getting a bit buried in some of these inside ruts and not getting a smooth drive on the exits, which is really hurting him.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Todd taking the outside, which gives him the inside for the whole shot graphics corner up over this middle berm there. not really allowing Nathan Brockchop to put a move on as they take one inside, one outside over the rollers as they head down towards the back straight. Nathan Brockchop just sent that first roller, trying to get as close to Todd Williams as he can down the back straight, up the hill into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, and see if it turns into a bit of a braking duel. Todd Williams taking the inside line, forcing Nathan to go all the long way around. Looks like he's almost got the momentum to do it as they come down into the last turn.
Breakathon here. Oh, see the back end of Brockchop's bike just bouncing on the braking bumps down the hill. You know what's funny? When so far Todd Williams has taken the outsides where we're saying that Brocky's getting caught up on the inside ruts, and when they finally flip and go the other way around, Todd Williams's lines work out better on those other corners.
Yeah.
So Brockchop's doing the right thing and not following, but he's getting the rough end of the stick in terms of he keeps ending up on the worst line of the two.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not count out Lee Harriman here.
He's going to make a
move on Brockchop here.
Hey.
Once again, a bit smoother through those rollers. Brockchop just hasn't quite got them dialed in yet. He's followed the Todd Williams line, and see if that improves. He would have had a good look at it the last couple of laps.
But Harriman's up alongside. If anything, he's going to get past him, I would say.
I think Harriman might have got the job done here. Depends
on how these lines work out in this corner. Oh, Harriman with a little front end tuck there. I think that might have hurt him. Yeah, he's tried to get cut back to the inside as Harriman, and he just pushed the front, and I think he lost a little bit of momentum.
Oh, but he's up the inside coming into this.
Yeah, but see now Brockchop's trying to follow Todd Williams's lines through that section, so he's trying to learn those lines. It's the first time he's probably been on them. So Harriman took the lines that Brockchop was taking and then had the same effect that Brockchop had the lap before, where they don't work out so well on the exits.
So by the end of this race, you think all three of them will be on what we're going to call the Todd Williams line?
Maybe, probably.
Because if Nathan Brockchop's learning and following the Williams line, then Harriman's going to learn and follow the Brockchop line. And Todd Williams has shown him the way around so far. So head onto this back straight and hold these bikes wide open.
I'm just impressed that these three guys are still within the same little space of track and the battle going on. I thought we would have had them all separate out by now, but it's a great little battle that's going on at the front for these three riders. There's nothing in it, and they are the top three in the championship. Obviously, we only had 6 riders at our opening round, but these three were the ones that ran it the best at the opening round. And I think I do remember that Todd saying on the podium when we did it after Dubbo that he was a little disappointed in his ride there, and he didn't have anything for Harriman and Brockchop, but he's definitely shown something this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe like you said earlier about other riders, maybe it's this surface or it's just this track layout. This Nathan Brockchop puts in a 1:53, the fastest lap of the race. It's just 2:54. Daniel Collins go over the finish line in front of our commentary position. He held onto the guys for a few, probably a lap and a half, 2 laps. And then Lee Harriman bridged the gap to him and caught up to these three. Now it's a 3-way battle. A bit more controlled from Todd Williams over those tabletops. Maybe he's realised he's got 2 bikes for company, and he's,
a little overbalance there from Todd. He got a little high-sided in that rut.
That opened up the door.
Well, this is those lines that Brockchop's gone back to, and there goes Todd flowing around the outside.
Yeah, Brockchop had a little bit of a wobble on that inside rut, and it just sort of killed his momentum a bit. As we see down into the coast higher corner, all 3 of them taking almost the exact same line.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid that inside rut, that trench. Oh, Brockchop with a little odd-looking float there on that tabletop. He had front going one way high, and the back was a bit dropped and off centre. So not the neatest of jumps there from Brockchop, but we still run 1, 2, 3. Williams, Brockchop, Harriman, and then Collins in 4th. Our 4 riders out on track here for the MX Vets 40+ class.
Yeah, Williams and Brockchop have kind of dropped Lee Harriman a little bit. He's only just out of shot there, but
Brockchop's closer here than he has been on the inside. Will he get it?
Brake bumps every time just don't allow him.
Williams.
Todd Williams with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:53.8, 1:54 from Brockchop and a 1:55 from Lee Harriman, a 1:55.9. So that's the difference as we see.
Brockchop. They got rather close there. Brockchop wanted to cut to back to the inside, but Williams was already there. And so here's the line. Williams is going to float around, miss that high inside roller, and cover the inside in the whole shot graphics corner. Brockchop He actually looks like he's turned it up. Maybe he's got it. He wants it this lap. He's trying harder. He's alongside for the first time in a while here, but he's on the outside as they come into this next corner. So will he be able to get a run, or is Williams going to hold it? We'll have to see.
He's tried to rail that berm and get a run. It puts him on the inside for the next corner, but
this is where it's gone wrong, right?
That's right. Todd Williams runs his outside line.
Todd just dabbed the foot. Maybe that's enough to kill his momentum.
Todd Williams is down.
Yeah.
Todd Williams has gone down in that corner.
It's over.
That's a shame. It hands it to Nathan Brockchop, who now is going to have the track to himself with Lee Harriman about 5 seconds behind him. But Todd will be very disappointed in that. You were saying last time he spoke to him on the podium, he had nothing for him. Well, it looks like he's got enough to at least battle with Brockchop today, but he'll be a bit disappointed in that small drop, although he does just do a fantastic whip over that tabletop.
So now he can just play. So let's see what he does on those back 3 tabletops next time past when he's not in a battle. He might be upside down for all we know.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just out there and have fun and cut a few laps now and still land on the podium. It's definitely opened up the field a bit as we wait to see Nathan Brockchop. Now he takes the outside line away from most of those brake bumps down into the last turn and comes over the line. Still does. Well, Brockchop did the fastest lap of the race there at 1:53.01, so maybe it was a little bit of pressure on Todd Williams that made him drop the bike. It was a bit of a shame because it was the first lap or two, a great battle for the top 3, and then the top 2 looked like they were going to battle it out all the way. As we see him down into the whole shot graphics corner, turn 3 on this track, down into the tabletops is Nathan Brockchop, and like you said, it'll be interesting to see what Todd Williams has got to do.
Well, he's cruising really slowly past us here at the finish line as he comes past the commentary box. So he's obviously just given up on it, having had that crash. Daniel Collins is there. He could steal a position away if he's not careful, Todd.
Todd Williams is rolling. Daniel Collins has spotted him and thought maybe I could have a piece of this. See if he can put himself on the podium.
Harriman's on screen here. Now, just FYI, he's got a red plate for his C-grade MX1 class leading position, not for this particular class, because that's Brockchop with the red plate, or should have a red plate, but he doesn't on the bike. Obviously didn't pick that up and sign on this yesterday morning or this morning, whenever he signed on.
No, Shiv will be onto him.
I know. So, but yes, Harriman, C-grade MX1 championship leader at the moment, so he's doing double duties. And doing quite a good job there in that C-grade class as well, considering they've probably got a good, he's probably got a good 20 years on some of those.
On the rest of the competitors.
Yeah, those fresh 18, 16, 17, 18-year-olds.
So in the back of the pack, Daniel Collins is actually closing up on Todd Williams. Not sure if Todd maybe a bit of a shoulder. He sort of come over the finish line after he's little off and had his hand off the handlebars. And you know what they say, you don't bounce as well as we used to. Maybe he's just feeling it a little bit.
I think the bubble burst at that point too. He was in the battle, and when he picks it up and there's only 4 riders in the field and the front 2 are a long way gone from him, and the guy in 4th is still a fair way back. You're kind of like, what do I do here now, sort of thing. So
very true. As we watch Nathan Brockchop get all crossed up coming into that whole shot graphics corner, he just hasn't got those rollers sorted out, has he? He tried the Todd Williams line and looked all right at it, but yeah, he just hasn't got those rollers figured out yet on the Suzuki there.
He's at least getting around, obviously no pressure now. He's at least having an explore of the track to see maybe why Todd was able to hold him off for so long on some of these other lines that he just wasn't able to get to because he didn't want to follow. So
yeah, that's true. And in saying that, looking a bit not quite smooth over the holes. Last lap again, he did the fastest lap of the race. He's down to 1:52.98. So he's definitely pushing on, Nathan, enjoying himself. Now he's got a little bit of breathing space, showing a bit more form, a bit more style over the tabletops. Down in over these rollers. It's interesting, he launched that first roller when he was behind Todd to try and get a bit of momentum up behind him. It didn't quite work. We cut back to Todd. He's just coming into that, about to start that tighter section of the track. We've lost him. And we've picked up Nathan Brockchop down into the last turn. And as Nathan Brockchop is going to take the last lap board. Looking towards that Magnifiglio line, the magnificent line down there.
He's actually not quite following it. He's going out there, but he's not staying out there. He's sort of cutting back through the middle of the corner in turn 1. So he's obviously found a way that he's comfortable with. So he's adjusted the Magnifiglio magnificent line.
He's got a 24-second lead as well, so he has the time. If he doesn't want to go out there, he's not being pushed from behind as he was over those tabletops. Great shot. Oh, yeah. Some of those drone shots over the tabletops. You can see how much the track is starting to change down here in the Bega Valley with the green hills in the background. It is a spectacular day to be out here racing motocross. I'm certain, Dave, that if anyone made the decision looking at the weather at the start of the week to not come down to the far South Coast Motorcycle Club would definitely be regretting it.
Yeah, very regretful decision on that one because it's been spectacular. And track conditions, track being just so different from what we've had in the rest of the series. And even if you're just not local, you don't get to ride something like this because most of the other tracks around the state aren't this soft, loamy sort of soil. So yeah, well worth, if this track and venue ends up on our calendar next year, I think you'll find it's well attended because everyone's had a good time this weekend.
Like I said, we were talking to some of the locals helping with track prep on Friday, and they said this is, I think it's only the 5th event held at this new track layout after they change it. So it's also somewhere new to come and ride. As you can see, it's a sunny 16 degrees, barely any wind.
Compared to yesterday?
Compared to yesterday,
it was a little bit cool, chilly with the wind.
A lot warmer yesterday.
Here he is. Brockchop with the win.
Yep.
Number 9 on the Suzuki. Getting it done.
Ticks over the fastest lap of the race and takes the win. Not on the last lap, but holds the fastest lap of the race and the win. Had a good battle. As the rest of the guys come over the finish line, we might take a quick break down here west of Bega.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
Welcome back to the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club down here for round 4, day 2 of the New South Wales Motorcycle Titles. The 5-second board goes over. And
a few riders moving early there. I think the gate might have flinched or something, but a couple of them wanted it and they couldn't go yet. But jumping out the front, the 23 machine, that's Darcy Houston with a whole shot here. Well done, Darcy.
Yeah, we've got, this is the 125, 13 to 15 years. We're looking for probably Blake Bohannon or Raphael Rossiter.
And Rossiter's, I think they're already jumped his way to the front of this pack as they exited the Whole Shot Graphics corner.
Yeah, looks like Rossiter got a great jump out the gate there, boys, and Bohannon did not. He was one of the riders that flinched and nearly hit the gate, had to pull himself back and then have another crack at it. So not the start he's looking for, but as per usual, it doesn't seem to put too much of a damper on his race as he looks to move into 3rd position. He's going to take a couple of guys here right now. Up into 3rd we go.
Looks like he's in
he's in 5th at the moment.
He's in 5th at the moment. He was in 4th, but he just got pushed out.
So it's Rossiter from Millard, from Houston, and then I believe it's Rusty Killick, and then Bohannon is 5th. So
the 445 Eli's just gone down in front of me, and so has the number 18. This little section here where I'm standing, where both these riders have gone down, has become a bit of a treacherous section this morning, boys. It's not an area that's caused us any dramas yesterday, but today, this one corner caught a few riders out.
Yeah, I'd say that, as we talked about earlier, the ruts are a bit bigger and a bit deeper, and these big bikes are chewing the track up a bit more, which is the track's forming up different to the way it used to. As we see the lead riders go through the top turn, Motorcycle New South Wales corner, as we can see Raphael Rossiter coming over to click off the first lap.
He's got a nice Gandy gap here over second already, which is still Millard.
4.5 seconds.
Killick has moved his way into 3rd now over Houston, who's back to 4th. Bohannon hasn't moved up yet. He's still 5th on the charts here. Noah Thomas, Oliver Rex, Ollie Chandler, Archie Black, Will Cale. That's your top 10 here in the 13 to 15s, Junior 1 through 5s on our opening lap.
Now, Archie Black actually got a decent start there, boys. Sorry to jump in there, Greg, but Archie actually got a really decent start. He was right on this outside gate and got a really good launch. So I was hoping to see him come through at the start of that a little bit, but it looks like he got a little bit swallowed up in turn 2.
Rider just on screen at the top of the hill, the number 6 there, Hudson Job, having a moment in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner at the top of the hill, but he's up and going. Bohannon, Ryder, I think that's Killick, just having a look at his right side of the bike there over the mount. He might have a little issue maybe with his rear brake or something there, but he's dropped a spot. Bohannon has moved up.
He's in the 3rd place by looks at Bohannon. Rossiter's got himself a comfortable gap over Liam Millard, but Blake Bohannon, cue the Jaws music. He's going to try and chase these guys down.
The Jaws music.
We watch him go through the...
He's too young to know that reference too. You realise that, right?
Yeah, true. Oh, you can watch it on the iPad in the car on the way home. He'll know what I'm talking about.
He needs to watch the live stream.
After he watches the live stream, it's going to take a few hours to get home.
Mate, he's too young to even know what long-form movies even are.
That's actually true too, right?
He goes, what? You guys used to watch movies for 2 hours? What are you talking about?
It's only 7-second reels on my screen.
Mate, I'm down here looking at this corner that's claimed a few riders. It is an absolute mess. These ruts, there must be 20 of them wide coming into this corner. They are all super deep. Everyone's dragging pegs, and the ruts are folding in on themselves now. None of them are straight. They've all got hooks and kinks in them, and that's why we're starting to lose riders in this section.
We just see Liam Millard on the screen, I'm pretty sure. It's Raphael Rossiter has laid down a 1:45.8.
Wow.
That's 2. The next quickest person is Bohannon and Rusty Killick with Blake Bohannon with a 1:47. So Raphael Rossiter has got the bit between his teeth, he's got the head down, and he's trying to race away with this, get himself a bit of breathing room.
Bohannon's making a move here on Millard for 2nd down the back on those tabletops, but they're going to take different lines here, so maybe Millard be able to hold on to this.
Yeah, Millard
He's closing him out a bit there on as they come over the mount, and a lap rider. That's Hudson Job, I think, getting in the way there of Bohannon. But
Bohannon makes the move, gets it done, leans the bike over, leg out. As he went over the tabletop, he looked left to see where Rossiter was. So I think you're right, mate. Cue that Jaws music. He's looking for him, and he's wanting blood, mate. He's coming for him.
Yeah, Rossiter's at the front. He's running. Like I said, he's putting a 2-second a lap quicker. Bohannon might have had to deal with a bit of traffic on that lap. Now he's got some clear track in front of him. We'll see if he can chase down.
Bohannon is just impressing me on these last couple of sections of track. That inside tabletop out of our split, like the tight section, everyone's sort of been just making it, but Bohannon came out of the inside rut so hard with such good drive that he cleared that easy, and then he's just launched through those rollers like nobody's business. He's got the bit between the teeth. He wants to chase this gap down, but Rossiter's got a decent gap, so he's going to have to work for it, is Bohannon.
Dave, you sound like you're joining Team Bohannon, mate.
I might.
Would you like me to induct you?
I might, after those last couple of moves, need a form.
No one's saying that.
You got the paperwork so I can sign up?
I've got it right here, mate.
Yeah,
you can join the team.
You've got to speak to the #1 fanboy if you want to join the team. And that's
president of the fanboy club, mate.
Well, Raphael Rossiter did a 1:46. Bohannon did a 1:47, so Rossiter's still a bit quicker, but with no traffic to deal with. It'll be interesting to see what Blake Bohannon, as we watch him over the jumps down the... Oh, sorry, that's Raphael Rossiter. Watch him over the tabletops down the back of the track.
That's right.
To see if Blake can close up the gap here with no traffic in front of him.
Rossiter forced to choose an inside line there to get around a back marker rider. That really slowed him up. He's been fast in this section, and Rossiter's not going to be happy about that. He needs all the speed he can get to keep that distance between Bohannon and himself.
Just watching Bohannon over that tabletop, he did exactly the same thing, Russ. A big look left to see where Rossiter is. He knows what he's got to chase. It's just a matter of if he's got the fitness, the speed to do it.
Rossiter's going to be feeling really, really comfortable. Like you just said, Dave, earlier, Bohannon taking that tabletop super deep all the way over. That's actually going to help his speed so much coming into this technical section.
Yeah, he's gaining. He's like, what's there's a blue flag out over on the backside of the circuit that was just going out in front of Bohannon there for the other riders. But yeah, that jump, by getting all the way over it cleanly, he's got to gain probably half a second or so there. So that drive that it's all because of his technique in the corner before. He's going to the inside, which you would think shorten his run, but he's hitting that rut so well. He's just carrying such good speed up the face and absolutely clearing that down ramp. So
what's happening on those down ramps too? We mentioned it earlier, but the down ramps are like a two-stage down ramp. There's a knuckle halfway down. What happens if you don't clear all the way down? The bike hits the top. You have technically cleared the jump, but the bike then bounces down further. It unsettles the bike, and you're unable to put the power down. What Bohannon's doing is by taking the jump all the way basically to the flats or to the very bottom of the transition, he's able to land on the power, get straight on the gas, and launch into that next corner. It's a massive advantage for just jumping 3 or 4 feet longer.
Yeah, Blake Bohannon was about a second quicker than Rossiter that lap. It's a 9.6 second gap. I was just watching number 215. He's in 5th position, Oliver Rex. Yesterday when he's coming over the finish line, he was all the way to the left where the marshal's box is. He's not doing that, so I'm not sure if it's because he's on a different bike or if he's just had a chat overnight and realised it's not the line. Oliver Rex was the only one taking that line yesterday, and he's decided against it today, which is interesting as we watch Blake go over the tabletops and head out towards the rollers to take on this back straight.
Keep an eye on those timers, boys, because Rossiter got hung up by back markers there, all in this middle track section. He couldn't make a move and couldn't get around the rider. The blue flags were out, but it held him back quite a bit. I think we're going to see a big drop in lap times in that gap between Bohannon and Rossiter this lap around.
Well, here comes Rossiter past our finish line now. He does a 1:46.1, so it hasn't held him up too much for lap times, but we'll see what Blake Bohannon has put together for a lap time and see what how much the gap has changed as Blake goes past our commentary position. Blake was a bit slower. The gap's back out to 10 seconds, so it's holding pretty steady between Raphael Rossiter and Blake Bohannon.
Rossiter's doing a good job here. As much as that start has hindered Blake's progress at the beginning of the motor, Blake doing a really good job. But Rossiter, I think we need to give him some credit. We obviously always talk about Blake Bohannon and the things that he does, but these last couple of rides in this 13 to 15 years 125 class from Rossiter have been nothing short of impressive. He's going to go 3 motos over the last 3 if he keeps this pace up. And Rossiter himself, some of these ruts that he's hitting, if you keep an eye on him, he's absolutely flowing them, despite the fact I think his pants are hanging a little low. I'm not sure what's going on in the wardrobe department for Rossiter, but...
Maybe Dad's a plumber, mate, and it's all good.
Yeah, but look, other than that, watch these ruts here. He's got a line in this particular Coast High corner that he does really well, and then as he transitions here, he's actually found a bit of a low spot to use the tabletop to a different line, but he scrubs this next bit into the rollers as well to K down and then double through. So
now it's actually Bohannon having to do with a few lap riders in this middle tight section of the course. As we see Raphael Rossiter up the hill and the back straight into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. And we pick up Blake Bohannon just exiting the tight section onto the back straight, and he'll head up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. And we can keep an eye on these boys and see what the gap is. As there's Bohannon through the top of the track there, down into the last corner. Skywalker Studios banners on the outside there, who are responsible for these fantastic drone shots you're getting.
Now, boys.
Bohannon goes through. They both did a 1:48.0, so that it's exactly the same. Sorry, Russ?
No, sorry, mate. I was just going to say, I'm just positioning myself and my cameraman down here on this particular corner to show you what Rossiter's doing. He's got a line in here that is absolutely unreal. This corner's a mess. We've seen a ton of riders hit the deck, get stuck. We had a nasty crash here before. It's a very tricky corner. They're coming in at high speed, but the ruts are nasty. Rossiter's coming around now. He's going to take a line that I want you guys to see. Let's see if he does it. There's a back marker, so he might have to change. He goes to the outside, really high, cuts down, and crosses all these ruts. It's super, super fast and makes a rough corner smooth.
A very efficient way to do it from Raphael Rossiter there as he rounds that back marker in the Risen corner and into the Coast High corner. Didn't really hold him up too much, that back marker. Bohannon had another look to the left there just to see where he was as he jumped that tabletop. So watching Bohannon now getting caught up with some back markers as he tries to find a way through.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them there. One of them's the 21 of Blake Johnson. I just spotted that number. Didn't pick up the rest, sorry, but the 8 of Rossiter back on screen, up the back straight. Just a bit of style off the top of the hill there.
Very much. He's got another rider. He's putting a lap down. It doesn't get in his way, which is
the 225 of Jet Wise.
Good for Rossiter.
Oh, Jet just getting a little wild there out of the back of shot as he exited the corner. Rossiter up the hill, flick over another lap. He's getting the last lap board, so it's 1 to go here. Rossiter with a decent gap.
Rossiter just pushing down on those handlebars coming down the hill. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he is squeezing everything he can out of that bike. He was pushing down the hill like it was a transition at a skate park. He was looking for every bit of momentum he could squeeze out of it as he absolutely blasts through those rollers. The line he just took there was unreal. That was a very similar thing we saw to Reese Budd, where he's pumping down into the rollers, he's preloading that suspension and skipping over that final hump. It's super fast and super efficient.
Yeah, that's the way to get through that roller section fast, is to just jump over that last inside high roller. You got to figure it out, but because it's a timing thing in terms of where you start getting your double going on, because you can get out of sequence and then all of a sudden you've got to slam the face of it instead of hopping over it, which will lose you a bunch of time.
Yeah, and it's a very precise thing. We've seen some riders do it perfectly one lap and then try for the same. Just mistime it a bit the next lap and slam into the face of that last little bump as Rossiter goes through the whole shot graphics corner and up over the tabletop down to start the back section of back straight of the track.
There's Bohannon in the, just got another couple of riders in front of him he's got to deal with, just taking the same lines that he wants to take, so he's going to have to switch it up here. And that's the nice line that he's been doing, and he's got a little, there's actually a little pop forming on the face of that tabletop that's helping him get further over that table. So, and there's the line, he sort of scrubs that first roll and then doubles the second two, just to carry his momentum just a little bit differently through that one.
We watch him into the Motorcycle New South Wales kind of. Raphael Rossiter comes over to take that win. What a great ride from Raphael Rossiter. I know Blake Bohannon, like you said earlier, Dave, got caught out in the start, but he definitely kept the gap. The gap in the end was 16 seconds between Raphael Rossiter, Blake Bohannon. We're just waiting on Liam Millard to come over in third. And where's Liam? I think this is him coming up now, is it? We'll just wait to take Liam Millard over in third to get your podium. There's Liam Millard. So while these boys stop and have a drink and a breather, we might take a quick break here at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club, and we'll be back with some more action very shortly.
Yes, I come here, I think 2020, so about 6 years ago now, and honestly, when I raced here, I think it was one of the best tracks I had raced at the time, and probably still to this day. I think just the way the dirt is, it's quite fluffy, it forms up pretty rough and rutted, so the crew out there doing a really good job right now. They got multiple machines. We've got a nice wide open track, lots of options through many turns. I think it's going to be some good passing options and yeah, some high speed sections. So
the track looks really good. I'm excited to go back to dirt starts, doubles, concrete, and I feel like dirt starts kind of suit my style more, and the track's really fast, big tally roads, and I love that.
Well, it looks really good. I've never been here before and I haven't rode, but I'll watch the stream on the drive down here, and I do good on fast tracks, so I'm really excited.
I've never ridden at this track before, but it looks really good. Heaps of cool jumps, and it looks really loamy, so yeah, I'm excited.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
I'm down here with Archie Black. He's just pulled off from that race. Archie, give me a little rundown on how that went for you, mate. I did see an awesome start, but how did the rest of the race unfold for you?
Yeah, pretty good. I just wanted to get a good start because I got to be up there, like running up there with them big dogs. So I just wanted to get a good start. Got that out of the way. Dad said the rail, the outside, it worked. And I just held it on through them rollers, and it was like consistent laps, but I just need to be a bit more aggressive on them first few laps.
Mate, we're loving watching your progression through these bigger bikes, mate. You've stepped up into this class and you're riding really well. Really impressed with it, mate. What's it going to take to win on this track? It's a bit of a unique track. It's deep, it's sticky. There's a few interesting technical bits, and there's some wide open fast bit. What's it going to take to get it on the box here today?
Well, you just got to you just got to get a good start, and it's either going to come from very inside or the outside, so it's like kind of 50-50. But yeah, get a good start and then just log your laps because it's like pretty tough out there.
I noticed you're running the scoop tyre on the back too, mate. How's that working for you?
Yeah, pretty good. It's flowing through all them like mud ruts and stuff, but I reckon it's awesome. So we'll maybe change. I don't know. Probably we'll ask the mechanic.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations on your riding, mate. You're looking really good out there, and we're looking forward to you moving up through the pack. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting there, Russ. He said the start. Good start's either going to come from the very inside or the very outside, as we just watched the tractor on the live feed there, doing some track prep. Obviously, with the bigger bikes today, tearing up the track a bit more. They're going to have to get out with the tractor. Just the line where the finish line meets the start line. They're just trying to keep that relatively smooth, make it smooth and safer for these boys and girls doing the riding today on the big bikes, as the wind picks up in our commentary position again and tries to blow us away. Got the track prep going around. It does look spectacular out here. Track looks, as you can see in the drone shot there, looks spectacular. The weather here again is fantastic, and we are just waiting for this tractor to do a little bit of track maintenance. While the tractor knocks over some track maintenance, Dave, we might take another break, and we'll let these guys get it all sorted. Oh, hang on, no, scrap that, I'm sorry. The 2-minute board's just gone up. As soon as I say we'll take a break, the tractor pulled off the track, so we'll get ready for what will be MX2, A, B and C. It'll be their second moto of the day. Obviously, Reese Budd took the first moto with Max Compton, I believe, in second, who put a really good ride together.
We're going to have to keep an eye on Max Compton. If he can get a start here, because he's been a bit buried in these early motos, if he gets a start, he might run with Reese. So let's keep an eye out for the number 6 on the Honda. If he can get off this gate well, we might have a battle here to rage on. But remember, too, the start was impressive last time from the 52 machine, Giles Campbell on that Stark. So let's see if he can get another whole shot here, put that electric power to work.
Yeah, absolutely. See if Giles can get the electric power to the ground. And like we spoke about in the earlier race, with Reese Budd being around here and these other riders can tack on the back of him and learn a few lines, let's see if they've taken anything away from the earlier race, and if they improve their lines, what they can bring out. Like you said, and if Maxi Compton can sit up behind Reese Budd and see if he can put some pressure on him. As you can see there from the drone shots, the start gate, as we've spoken about before, it's dirt where the bikes are sitting. Then they've got about 1.5 foot of concrete before rolling over the gate and dropping about a couple of inches. I believe Russ is down there with someone with more knowledge than me.
Down here with Aaron Parker, father of Jyla Parker. She's really stepped up this season, mate. We've been watching her ride. She's getting better and better, more aggressive on the bike. Give me a little rundown from a dad perspective, how she's been going through this season and how she's shaping up here at Bega.
Yeah, she's really stepped it up this year. Me and Ando's been working a lot with her, and I've stepped back from racing myself now and just putting 99% of my time into her, and yeah, I think it's showing.
Mate, it definitely is showing. She's looking comfortable on the bike. She's moving forward in the pack. There's been a few opportunities this season with some of the girls out to injuries. So we've been enjoying watching her ride. What's the biggest thing she needs to work on to step her game up?
She needs to step out of the comfort zone and get more aggressive and, yeah, start holding it really on.
She seems like she's got the skill set there, and she's just holding back that little bit, isn't she? We're seeing the same thing on the commentary team, mate. Well, it's really cool to see what she's done. Congratulations with all the work that you're putting into it, mate, and best of luck this weekend.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, interesting, saying she's got to step out of her comfort zone and start being a little bit more aggressive. I suppose that's probably a good way to look at it. She needs to be more aggressive, push more, and see if she can get further up the pack and start following some of those girls that are a little bit quicker. We've got, as I said before, the MX2 A, B and C grade. This is their second motor of the day, Dave.
Yeah, they're about to get this gate underway now. Interesting with that track prep, as much as it makes that first turn area much safer, it also means that if you're on that inner side of the gate, you can get to the freshly prepared dirt sooner. So it might actually disadvantage you once you get there because it's a little bit deeper and a bit loamier. But it's 5 seconds, gate's about to drop.
Here we
That's
go.
a long hold that they're keeping these boys there. That's what they're away. Who's going to get there first? I think I see the 52 on the edge there. Doesn't quite get the whole shot this time, but it's going to be Burgess at the front of this one. After going down and DNFing that first moto, he's made a good start here. Whole shot for the 275 of Burgess. Write it down there on the exit. Not sure who that is, but he's scrambling to get back up and going.
Definitely good to see Riley Burgess back up and make his way out for this moto after his little off in the first
Campbell's made a move.
Yeah, Campbell's straight there to take it away from him.
Both of the boys getting sideways off those tabletops.
Side by side, bar to bar as they go over those tabletops into that turn.
Switch from inside outside to outside inside as Riley Burgess takes the inside line.
Oh, that inside line's no good, but I think Campbell took that line you were talking about, Russ, there that Rossiter was using in that last moto. He's found the smooth section of the track and he's put himself back at the front.
Run it high and then cut down seems to be the move. It's the gas machine versus the electric power of the Stark. That line selection there is so
Burgess off the side of the tabletop.
Yeah.
He took a bit of an alternate route there on the face of the table and it just sent him off the side, but he's regathered. He's only just holding on to second now. Who's out in third position? Have we got a spot on that? Is that Bud?
Reese Bud. It looks like Richie Lawler might be in fourth as they head up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. We'll catch them down over the finish line and our timing screens will update. We'll be able to tell you the exact running order.
Bova's fourth, though. It might be Lawler there in fifth, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see in a second for sure.
So if Lawler can hold that position, that's going to be unbelievable for him.
Yeah. Great opening lap from Joel Campbell, Riley Burgess, then Reese Budd, John Bova, Richie Lawler, rider Matthew Taylor, and then Justin McHugh, Jake Taplin, Max Compton down in ninth. He'll be a bit disappointed with that, and Drew Kremer in 10th. They might have got caught up. There was a one rider in turn 2 that kind of stopped in a rut before he fell over. They might have been caught up in that and held up a bit.
Burgess, we need the head count back. Burgess has had his first look over. He knows it's Reese Budd there in third, trying to make the move now. So Burgess is aware that Reese Budd is there.
It'd be very hard not to look if Reese.
Oh, there's head number 2.
Budd was behind you.
Head number 2 is Reese Budd. He's going to get the head count back. 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 He Oh, there we go. Perfect. Head count 1. We were actually up to 2, boys. Put 2 on there. So, so Bud in the second position now. But he's got a little gap to make up to Campbell. Burgess now to 3rd. And I think John Bover's going to have a look around here. Now, if you remember in Moto 1, it was Burgess and Bover that got together on that middle tabletop that they're on right now, and both went down. So let's hope they don't repeat that here in Moto 2, because it wasn't good for either of them. But I think Bover's making the pass on Burgess.
Squeeze him out there as they head down the start of that back straight as the drag race kicks off up the hill into the motorcycle New South Wales. Bover got a bit of a kick just at the top of that hill before they hit the braking section, and Burgess takes his preferred rail, the outside line.
That knee looked like it took a nice twist there, but it's okay, but it just looked awkward.
It did look very awkward.
3rd position as they're going to come up over the over the finish line. You've done it to me, Greg, with their start-finish line talk. Burgess, 4th position, but Bud, purple on our screen, a 1:44.6 as the fastest man, but only just 100th of a second over the Giles Campbell at the front of this one. So the Stark power is definitely there.
Yeah, he's doing well, Giles Campbell out in front. He must be a nervous ride knowing that Reese Budd is hunting you down. But he's doing all right so far out in front. Beautiful form over the tabletops down the bottom end of the circuit there.
It must especially be scary when your bike is dead silent and there's a very angry Honda right behind you, which I know he can hear in every turn and every twist.
That is a very, very good point. I've never even thought of that with the
Campbell just almost
bike and the rider behind you making noise. Sorry.
Yeah, Campbell almost put himself on the ground there. He just pushed the front a little, dragged the back inside foot, but he kept it going. But he has given maybe a little ground to Bud as they both rail the top of that coast higher corner berm there.
Well, if we remember back to Meg right in the Stark at the very start of this season, she then switched to the gas bike on the next round, and we asked her why she did that, because she did quite well on the Stark, and it was because she couldn't hear the bike. It was too off-putting for her to not be able to hear her revs, and also as a front runner, not be able to sort of rev bomb the back markers as you're coming through. The bike's so silent, they can't hear you, you can't hear them. There's just a bit of confusion there. So
which almost just exactly happened just then, because Campbell had to go past the back marker, but the back marker was moving across his line. I don't think he knew he was there.
That's right. There's just no sound coming out of that machine at all. So it's interesting that Giles obviously making this work for him, and he's riding great. We know that technically the Stark is an amazing machine. The suspension out of the box it comes with is unreal. The power is undeniable, and the setup you can do with a hand rear brake or the foot rear brake, whatever you want to do, gives riders a lot of options. It's a fantastic machine, but it has got its pros and cons. One here is battery life. Battery life is always going to be an issue with these electric machines, but with a track of this spec, it's rip deep, it's loamy and soft, and it's sucking the battery out of these things. That's decreasing the power as the race goes on.
Yeah, just as you've been talking there, we've got Joel Campbell out in front on the Stark, and then obviously we've got Reese Budd second, but John Bover in 3rd place. He's put in the fastest lap of the race, and he's just starting to get a bit close to these boys to see if he can make this a spicy 3-way battle.
Burgess seems to be dropping off. Is there something going on with Burgess, fellas? He doesn't look as aggressive as we used to.
He took a decent hit in that first moto, so I wouldn't be surprised the body's a little bit achy here in this second one. And obviously that DNF, he's not a part of the overall here, but he's just trying to get some more points towards this championship. So
yeah. I did try to find him earlier on to ask him about that crash. I couldn't find him anywhere, so maybe I'll try and grab him afterwards and just see what happened to the body.
Bover.
On the screen up there into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, we've got Joel Campbell, Reese Budd and John Bover all in the same shot, all in the same corner. Bover is looking the most exciting to watch.
Reese Budd around the outside, shut the door on Campbell there as they entered that last corner, and he is checking out.
Yes.
I think that's his cue to leave.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, all they'll see now is probably the back of his jersey. But can John Bover get up and try and hassle Joel Campbell for second position? Because John Bover, once again, not the quickest lap of the race, but the quickest of those three.
Bova's making the move here. He's gone to the inside. Ken Campbell swoop him around the outside. They're about level, but I think Bova's going to control the next corner. So Bova's up to second.
He's got the line there, the inside line for turn 3.
So we'll have to see what Campbell does here. Lawler is actually running in 4th at track at the moment. So Burgess is dropping down the order. He's actually down to 7. So I'm not sure. Maybe he's had a little tip over. Maybe, like I said, he's feeling it from that accident in Moto 1.
But I'd say probably more so feeling it from that accident. We've got a rider down off screen. I can't see the number in the 5th turn there. Watch the boys go through the whole shot graphics corner. Yeah, I'd say Riley Burgess might just be feeling it a bit from that. It was a good whack in the earlier moto. And remember, he didn't complete the race.
No, the bike was a bit, how's it going at that point? And he wasn't looking like he was most comfortable either. So good that he got back up and he's out here. But yeah, obviously just not 100% in either maybe mind or body at this point, after maybe having his confidence knocked about from that one as well. So
absolutely. But as we're watching on screen, we've got Reese Budd here, and John Bova is all over the back of him. John Bova.
What is Bova? Oh, he's trying to pull a roll off, I believe, but it took him a while to get that string point, I think. So he had his hand up by the side of the helmet for a long time down that start straight area.
So Reese Budd would have got a board there. He must know John Bova's quite close behind him. And let's see if John can, A, follow his lines like we were talking about earlier, maybe learn something, or B...
John jumped off that. He almost made it all the way to the corner there, so he almost made an extra double out of that roller section there. I was impressed with Bova at Dubbo round, and he's, apart from that crash, I think he would have been up here in Moto 1 too, that he had with Burgess. So this is super impressive from John Bova.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely going to make Reese Budd work for it, as he's looking for that inside line we spoke about earlier that doesn't seem to work for anyone, but over the tabletops and into the risen corner. He's not far behind him as they head into the Coast Hire corner. One outside line.
Bit of a step out from Bova, but he went to a different line. Oh, right it down. Oh, that's Kremer. Kremer is down on the 5 machine. Where is that on our circuit? He's on that same corner.
That's that same corner we've had a few dramas with there, boys.
The junior girls didn't like that corner either, but he's had it as well. So I actually spoke to Chloe Hart as I just between those motos here, where she was the first one to go down there. She said she actually overjumped that final table and just bottomed out and then got the kick and then just smacked herself on the ground. So
that's okay.
Maybe that's what's happened to Drew there, but Drew is up and going.
Yeah, it's good to see.
Off screen, so that's good.
What's Reese Budd come over the finish line?
Reese is coming down this main start here, fellas. I'm just going to jump in. I got an opportunity to show you guys this last hump because this is kind of changing from what we saw earlier. We've been talking about this roller section quite a bit. Here comes Reese and Bova into this. Let's see what the boys do. One inside, one outside, clearing over it. Super smooth there from Mr. Reese Budd. But a lot of the riders are changing up their line choice here leading into this corner. If they get the right speed and right angle, they can rail that final corner into the whole shot banners there and carry a lot of speed into that back section. But I think we might need to go for a walk and check out that back corner and see what all the drama's been down there.
Has Bova got a bit of a flapping radiator shroud? I think he does. The front right looks to be sticking a lot further out. So maybe there's a bolt missing out of that radiator shroud from that angle. Something is moving about on that bike.
He's definitely keeping Reese Budd honest in this though as they go through the Coastal Hire corner.
Hold on, Richie Lawler's about to catch this group. Richie Lawler is right to the back wheel of John Bova.
Yes, well
so our C-grade rider is in 3rd overall in this moto. He ain't going to be in C-grade for much longer.
No, well he's...
the clerks will be quickly scrubbing that out, won't they, and bumping him up as soon as they possibly can. That's super impressive.
Well, he's definitely going to be earning his points here for C-grade to get himself boosted up, so that's for sure. But look at that side panel there, or is it just the graphic that's flapping in the breeze? I'm not sure, but there's something flapping on that right radiator shroud for Bova, so he's got a little issue. Maybe that's what slowed him up, his progress here just a little bit. But Richie Lawler,
I think
turn the back wheel.
Yeah, I think it is a bit of plastic.
Super impressive from Richie Lawler.
Richie Lawler go past his pit board, had fire up written on it. So he's
fire up, did it?
Yeah, he's pit
I think he's already burning pretty bright right now.
Yeah, that's right. As he takes the inside line here on the drone shot over the rollers.
Getting into a position to make a move, fellas. Here he comes through the rollers. Nails that hump. Dives to the inside.
Oh, he almost got there.
That was an unreal move from Richie.
He's
over
coming.
the tabletop. Over is not safe. Richie's got the inside line here. Can he make it stick? He's just about off the side of the tabletop. Catches a foot peg in a rut there, so he's unable to make that move.
Oh, Richie's just cut to the inside here. He made a definite move, and he's going to go for it.
Oh, side by side, here they go.
Richie's got the inside running in this next corner for the Risen Unlimited. Can he make the move? He's got to shut Bover out here. He's got there. Can he hold it through the coastal higher corner? I think he's solidified this second position, boys.
Through the whole shot graphics corner over the middle tabletop. Now the question is...
Where's the C-grade? He's got to run down to the Reese Budd.
That's exactly right, because he was fourth or fifth a while ago, and then Dave just pointed at the screen. Richie Lawler's in third. Well, now he's in second, and he has definitely got a rabbit to chase. Looking ahead, seeing Reese Budd and thinking, okay, game on. Well, I don't think fire up needs to be written on the board anymore.
The gap isn't that big. Let's get an update on this gap as they come over the finish line here. Reese Budd's in that final corner. Richie Lawler is about to be there as well. They're in that one shot, so it's can't be...
looking at his bike.
Bud's got an issue.
Reese Budd's got an issue. He's
Richie Lawler.
Richie Lawler takes the lead down the finish straight. Reese Budd's looking at his bike. He is continuing, but something doesn't seem right.
Majorly right. So Richie Lawler, C-grader, he's in the lead of the MX1, MX2 A and B grade moto.
Richie Lawler, we've got a rider down there in turn 2. I'm not sure who it is. Definitely not Richie Lawler, who's going into that whole shot graphics corner at the end of that roller section. Now, John Bover, is he going to stand for this? Does he have enough? Do you think he has anything to chase down Richie Lawler?
Well, Richie's doing something that not many people have done before here. He's going from C-grade hero, nowhere to C-grade hero right now.
Yeah, as we watch him come into this tight section in the middle of the track, he definitely looks well in control. Over this first tabletop in the middle of the track, takes the inside line, and Richie Lawler is definitely making his mark here today. I'm not sure, I'm not sure where Reese Budd is, if he's still circulating.
Yeah, Reese Budd is still circulating. I tried to get a really close look at his bike as he enters the middle section of the track there. I don't know what's going on. There's no smoke coming out of the bike. His shifter is still in place, but he's rolling around like he's got a serious mechanical issue.
He was looking at that left side of the bike like it might have been the gear shift or something. So it might be attached, maybe it's bent, but
yeah. It looks okay from what I can see. There's nothing major, but like I said, the bike sounds okay and it's not smoky. So those are normally the two telltales we look for.
Well, I thought he was more looking down towards a steering head or something.
So he's just, Riley Burgess has just gone past Reese Budd. So Reese is down to 8th now on our running order. So yeah, not a good moto here in the end. Something's gone astray. We'll have to find out what that is after the moto. But Richie Lawler, the story of the day here. Moto 2, MX2, A and B, and C grade, and our C grade Richie Lawler, #1 on the charts.
#1 on the charts. Got himself a 5.4 second lead over John Bover. That moves Joel Campbell up onto the podium in third. We've got rider Matthews Taylor.
Well, we're going to have to get our man Russ to get his butt moving, and we need to get him from wherever he is. He's got a minute and a half to get to the exit chute, because we want to hear from Richie Lawler at the end of this one.
Definitely want to hear from Richie Lawler.
Dave, I am already at the media wall, ready to capture him the second he pulls off this track, mate. Moving the speed that he is, it's going to take all of my effort to catch this guy and slow him down in the pits and pin him down to be able to have a chat with him.
Off screen, Reese Budd's just gone past us. He's pulling
Reese Budd's pulling off, so that's a DNF going to be for Reese Budd.
It's something to do with maybe a wheel bearing, or
is he thinking he's got a flat or something?
No, it's not a flat. It's something to do with the front end, maybe fork, potentially. He's going to come past me in a minute. I'll see if he wants to share with me what's going on.
Yeah, no worries. As we see Richie Lawler leading the way in MX2.
We've got a 5-second gap too.
Yeah.
We can't really make any C-grade swapper jokes now, can we?
Well, not for Richie.
Yeah, it's a C-grader that's just gone to the top.
Oh, he's tipped over. He's tipped over.
Corner.
Richie, get it up. Get going, mate.
He's looking over his shoulder. Don't worry about that, mate. Get it going. Get it up. John
Bova's right there. He stayed in front.
Right, so now, Bova making that exit up to the finish line, looking very difficult. Feet off the pegs everywhere. Now it's become a bit of a...
We are 2 laps to go at this point. So 2 laps for Richie Lawler, but Bova's now got him back in sight. So, and I think Bova's actually fully missing that plastic now, is he?
I'm just noticing off screen that Reece Budd is taken back into the track. So he's obviously going to go out and see if he can feel anything wrong with his bike, so he knows the bike's fine for the next moto.
He's had a quick chat with the mechanic, it looks like, and then gone back out to circulate. So I'm not sure if that's just a strategy to continue getting some sort of points or what he's doing. He seems okay, but definitely something to do with that left-hand side, potentially front end. I'm also staring at a Drew Kremer, who's sitting there with Beachy in the middle of the track section. His head is on the handlebars.
Yeah, well, he went down, if you remember, at that back section. So he's made his way over to the middle there for the exit, but he's obviously not feeling 100% at this point. So hopefully Drew's okay. Where's Richie up to?
He's just about to go through the whole shot graphics corner and over the middle tabletop. Over the first tabletop in the middle section, he had a huge look over his shoulder. He's had another one. He's trying to see where John Bova is. He's got himself a little bit of breathing room, but he just needs to keep this together. Next time around, he'll definitely get the last lap board as we watch him go up the back straight up to the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. And there's John Bova in just the back of the shot. So it's definitely about concentration and keeping yourself together. Let's see how he goes through this last turn, if he does better than last time.
Yeah, much better.
Gets through it.
Just for reference too, the next C-grader in our list, obviously Richie's leading this one in the overall moto as well as the C-grade, but I think our next C-grade rider is in 8th in the number 12 of Jake Taplin, and then the number 9 position being the 21 of Lachlan Neville. We've got a rider, that's Samuel Noonan, one of our C-graders, just off the edge of the track getting the last lap forward. So Samuel, he was, I think, one of our 3rd position in C-grade in the first moto. He's not having a good go here late in Moto 2. So just seeing there's Lawler. Is that Lawler?
Yeah,
yes,
Lawler
it's Lawler
taking
on screen.
The 3 tabletops down the back end of the circuit there, and looks like he's got. Well, he's through turn 4, sorry, and out the other side, just as John Bova heads into turn 4. You should see John appear in the bottom. There he is in the bottom of the shot now as they take into this middle tight section of the circuit.
And I just saw Giles Campbell in the back of that shot as well. So 3rd position there, not too far back from Bova. But it's this man on screen, the 27, Richie Lawler, showing everybody how it's done here in Moto 2. As much as Reece Budd's had an issue, you know, we've had a couple of other riders, Burgess and that, have crashes and stuff in the first moto, maybe a bit second hand. Doesn't matter, you've got to get to the checkers first, and it looks like it's going to be our C-grade man,
what's the
Richie
famous
Lawler.
expression, Dave, to finish first?
First you must finish. And Richie Lawler is going to do that, just that here. He's got a 3.5-second gap the last time they came over the finish line as he comes down to the final turn now.
Drone following, you can see.
He's got a fist pump. He's happy. Just hold on to it. Get over the line first, mate. Come on, Richie.
Oh,
Richie!
Down the last corner,
Pick it up, mate. Go. No! Richie Lawler.
Goodness gracious me.
He celebrated early.
It's cost him the win.
John Bova's going to steal that one at the death. And I think the 74 machine's going to steal the podium as well. Rider Matthew Taylor gets over Campbell at the very end there.
I think Joel Campbell might have had an issue or a small off or something because he was punching not fist pump, happy punch. More of a...
Yeah, a bit of a disappointed...
OG gosh darn punch, as the...
Yeah. Well, with that move, too, for the 74 of rider Matthews-Taylor, I think he might end up being the overall winner, given the change-up in the order with Bud.
Oh, yeah.
And Bova having a crash in that first moto. So I don't know the exact results, but maybe the 74 will be the overall winner. We'll have to see when we get to the podium later today.
Have you got anyone that wants to talk to you, Russ?
So we're going to go down to Russ, mate. Who have you got?
I'm down here with Richie Lawler, the lad that just stuck it to the B graders and the A graders. Had an absolute heck of a race. A little bit of heartbreak at the end, but we're not going to focus on that. Mate, what I really want to know is what you had for breakfast, because something inside of you has come alive and just smoked everyone. Tell me about how that race went for you, buddy.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Got a good start, and then it all went from there. Just held my pace and then just kept pushing, and then caught up to the front two, and then Reece Budd had a mechanical, and then I got into the lead, and then bike locked up in the last turn. But yeah, I'm bummed by that, but it is what it is.
Mate, obviously that's devastating to finish and lose the win like that on that last corner. But again, forget about that. You as a C-grade rider have just stuck it to every one of the 2 grades above you, mate. Congratulations. That was a heck of a ride. We're all super impressed, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks for that, Russ. And good for Richie to talk to you after that heartbreak in the last turn. Just noticed as you were talking that Reece Budd come through and finished.
So he did get a finish there in that one, so he will get some points. But we have the junior girls on the line. The gates dropped. Oh, big wheelie there off the line from Ada Harris. It's not going to help her to start with, but she's going to hold it on, get around Claire Pollard there. So it's going to be the 219 with the whole shot. Let's see if she can keep it together. Oh, Jayla Parker getting a bit out of shape there in one of those long ruts in the straight there. Claire's going to go through in second. Olivia Hadjou's got a good start here. She's in third in this early stages of the junior girls. Now, Russ is just quickly catching up with Reece Budd after that moto, so we'll get a quick interview with him while this moto starts to unfold here for our junior girls. Russ, over to you, mate.
So we've all been taking bets on what was going on with Reece Budd's bike. We could see he was looking down at the left-hand side and towards the front. It was an issue with the caliper on that left-hand front disc of his motorcycle. The caliper, it looked like it had come loose. Something had happened. There was some sort of damage around the caliper there. So that was the issue, and that's why he was able to continue circulating. I guess maybe they were able to cinch a bolt up and get him back out. I'm not too sure, but the issue was with the caliper.
Okay, well, that's good. At least the issue's sorted. He knows he can go out next moto and have another go and see if him and Richie can have a battle. That'll be an interesting proposition. Or actually, that's their moto done. Yeah, my bad.
That was Moto 2 for the MX2, so no.
Yeah.
That will be the end of that day, but he'll be getting the 450 out here shortly for MX1.
MX1, true. I was watching the girls filter through the middle, tighter part of the track. And that looks like Ada Harris heading off down the back straight. And would that be Claire Pollard behind
it? It is Claire Pollard in second, yep.
Yeah, the 251. So head up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
And Olivia Hadjou's holding on to third at the moment, and Jayla Parker fourth. Haven't quite seen who our fifth. Oh, it's Mia Cameron. Mia Cameron in fifth. So we see Ada just skipping down the hill there. The bike is getting a little bit unbalanced as she goes down the hill there. Up and over to collect the first lap in the books. Claire Pollard following closely behind there.
Here comes Olivia over the finish line as we watch Claire on screen. Down in towards turn 2. Take that 180-degree turn and head off down to the rollers and see if she can get a nice smooth run through the rollers and keep a bit of distance between herself and Claire Pollard, which she does. Rather smooth through the rollers there into the whole shot graphics corner. Ada down for these big tabletops. Well, yep.
She got pretty much to the bottom of that one.
Yeah, she did that last race, remember?
Yeah, she's not worried about the down ramps.
No, not at all.
Actually, that reminded me, after Dubbo, there's a photo that my wife was out taking some photos when we were at the Dubbo round, because she was with us here. And she got one of Ada at the very bottom of one of the tabletops, completely bottomed out. And I sent it to the Harris family Instagram account, and Mum and Dad run that account for Ada and Maxie, And they both they said to me back that, yes, they've spoken to Ada about that, and she said she just didn't want to slow down for the jump.
That's okay. That's fair enough then.
She didn't need the down ramp was the basically the response. So
didn't need the down ramp.
Who's responsible for her suspension, mate? Because they're obviously doing a good job.
I'm not sure, but maybe they need to go up a little bit if she's not going to use the down ramps.
Up and up the spring rate or two.
Spring rate, bit of valving, you know. But anyway, so yeah, she's taken the approach of I don't need it. I'm going to hold it on and we'll just work it out. So.
Well, those teed up Husqvarnas, mate, are a really well set up bike. If you look at everyone who's on that team. They seem to be a really well put together machine, and suspension is a huge part of that. Every time I watch one of those bikes circulating, they seem to be doing really well.
Yeah, well, she's doing really well at the moment, down into the last corner. She's got Claire Pollard for company. They're still only a couple of seconds apart. What's the difference? 2 seconds. Claire Pollard actually went a tiny bit quicker.
Just like 0.02 of a second. So, yeah. But it counts. It counts.
Ada's still using that inside line. She seems very dedicated to this inside line here as she comes past the start gates. It's very interesting to me that she's choosing that because it seems to be the most chopped out, rough line possible. Once again, maybe her suspension's that good, it's not bothering her.
Yeah, maybe. As Olivia Hadju just went over the line a minute ago, she's holding down 3rd place, so a good ride from Olivia. It's good to see she was out. She didn't come out in the women's, and you said at the time she might have been concentrating on the juniors race.
So it looks like she is just trying to get as many points as she can in this particular class. Maybe she feels she can get the, hit the podium here in this one. So I think she got 4th in that first moto. So at the moment she's in front of Jayla. So if she stays that way, she might steal 3rd overall in the for the day of the results here in junior girls. Have to see how this one closes out. Oh, 2 girls very close together there in the whole shot graphics corner. I'm not sure who those 2 are as we pick back up them on the drone shot. I think that might be the 76 of McInnes and the 288 of Mia Cameron there. Okay. So they've just changed positions by the looks of it. So McInnes is up to 4th, Cameron back to 5th. Whoa, the 17 has got a bit cross-rutted there and gone down on the mound. So she's just given that position back and a bit of ground to Mia Cameron. So
she's straight up picking the bike up, I can see off camera, which is a good sign. But yeah, she'll be disappointed in that. Just a little bit of cross-rutted on the up ramp, and she's off and running off camera as we...
Well, we have actually lost Jayla Parker too, because she was up in 4th, but she's all the way down in 8th. So maybe Jayla's had a tip over at some point off screen here as I look at the timing and scoring a bit deeper. So hopefully she's okay. We'll have to, yeah, she's up and running, but just a bit further down the order. So that will help Olivia Hadju in terms of that overall moto, like the overall podium here later today. Ada Harris just goes purple on the screen, 2:02.9. So that's the fastest lap for the girls in this moto so far. Continuing the lead here at the front.
We've had Ada Harris and Claire Pollard go over the finish line to tick off another lap. We're just waiting on Olivia Hadju, which I can see coming out of the final corner now as we're seeing some great drone shots. And the crowd whistling as Olivia Hadju goes past, giving her a bit of a rev up.
A good little crowd along the fence line here too, Greg, today.
Absolutely. Some riders up here in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
It's Jayla Parker on screen. She's trying to make her way past one of our riders who I can't see that number. That is absolutely blinding on the glare there. That might be Layla White, actually.
It is, the 608. Layla White. Jayla Parker. And then we've got Ashton Warren. Good to see Ashton up and still circulating around. She didn't have a very good...
Not disqualified so far.
Yeah, that's
for the outside assistance, unfortunately, in Moto 1.
A few dramas in the earlier Moto.
Learn a lesson, probably.
Yeah, that's right. It's all experience, isn't it, for these junior girls? You can't plan to get someone else to help.
Sometimes you don't realise that that's not a thing until you find out that you shouldn't have done it. So
exactly right. Exactly right. I couldn't see who that was, but one of the girls over the middle tabletop just took a spectacular...
Jayla Parker on screen there on the far right of your screen, just going through those tabletops. Layla White there following along. So that's, they've just switched positions. Jayla has moved up to 5th. So Jayla's trying to make her way back to the front here, but she's got a bit of work to do. She's going to have to get Mia Cameron to at least get level with Olivia Hadju on points for the day. But she'll be still a worse second moto finish. Oh, the 76 is having another issue here. That's the second time we've seen her on the ground. Oh, and that's the third time. Sorry.
She's gone over backwards there. Unfortunately, trying to get the bike up and running.
Well, I'm going to have to drag that over and try and pick it up. Layla White on screen in the Coast High corner. Having a reasonable run here in 5th at the moment. Oh, sorry, she dropped back to 6th. Haven't updated the timing yet. Like I said, Jayla is still in front. Just made that move earlier this lap.
We've taken Ada Harris and Claire Pollard over the line. Here comes Olivia Dew for third as we watch Layla White.
No, that's Ada.
Oh, sorry, that's Ada.
Yep.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can tell by the fact she's hitting the bottom of those down ramps. Nicely through that rut there. Did a good job that time through that section. They're getting challenging, aren't they, these ruts?
Yeah, definitely. For everyone, you can see they're getting challenging. And she heads off into the tight middle section of the track here over the first tabletop and nearly all the way to the bottom into the Risen Unlimited corner, and we'll see how she goes through the Coast Higher corner. She'll come back here, switch back through the whole shot graphics corner, and then this other tabletop. I doubt she'll be able to get all the way down the down ramp on that one. There's not much run up there. Down over the rollers and off to take on the back straight. Sit in the back mudguard and hold it pinned for a little while. Probably a couple of deep breaths. Get a bit of oxygen into the body. Little wheelie over the top.
Yeah, changed line. She's ducked to the inside here. Obviously feeling that that's the safest way through that nasty bit of the track here at the top of the circuit.
Yeah, it is.
It's got some decent looking ruts in that little dip right before that last Motorcycle New South Wales corner there. So
it does. Those braking bumps coming down the hill. The last corner. We were just watching as she comes fastest commentary position to tick off another lap. 2:02, fastest lap of the race. 4.8 seconds ahead of Claire Pollard. And sticking to the inside line again. Like Russ keeps saying, she seems to like that line.
Oh, look at the back end popping around there. Decided to go left, right, left, right, left, right. Wow, that was fast the way it did it.
Yeah, she's looking in good form. The whole shot graphics corner there as she'll turn now and take on these 3 big tabletops down the back. I think the middle tabletop is going to see any form, any style. No, just all the way down.
Oh, we've had Jayla Parker catch Mia Cameron here, so this is a battle for 4th on track.
Yeah.
And I think that was our down rider just at the front of the shot there, the 76 machine, just up and going. So good to see that one making away.
Yeah, back up and moving again, which is good.
So Mia Cameron under pressure here from Jayla Parker. Oh, Jayla's trying to get close here in that final corner. Got a couple of, probably 2 laps to go here, depending on where Ada comes across the finish line. Jayla's going to make a run here down the outside of Mia, and she's going to split between the 2 girls there. Oh, that was tight.
What a move. What a move. Puts herself on the inside for the next corner.
Yeah, she's blocked the line, so that's position number 4 for Jayla Parker, so well done, Jayla.
The girls head down over the rollers.
Ada's just gone quicker again on the last lap pass, the 2:02.3 this time around, so she's still holding a strong pace here in this moto. And I think we're about to get the last lap board, depending on, I think Ada's up. Yeah, about to come across the finish line here. So Jayla just getting some TV time here on the screen. Getting away from Mia Cameron.
Yeah, good ride.
After that pass from a couple of turns ago. And these overhead shots, look at that. Look at the lines in that corner that Jayla's having to navigate there. She did a good job, but
it's all very chopped up, isn't it? We have, as I said, the last lap board's out. Ada Harris leading from Claire Pollard, from Olivia Hadju, then Mia Cameron. I'm not sure if it's Jayla Parker, then Layla White. Not sure if this has changed since the last lap.
Hasn't updated yet from when they got to the finish line there. So yeah, Jayla's up in 4th, then Mia, then Layla White.
Yeah, and Ashton Warren, Bonnie Aldridge, Alia McGuinness, I'm sorry if I've said that wrong, Holly Impey and Georgia Lindsay, and unfortunately Chloe Hart
So yeah, Chloe Hart was the one who said that she had that accident in the first moto. She went down a bit hard. She wasn't feeling it, so she's pulled out. Hopefully she's going to be, she said she just wants to get, she doesn't feel very good. She wants to be right for Cessnock in a couple of weeks.
That's
so
completely understandable.
She's in the battle in one of the classes on our day one program, so she wants to make sure she doesn't overdo it here today and, you know, not be right for that championship battle come Cessnock in the final round.
No, good decision from her. We're looking at Ada Harris. Are you sure that is on the screen?
Now this is going to be a wash here in terms of results, because obviously Ada threw away that moto win in the first moto, but she's going to get the overall for the day. But in terms of points, they're going to have exactly the same points, Ada and Claire, and that means they're still going to be exactly tied for our championship heading into the final round. So it's a winner-take-all scenario in Cessnock.
Yep.
So long as Ada gets herself across the finish line here. And sorry, Ada, I've got to bring it up because you didn't the last time around. But we've done it successfully this time. Well done, Ada. She gets the moto win.
Good job.
She'll be happy with that one. So that, like we said, that will mean that this will be a tied championship battle in the 13 to 16 years girls as Claire comes across the line in second. So the overall for the day will be Ada Harris from Claire Pollard. And I believe that our next rider over will be Olivia Hadju, and she will possibly be third overall as well. So we'll go a quick break from our coverage here at round 4 from the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club, and we'll be back with more action.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire. Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Down here with Ada Harris, just got the win here in the junior girls. Ada, tell me about how that went. You obviously kept it upright this time, no mistakes, much cleaner race from you.
Yeah, it was a heaps better motor. Just tried to focus on myself and actually race the checkered flag this time. I had a few close calls with a couple lappers, but it was a good moto overall. Happy with it.
Congratulations, mate. Let's see that go on for the rest of the day. Well done.
All right, good to see Ada there with a strong finish in the junior girls race. But our next race up on the gate, it's our MX1 A and B, so we'll get to them shortly. A couple more girls coming through. Russ has got another interview from the girls class, mate. What do you got?
Down here with Claire Pollard, the girls are tied for points as the championship goes on. It's all going to come down to Cessnock. Claire, you were looking really good out there, pretty spicy. If I could give any advice, I was looking for you to push a little harder there. You look like you had a little bit left in the tank.
Yeah, I need to really work on finding my flow early because Ada pulls and then we keep the gap. And yeah, I got stuck with some lappers, but Ada's riding really good, and I guess it all comes down to Cessnock.
It's all going to come down to Cessnock. It's going to be an awesome show down there with you two. You're riding great, looking really good on the bike. Let's just see you look for that next level, hey? Congratulations, you're doing really well. Well done.
All right, MX1 A, B, C. We're getting closer to dropping this gate. Yeah, 15-second board is out, so we are about to get our racing action underway here. Our first moto winner was the 22 machine of Reese Bard, but Compton on the 6 was right there. The gate is about to drop. We're away here. Another good start by the looks of it for the 7 on the Ducati. Going to get to the inside, but on the outside, sweeping around. There's another one there. Is that the 355 of Justin McHugh? I think it is. It's going to get the whole shot in the end. And Richie Lawler is up there. Our C-grade man from MX2. He's in the MX1 category again here as well, doing C-grade. He's got a great start. I think he's in about 4th position. So McHugh at the front of this one. Nice and early. The 7 on the Ducati there. Hickson McInnes getting a little overbalanced there as he tries to get up the ruts. Oh, the 42. Definitely Ninnis getting out of shape there over the mound. And I see the 6 of Compton's got a reasonable start this time through, running in 3rd on track. Reese Budd's buried in about 6th position. He's actually just got past Richie Lawler, who's dropped a spot or 2. We keep an eye on McHugh at the front of this one. McHugh's been in and about the front 5 to 10 in most of these motos through our series, but this is the first time we've really had him at the very front of our pack.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a good job, Justin, to be out there the front running.
Compton's going to make a run on the Ducati here, trying to take away 2nd position. He's not going to get it done at the top of the hill. As we see, there's Reese Bard, is it? I think maybe, or maybe one of his teammates in a similar gear set there. There's Bard at the top of the hill. In about that 4th, 5th spot. There's Compton trying to go around the long way. He does pass the 7 on the Ducati. Compton's got a chance here. He's actually had a reasonable start, whereas Bud hasn't this time around. So what can Compton do with the track position that he's got here early? Can he make a move on Justin McHugh and really start to run away with this one?
Try to put a big move up the inside there. Not sure if it worked.
Oh, the 7's fighting back.
Oh, bar to bar over the rollers.
Good run through those rollers. Got the position back from Max Compton on the 6 there.
So Hickson's definitely pushing on.
The kids out there will be loving this. The 6 and 7 are up there in 2nd and 3rd. Max Compton back to 2nd position. He's made another move. He's actually closing in this time on Justin McHugh. Got a good run here as Max Compton. Oh, got a kick there.
Big kick as he launches over the tabletop. Looks to dive to the inside.
Got the move done.
Gets the job done. So go down into the
Compton to the lead.
Corner.
McHugh 2nd. McInnes in 3rd. Where is Bud at this point? And actually Bova's there on their scoring in 4th. So Bud 5th. Richie Lawler in 7th. So another good run here for our C-grade man.
Bud just might have pushed himself up to 3rd. Yeah, it looks like Bud's got the 3rd. He's just chasing Justin McHugh there. There he's popping into shot now.
Bud's looking a little bit like he's in cruise mode there, fellas. He doesn't look like he's pushing as hard as we normally see him go. Don't know if it's an arm pump thing or if there's still an issue with the bike, but he doesn't seem like the Reese Bud we're used to.
Well, he's not on the same bike for this one. He's got the 450 out here for the MX1 class. So he should be just fine, but he has just gone purple on the screen. 144 flat.
Put the fastest lap in and moved himself up into 2nd, so he might look like he's cruising.
I was just going to say, he just made a fool of me because he's come around there and now he's in 2nd. I don't know what happened in that back section, but he turned it on, and here we go.
On the back straight and headed up into the motorcycle New South Wales corner. He's definitely moving as we watch him go through the rollers.
Bova with the move there, up into 3rd, passes McHugh, our early leader and hole shotter. So we've got some of the regular hitters here in this MX1 AB class up the front. With Compton out the front though. Let's see what he can do being in front of Reese Bud for probably the first time today in one of these motos. Has he got the pace to stay there?
Well, that's right. He's got the pace to lead Reese Bud around, or even has he got, once Reese Bud gets up next to him, has he got the pace to make a challenge of it? He's definitely holding his line and giving a good show of himself at the moment. They go over that tabletop and down through the rollers to take out head out towards the back straight there.
What might be interesting on this back straight here this time around is that Compton, I believe, is still riding his 250 in the MX1 class, whereas Bud's on the 450 here. So he's got the 2 bikes, has Reese Bud.
Yeah, it didn't seem to slow Compton too much.
I thought maybe the 450 might eat him up, but it looked okay there on that back straight for that run through at least.
250's obviously still quick. Come down.
And that's Bova just in the back of shot there as well. Oh, Bud's going to go all the way around the outside.
Oh,
Compton had a dab of the leg and just tried to push the front there, so he wasn't able to do that run as well as he would like to.
No, a bit of a moment for him, unfortunately, as Richie Lawler goes over the line in 6th in front of our commentary position. We're watching Reese Bud. Let's see if Max Compton can try and tag on the back of him here. If not, he's got John Bova, who's and try and give him some attention from the back and see if he can get past him.
And speaking of Bova, the line that he takes to go into these rollers is unreal. He comes down this straight and into that final U-turn corner before the rollers. He stayed wide, leg out, sat down and railed the top of that berm. It puts him into the rollers going so fast. And I think that's where he's making up a little bit of time on Compton.
Yeah, noticed him looking from our commentary position, Russ, over side on. We could see the rollers, and a couple of times earlier in the day I noticed he was going through there looking super fast and super smooth.
I think he's just got the job done too, mate.
Oh, he has got the job done. Taking over Max Compton in the risen corner. He's, now, do you reckon he's got, see if he can try and chase down Reese Budd and make Reese Budd work for this as they head over the final tabletop. They'll take these rollers and head down to the back straight, wind these bikes up. You can see on the drone shot there, or camera, there's that Bova leading Max Compton down the back straight.
So can Bova close the gap to Reese Budd at the front? They're not too far between them there in terms of the gap on track. We'll get an update. They're about to come over the finish line here. It's probably a 2-second gap or thereabouts, but through for the lead. Fastest on track, 1:43.6. Bova's about 3 seconds back in second position. Compton 2 seconds further back. McHugh, then Hicks and McInnes. Richie Lawler in 6th, our C-grade man just behind this front pack here. So Richie's having a stellar day here. C-grade wonder kid at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's gapped the 3 behind him of Brock Ninnes. Brandon Steele. And then we're just waiting for Ryan Clark to come over. But not only is Richie just behind this lead, 5 or 6 riders, 7 riders, but he's also put a gap between him himself and the riders behind.
Well, a C-grade update as well, quickly. Sorry to cut you off, Greg, but obviously Richie Lawler up there in 6th overall. Lee Harriman is in 10th at the moment, running second, and I believe the next one in that list will be, is it Ty Henderson? Yeah, Ty Henderson will be in 14th, and then Samuel Noonan is in 15th on track. So that's where the C-grade battle is at in this second moto here.
Just watching Richie Lawler come through the rollers on that last lap, boys. He comes through those rollers so fast. He cleared that last knuckle perfectly well. It launched him into the corner so hard he had to grab so much front brake. He went in pivoting on the front wheel, nearly stalled the bike trying to get it back under control before he hit that back section. He is pushing super hard here today.
John Bova's hanging tight here in second with Budd. He's not letting him get away.
No,
we see him shoot down into the bottom corner. There's Compton on screen, the number 6 in third. There's Budd. Oh. Hard on the 450 down the hill. Keep an eye on Reese here, heading into that second corner. No problems here so far on the 450 in Moto 2 for MX1. Bit of an unlucky one there in Moto 2 for the MX2 side.
Richie toes the inside line, gets that job done. He's also using this inside line on that U-turn corner, leading into the rollers. Now watch him come through. Starts doubling early. Big preload and clears that last one. Really nice. Takes a wider line this time so he doesn't drag pegs in that deep inside rut, and starts to move away from the number 7 Ducati machine.
Yeah, we're just watching Reese Budd headed into the middle section of this track through turn sort of 5, 6, 7, 8 through the Risen Unlimited corner now.
There's Compton as well, third on track. He's just dropping off the pace a little bit, is Compton, in terms of this. He's at least solid in third position. He's got a decent gap on Justin McHugh in 4th at the moment. So nothing wrong with this ride, but this will be another good performance for him. As Budd just taking a rider, putting another rider a lap down there as he heads up the hill. Got to just avoid another one at the top. He changed his line that he wanted. He was looking to go to the outside, tuck to the inside so he can make that pass there on the 177 on the Kawasaki. I think that's one of our C-grade riders, Adam Beck. And Greg's just having a little look here. We might have lost Bova at some point here.
Reese Budd just went over.
Yeah, I think we have, because here comes Compton. So Bova is missing from our list, and it's going to be McHugh in third. So we wonder where John Bova is. Maybe Russ can see him down there on the track somewhere.
Mate, I don't have eyes on Bova, but I did see a yellow flag on the very last tabletop.
Oh, wait. Bova's just come over the finish line area in about sixth position.
Sixth position, so he must have had a moment somewhere, which is a shame for him. So
well, it's put Richie Lawler up to fourth overall in this moto, and he's only a couple of seconds back from third from Justin McHugh. So Richie Lawler's having a day.
He's definitely having a day out, isn't he, Richie? So we're watching.
So Compton's second on track. So he, you know, maybe the steady approach here in this second moto is playing into his favour.
Yeah, absolutely. Good riding today from him.
He's got the massive Honda wing on the back of that jersey there.
Just so everybody knows.
Everybody knows it's a Honda.
Yeah. There he goes. Reese Budd dropping out of that tight infield section of the track. We go and get this big 450 wound up down the back straight. And the speed difference through putting some of those riders a lap down.
Yeah, probably some of our C-grade riders there just getting a lesson in what pace is from a man that knows how to go fast. So,
absolutely. That whole downhill section's getting messy as we watch Reese come through the last corner, come up and tick off another lap over the finish line, and down sticks to that inside line through turn one. A lot of the big bikes, most of them, as we watch Maxie Compton come over the finish line, but we're seeing Reese Budd down into turn two, puts another rider a lap down.
So the battle in third at the moment. Justin McHugh's come over, but Richie Lawler's starting to close that gap up there from fourth. Bova's back up to fifth, so he's got himself sorted back out.
Oh, we've got a
rider down in the infield there, and one of our other probably back markers is getting himself up and going, so we might see that as the riders come through. McHugh just hopping over that big mound into the whole shot graphics corner. He's got the line dialed.
Yep, very good in the roller section from him as we watch him take these big three tabletops down the back of the circuit. Yep, middle tabletop, good form. That's what you've got to do now.
Oh, there's our rider that was down. That's a 2.62. That's Joshua Miller.
He's back up and about to get running again, which is good to see.
Was in 15th, probably won't be now.
Yeah, that's a shame for him. To watch Max Compton.
Just making a move on the 254, which will be one of our C-grade riders, and that is, well, not on my list, it seems, but anyway.
That's all right for the whole shot graphics corner. Watch Compton go up over the middle tabletop as we switch over to Reese Budd, just going up the hill to the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. It's looking very chopped up from, doesn't matter which camera angle they show of that corner, Dave. It looks terrible.
Yeah, I'm not worried about being in there at all. I'm glad we're not out there.
Yeah, no, and the braking bumps dropping down that last turn as well.
I will say Reese did make that corner look rather easy compared to what it probably is for everybody else, but it doesn't look like a lot of fun, that corner.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. As we wait for Max Compton to come over, here he goes. Tick off another lap as we're watching Reese in turn two over the rollers. Just, yep, and up and over. Beautiful form through the rollers as he goes through the whole shot graphics corner and then down over these three big tabletops. Come on, Reese, middle tabletop. Yep. Down into turn three and then back towards the middle section of the track where it gets a bit more tight and technical, especially on these big 450 bikes. The changes of direction, the over the tabletop. Oh, just put a bit of a edge of a rut there at the feet off the foot peg. Probably no real stress for him. Probably wouldn't remember it if you asked him after the race, but looked a little bit exciting on camera.
Kind of expected in a situation like we've got with the track at the moment. You're going to put a wheel out of place at some point.
Yep, very true. It's another couple of riders a lap down and moves off down towards the back of the track.
Oh, the bike just dancing there a little bit. Under power.
Yeah, he's got a good line through this corner. taken that, I'm not sure if it's the very inside rut, but seems to have picked a good line. Then he crosses from the right to the left-hand side of the track over here. Still copping a fair few stutter bumps all the way down into braking bumps all the way down into that last turn. As he comes over and ticks off another lap. Just look out and see him getting an applause from his pit crew.
Got a decent gap on Compton in second as he comes across the line. It's a 12-second gap that Bud has over Compton, but McHugh isn't too far back off Compton, probably another 6 seconds. And then we're going to see Bova's managed to fight his way back up into fourth. Richie Lawler in fifth, just shaking out the left arm is Lawler. He might have a bit of forearm pump by the look of it.
Didn't Richie hurt his left arm at Dubbo?
Yeah, that was the shoulder he went down on, so maybe it's just a little bit weaker this last little bit, Moto 4 for him of the day. So.
Yeah, exactly right. Yep.
But still, solid day. It'd be fifth in the MX1 A, B, C races when you're the C grader.
Yeah.
Clearly not C grade material is Richie Lawler.
No, that's right. Paperwork will be shuffled along and he'll find himself up a class. So we're looking at, can't see in the sun, is that? Yes, it is. It's Reese Budd. Yep, in the middle of the circuit. Looking to put another few riders a lap down through those rollers.
Yeah. 906 on the Cowie. That's Ashley Jones going a lap down.
Okay. Got some more over the middle of the circuit. There's the 3 bikes in the Risen corner as they go up to the Coast Hire corner. Can't see what the numbers are of these 3 bikes, but they're reasonably close together as they look to take on. Switch over to Reese, who comes past.
It's going to be 2 laps to go at this point.
2 laps to go for him. Now we wait and see what the gap between Max Compton, Justin McHugh and John Bova is. And the finish line here is, there goes Max through the finish line, Max Compton. So he's got a 14-second gap between himself and Reese Budd in the lead as we're watching Reese Budd down into the rollers.
McHugh and come over past our commentary box, all out of shape with Bova just chasing him down. So the pressure's on for the third and final position on the podium here late in the moto. Richie Lawler has unfortunately dropped off the pace, but he's a distant and solo ride in fifth at the moment, which is still an awesome effort.
Only 2 seconds between Justin McHugh and John Bova, and John's been closing that gap after we didn't see if he had an off or an issue earlier, but he's definitely been closing the gap. So we'll see how this plays out as we watch Reese Budd looking super smooth.
Now, I mentioned here, obviously, Connor Rosendich was up here in the first moto, not out here in the second one, so he's going to drop down a little bit in the championship. A shout out to the 28 machine of Cooper Holroyd. He had a crash at Toowoomba. He's not here. He was second in the points in the championship. He's obviously going to drop down a little bit here. So Reese is going to have a nice, tidy gap here on the field heading into the final round from the championship point of view. John Bova is probably going to jump both of those guys I just mentioned in Cooper Holroyd and Connor Rosendich. McHugh might move up a little bit, but might still be just behind those guys. And then, yeah, so at this stage, Reese Budd's got a lock on this title for MX1 A grade and B grade championship here in the New South Wales titles.
As he comes over the finish line to take the last lap board, he's got himself a healthy lead in this race and in this championship day. So all in all, a successful 4 rounds for Reese Budd so far. We see Max Compton come over the line. Now we're just waiting to see the gap between Justin McHugh and John Bova. And I think you'll find it is...
We might actually, I'm just looking at the points. I might have to put a call down to the scoring ladies, Margaret and that, to see if Reese might actually have enough points gap as it runs to be the champ.
This could be it.
I'm just looking at it. He's got 51-point gap on John Bova.
Well, John Bova's just moved into third ahead of Justin McHugh, so John Bova has come back to get into third.
So, but Cooper Holroyd not being here, he's not going to get any points. So he's going to be 89 points down on Reese's total after this weekend. Connor Rosendich not getting points in first moto or second moto. He's going to be more than 50 away. John Bova already 50 points back adrift of Reese Budd. He's losing points in both these motos. So I'm going to say Reese might already get the championship.
Well, let's see if he can get the race done first. As we've got to ride down the Risen Unlimited corner. But
we need 70 points. It's not 25, it's 35 and 35. So we need a 70-point gap. So maybe John's going to be close enough. He may be just inside this.
All right, we're going to have to take the shoes off and get the toes out. We've got to count this off.
Well, first things first, Reese Budd has got to get himself to the finish line, and then you can take your socks off, Greg. And then, so Reese Budd's going to come up to the finish line. He's going to get this moto win. So he's done what he needs to do. That's going to be 6 motos straight from Reese Budd here in this championship for the New South Wales Motocross State titles. But whether he gets 70 points in front or not depends on Bova's total for this weekend. And it's going to be close. Well, given that Max Compton's coming over the line in second.
Yep.
And here comes John Bova in third. So that will be a 5-point addition for this moto, and probably where did so John Bova wasn't in the top 3 in the first moto here, so it's at least another 10. So we're at 61, maybe 65 points. So we'll have to see what that total ends up being. But Russ, you're down there, mate. Who have you got?
Down here with our man, Reese Budd. Like you said, he's just won 6 straight motos. Mathematically, we're getting really close to closing out the entire championship here, mate, depending on what a few of the other riders do. How did you feel on the 450 out there right now?
Yeah, I felt really good that one, to be honest. Just no arm pump makes a huge difference. So honestly, that was the biggest difference. I had the speed all day to go and do what I did just then, but, you know, just struggled with arm pump earlier in the day. And honestly, the track just come to me then. I feel like I had some really good lines and felt comfortable and did what I did and had to pass all those boys and pull a gap. So, yeah, look, that's what I wanted to do earlier in the day, but didn't work out that way. But overall, I feel really good.
Mate, now just walk us through the difference between this track and what we've done so far between Canberra, Lakes and Dubbo. Give me your thoughts on this track compared to where we've been this season.
Yeah, obviously the biggest thing is the ruts, you know, obviously kind of similar to what we had at Canberra, just the dirt's a little bit different, you know, but yeah, like I said, this track is unreal. I feel like we could have a Pro MX event here. Like, the track is really wide open, lots of passing opportunities. So if anyone from Pro MX is watching, yeah, keep an eye on this track, because honestly, yeah, the crew did a really good job. So yeah, look, I'm stoked to be back here and have a good day. So yeah, look, big shout out to the team and everyone behind me for getting me here. So yeah, we'll keep the ball rolling.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Reese Budd will get that promoted check in the mail after the good words there about the venue from the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club, you reckon, Greg?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's he's spot on. This would be a great track as the 5-second board goes out for the 13 to 16's 250 race. Someone's got the big wheel stand on the outside. Was that Rosenditch? I can't. Rossiter, sorry. Can't see it was on the outside. I think it might be
Williams. It's just off the edge of the track after having that. Yeah, he's got shown the outside of the track, but it's the 613. That's Noah Thomas getting the whole shot. He's followed by the 203. That's Giley Thompson. So another good start for both of those guys. I'm pretty sure they were up there at the start of this Moto 1. But then they got swallowed up by Rossiter and then Bohannon, but Rossiter went down early, so we'll have to see where those boys are in this field as they come through here, and whether Rossiter, who's now, I can see him there in second already on track now, can Rossiter keep it on 2 wheels early here and battle his way through to the end and maybe steal the win back? I'm not seeing Bohannon at the front of this field.
The old Rossiter definitely is pushing up fast through the Risen corner.
Is that Bohannon that's actually down and going just at the end of the rollers there?
No, I'm not sure. I can't see the... So we've got... Watch the... looks like Rosenditch has got himself a lead as they head off. You can see the bikes all the way down the back straight, up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. Sorry, Rossiter. I said the wrong name. I've got people talking to me ears and I've screwed that up, I'm sorry.
So Rossiter's at the front there.
Rossiter at the front as he comes to take the first lap.
So we're hearing that Bohannon's not actually in the field for this moto. There seems to be some things happening in the background that we're not privy to the information on?
Yeah, no, it's a shame for Bohannon. He had a good race before, but that leaves it up to these guys to go out and put on a show.
So Rossiter from Thomas, from Barker, Thompson, Tongue, McCloskey, Williams, who had that little off-track adventure at the start of this one, having to make his way back through the field here, and he is your championship leader, so he's going to want to hurry himself along and get to the front here, because otherwise Rossiter's going to eat into that championship lead real quickly here at the front of this field. Yeah, he's definitely clearing off at the moment. Raphael Rossiter out the front, got himself a good break over, like you say, Noah Thompson. As you watch him go into the inside tight part of the track. Oh, just off screen there. Rossiter just had a bit of a moment, but gathered it all back together. A bit of a panic rev, as they say. Well, Rossiter should just probably take this one nice and steady. He's already got a big lead here in this junior 13 to 16s 250 race, so doesn't need to make a big mistake like he did in the first one and have to work extra hard to get through. He just needs to put in some consistent laps here because he's not being challenged right now. Yeah, that's very true. Bank the points, as they say. Riley Tongue was in 5th. I just seen he's had a bit of a moment. He's back up and running just as they approach that tight second track. I just looked up, seen him kicking his bike over and starting again. So he would have lost a couple of positions. I'll have to wait to see till they come over the line and see how many. Travis Barker on screen there, the 6, running in 3rd. There's Thomas in front of him. Oh, McCloskey, the 259 is just picking himself up off the deck. So he's had a moment here. He's trying to get that YZ started and he's off and running again. So he's going to drop from where he was in 6th. He's going to probably lose a few spots there. We'll have to see where he ends up when he comes back across the stripe the next time. I can see Rafalo too, the 32 machine's actually just creeping along the edge of the track at the finish line here. So he's having an issue and probably going to have to DNF this one because he's not going to actually tick over a timing bit there, as he hasn't actually, maybe might have gone over the loop, but he's actually pulling off the track. So no, Rafalo, the 32, is going to be a DNF by the looks of it in this one. Raphael Rossiter with the 1:48.2, the fast lap of the race straight up, putting 4 seconds into Noah Thomas, which is one of the reasons he's got such a good lead, is these drone shots over the tabletops at the back of the circuit. But just more fantastic shots. The boys from Skywalker Studios doing a great job with all the pictures that you are seeing here today. We've got the scissor lifts and stuff that the boys are up on, getting the camera angles as well. So I'm sure they're probably a coast hire setup. If you need some gear, they can get the good camera angles up there. So if you need the gear, you can get it from Coast Hire. Yeah, that's right. But Russ, mate, you're filling us in on why Bohannon might not be out on circuit at the moment.
Yeah, so I heard earlier that there was a protest around Blake Bohannon in this class. Didn't make a lot of sense to me originally. I've just chatted with Beachy and gotten some clarification on what it is. Basically, the class is a 128cc to 250. Because he's on a 125, he is technically not on the correct machine for this class. Now, even though it's a disadvantage, he's on a lower CC than is required, the rule still stands that it's a 128 to 250. Therefore, he's not on the correct machine for that class. So it was protested by another team, and the ruling stands. Beachy's a pretty fair guy. He pulled the rule book out and showed me through it. The only way around it was if those classes had been combined because of a lack of entries, then he would have been able to enter it. That wasn't the case here today. So technically, Bohannon out from a protest for being on a too small a capacity machine.
I wonder if they measured that bore.
Well, we're getting into some interesting areas there, mate. I'll stay away from that one. But
you got to check these things, right? Anyway, look, it's for whatever reason that's in the rule book and that's been enforced. So I guess you can't argue with it at this point in time.
That's right. And it's a fairly clear-cut rule too. You know, it sort of doesn't seem like it makes sense because it's a lower CC that he's at a disadvantage. But if the rule is 128 to 250, rule stands.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty clear.
I'm sure Blake's disappointed in it, but the rules are the rules.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's a class that really mattered to him anyway. No. I don't think it was any kind of championship championship was just more ride time, and again, him looking for more competition. So I don't think there's a big issue there in the Bohannon camp.
No, just that gets, like say, some experience and some more riding done as we're watching some drone shots through the middle section of the track. Just about to head down onto the back straight. Travis Barker.
Still holding third.
Yeah, still holding third. Got a 5-second gap over Tyson Williams. Raphael Rossiter ticks off another lap with another fastest lap.
Well, actually, sorry, I just noticed the 613's behind Travis Barker. So we've had a change, and there is Williams. So we've had a bit of a tightening up here as we've been listening in on the Bohannon situation.
Yeah. Well, we'll catch them as they come over the line in front of us here.
I think Williams is making a move in this final corner, so they're going to be a change up here. Yes, he has. He's gone from, what was that, fourth? He's up to third now. So Williams trying to get some points back here in his championship lead.
Travis Barker gone from third to second. So prior Tyson Williams was in, Noah Thompson, wasn't it? Was in second.
Yeah, so he's dropped down
to fourth.
So maybe he made a mistake and let these guys catch up to him, but for whatever reason, we are now running in a different rate. So
yeah. But
Rossiter not really listening to my advice. He's gone fastest on the screen the last lap around 147.4. So he's still pushing.
Raphael Rossiter from Travis Barker, Tyson Williams, then Noah Thomas, Seth Sharonbone, Buddy Brown, Will Cale, Riley Tung, Jahaley Thompson, and Jaden Mafiti. I think that's how you say it. Mafati. Top 10.
Mufati.
Like that. Top 10.
Josh McCloskey, who went down earlier, is up to 11, so he's still out there and running. Good to see that McCloskey's okay in that sense, but yeah, not a good moto for him, having that crash earlier on. As we write it down. That's Barker. That's gone down from second position. So Tyson Williams now going to jump up. He was pressuring him, looking like he was going to make a move, but Barker just tucked the front in that corner there. So he's going to drop down to fourth now. Noah Thomas is going to get back onto this moto podium here. So a bit of a shuffle around here in these later stages of this Moto 2.
Raphael Rossiter, not listening to David, just clicks off another lap with another fastest lap, a 147.2. We'll have to check the positions to come over the line. We're thinking it will be Tyson Williams and Noah Thomas to the top three. Here comes Tyson to click off another lap and into second after Travis's small off. And then we've got Noah Thomas. And here comes Travis Barker. So he's into fourth now from second, which is a shame, but let's see if he can catch up to and put a bit of pressure on Noah and see if he can put himself back on the podium.
Williams in the whole shot graphics corner there. Got a reasonably good run out of it. So it looks like that rut that he's choosing's got a good exit on it. Yeah. Getting it sideways over the tabletops is Williams. He's enjoying the run now. Been sitting in second.
Yep.
He's nowhere near first, unfortunately. He gave that up at the start by ending up off the track, but did the right thing, slowed down, let the field go through, didn't gain any advantage. So smart move there by Tyson.
Absolutely.
And then he's let the race come back to him, and it's working out for him here late. But he will lose a couple of points to Raphael Rossiter in this championship battle today. So this might be a really tight battle here in the final round at Cessnock for this 13 to 16 years 254 stroke class.
We look at Raphael Rossiter up in the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. He's got himself a 25-second lead at the start of this lap as he peels down to the last corner. Bit of a dab. Clicks off another lap. Oh, he only did a 150 that lap.
Look, at some point you're going to slow down, right?
Yeah, that's right. He's got, like I said, plenty of time in front. So you see him through this turn 2 and heads off into this roller section. Yeah.
Not the greatest run that time. It was a bit bouncy, that one.
Yeah.
Didn't clear those doubles the way he probably would have liked and just bounced his way through.
Tyson Williams just comes over the line. Raphael's got a 27-second lead, so he can be forgiven for not being the smoothest, and he's got a bit of time up his sleeve. There's a three-way battle, it looked like, between Seth Sharonbone, Will Cale and Buddy Brown. I'm pretty sure that was just went over the line.
Well, there's the battle there. That's going on. There's Buddy Brown on the 89 at the back. He's trying to go the long way around Will Cale by the looks of it. And that's Seth just in front of them as well. So Buddy might be able to get two, not quite. He's going to get one of them, but he's going to have a run now. Oh, Will Cale's going all right around the outside.
Yeah.
Fighting back is Will Cale. They got rather close off that first tabletop, did Buddy Brown and Will Cale.
Buddy's going to have the inside line now.
Yep, takes the short route, ends up back in front of him there, so that will be 6th for Buddy Brown. He's going to dive to the inside. Can he get around Seth Sharonbone here for 5th? It looks like he's going to make that work.
Looks like he might have got it done as they take over the tabletop, and yeah, he looks like he has.
So that's 5th place for Buddy Brown. Good couple of moves here late in this moto.
Yeah, good battle from these three. They go for the middle, tighter section of this track through the whole shot graphics corner and up over that last tabletop of the lap. Buddy Brown now see if he can try and stretch his legs a little down this back straight and give himself some breathing room.
Sharonbone trying to keep chasing Brown here. Cale just behind there as well, so he hasn't dropped off too much after getting passed by Buddy Brown. But we are on, they're going to see the last lap board here in a second as they come down towards our finish line area. So it's going to be one to go for our leader, Rossiter. Williams is 36 seconds back of Rossiter, so Rossiter's definitely put some time into this field here in Moto 2.
Just noticed 286 of Xavier Scott pulling off there. He's not going to finish the race. I didn't see anything on camera, but I hope he's all right. It's these three.
Oh, I think that it's now these two because Buddy Brown is getting away from him a little bit. He's just gone past one of the back markers there. I think it was Jet Wise maybe that he went past, but looks like Will Cale wants a piece of it.
Very tight in that whole shot graphics corner.
Yeah, but if there's a fight back from Seth, he went the long way around that corner. Cale took the short route, but they're side by side as they come into one of our back corners. Look at the ruts, they're both battling through. Sharonbone's gone down.
Down on the outside.
Seth got cross-rutted, got his feet flapping in the breeze. Now he's got to try and pick that bike up. Not the easiest to do where he landed there on the fluffy outside edge.
It's about the 5th person we've seen go down in that corner today.
Claiming people.
Raphael Rossiter comes over to finish the race. Controlled it basically from start to finish.
He'll have the overall for the day with that 2-1, which will probably be 1-1 given the Bohannon situation.
Yes, true.
So, and Tyson Williams is going to come through here and grab 2nd, which will be 2nd overall for him for the day.
So watch the rest of the field come through and clear off the track. We're just waiting for There's Tyson Williams.
And the 613 is going to come through here and grab 3rd. That's Noah Thomas. And then it'll be Barker through in 4th. So it will be Rossiter from Williams, from Thomas in the overall and the moto. And we're going to take a break in our coverage from round 4. Day 2 action here at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. We'll be back with our final few motos of our Day 2 action.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7.
Gate drop for the women here as we go round 4. Round 4 for the girls here, the women's division at the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. Who's got the whole shot there?
It's the 4-4-3. Stephanie Turnbull's going to get that one.
Oh, there's a bit of a bottleneck there. A few of the girls got caught up in that first turn. Let's see who's come around here clean. I see Mia Tung. I see Ada Harris up the front. But that looks like a Honda machine leading the girls into the tabletops.
Well, it's a red bike, but it's a gas.
It's a gas, different red. Same, but different.
Exactly my thoughts. But I think Tung has just made that changed red at the front. So it is the Honda now, Mia Tung. But Turnbull's going to take an inside run here, try and get it back.
Yeah, Turnbull's not having it. Ada Harris sitting behind them, waiting to pounce. Now let's see if Ada's going to play this smart. Is she going to hang back, let those girls battle?
She's gone down. Ada Harris got cross-sided. She's gone down, probably just out of your view, Russ, but she's got to pick it up now. She's going to lose a lot of ground here, is Ada Harris. So unfortunately, her good moto, bad moto in both classes is going to continue here in the far south coast today. So she's got some work to do now as Ada Harris.
Yeah, that's a shame for Ada Harris going down the Risen Unlimited corner as we're seeing Mia Tung and Stephanie Turnbull down the back straight, neck and neck. Once again, Mia's prepared to just hold that throttle open a bit longer than the rest of them.
Not scared down that section of track, is she?
No, as they go through the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. Interesting to see in the first moto, Stephanie seemed to sort of taper off towards the end. We were wondering if it was a fitness issue or... So hopefully she can stick with Mia for this race.
Oh, what a line she done
She's
there.
going to show her the way around.
She flowed that downhill in the final corner.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, Stephanie did a great job. But again, Mia Tung holding it on just a little bit longer. She's going to run it down the inside, but Turnbull sweeps around the outside and going to hold the lead for now.
As Ada Harris just goes through, she's in 5th.
Yeah, a bit of ground to make up too. It's not so much the position for her that's the problem. It's the track distance that she's got to make up now from being on the ground for probably 10 seconds or so.
Yep.
So we see Turnbull just actually getting away a little bit from Mia Tung there as they exit that roller section through the whole shot graphics corner.
Yeah, Mia's exit of those rollers was no good at all, mate. She got into a bad rhythm there and slammed into that last hump, washed off all her momentum. It really slowed her up.
Yeah, okay, well, I don't think Stephanie's going to need too many invitations to try and run away at the lead here. She was putting together a good first moto and then sort of ran into some issues as we watch him come into the middle section of the track. There is an unlimited corner. Up into the coast higher, I suppose you could call it a hairpin before doubling back around into the whole shot graphics corner and taking that last tabletop away. But
that front group of girls has absolutely split this pack in half. There's a huge gap back to the rest of the mid-pack. They're going to be able to check out and do their own thing up the front.
Yeah, well, Stephanie Turnbull's already doing that. She's got herself probably half the length of the back straight over
Mia Tung.
Yep.
Yeah, Ella Hamilton's just dropped from 3rd. She was up there. Claire Pollard's just got past her, but Ella's doing a good job. She went down in Moto 1. But I just noticed that Ada Harris is just catching to the back of Ella Hamilton here. So we'll get an update on that running order when they come across the line here. But it's still Stephanie Turnbull. She's doing fantastic in this moto. She's actually got a decent gap, a little bit of breathing room. She can take the line she wants because Mia Tung is just back. And the reason that is because Stephanie just went fastest on our screen, a 1:58.2. Mia Tung did a 2:02, so 4 seconds slower. That's where that gap's come from.
Ada Harrison comes over the start line. You can just see on the shot there, she's trying to get up the inside of Ella Hamilton.
Yeah, and she's going to make a run here, is Ada. She's going to... Oh, dive bomb around the outside. Oh, contact.
Oh, no.
Oh, poor Ella.
Contact.
I don't think Ella knew that Ada was going to do exactly that. She just tried to close the door, did Ada, and Ella just got in the wrong spot at the wrong time, and yeah, contact.
Ella did very well to keep that bike upright then. Unfortunate, but it didn't cost her a lot of time. Yeah, she'll be a bit disappointed in that. She's still running.
In 5th at the moment now after that move, so Ada's trying to make her way forward no matter what's in the way.
Yeah, that's right. No prisoners taken, apparently.
Yeah, Ada's going to be a bit of a steam train, I think, here, fellas. She's going to push really hard. She's not going to be happy with that tip over. I can already imagine what's going on inside that helmet. and I don't think it's any good. She's going to be pushing real hard, be very frustrated with herself to make a silly mistake like that, and it's just been something that's plagued her this entire series.
Well, interestingly, with the times too, I'm just noticing normally across this day we've seen that lap times get slower as the track has obviously gotten rudder and a bit more aggro, let's say. But Stephanie Turnbull's time that she did with that 158.2, it's actually faster than Mia Tung's fastest lap from Moto 1 by half a second or more. So Stephanie Turnbull's turning it on.
Yeah, good on her.
Stephanie with a little bit of a late day charge, mate. She's putting in some lap times, which is awesome to see. Now, was Stephanie one of the ones that hasn't been here the whole series? Where is she in the championship?
Yeah, I believe this is Joe, she's on the board. She was at Dubbo, but she didn't feature in our overall podium at Dubbo, but she wasn't a part of round 1 or 2. So she's quite a ways down in 18s in the championship standing. But today we'll definitely boost her up into that, given a few of the other girls, Stevie Williamson, Bella Arnott injured, they're going to make their way up a bit higher probably.
Yeah, we lost a lot of good riders in this class, haven't we, mate?
It's unfortunate.
Been really disappointed to see that top, the top 3-4 girls have all gone out to injury.
Actually, Kira Collins as well. Just seeing her list on here. She's not here today. Well, write it down. Sorry, we'll change tact here. The 17 machine, that's Izzy Barker. She had a couple of crashes in the first Moto too, so she's up and going. Not a great day for her. But yeah, Kira Collins, the 13 machine, she's been a part of our series, but she had a decent crash somewhere recently. I think if I remember correctly, it was sacrum and pelvis fracture, so she's going to be out for a little while. So yeah, we've definitely lost a few of our top women from the series just due to injury this year.
Yeah, Meg had a horrific crash. She's dealing with a pretty blown up, busted foot. Bella Arnott's also got a nasty foot injury. So it's, the girls, the women's division's been plagued by a lot of injuries here. If I could put a silver lining on that cloud, it's that the women's division are really pushing hard now. These girls aren't bowing out for any lack of trying. They're pushing hard. The injuries are a part of that. So it's been really cool to see the level of riding really elevate. A lot of these women are riding in the men's classes as well, which I think is a really positive thing. It's pushing them forward. It's pushing the sport forward for the women. And the injuries are just, one of those super sad downsides to our sport.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I say it all the time on some of the things I do for media work, but moto injuries are a part of moto. It's just what happens. You go out here and compete, and sometimes it goes a little astray. But as we run, I'm just noticing too, from their first moto to this second moto, the moto scores of Stephanie getting a 3 and potentially a 1 would still outdo a 2-2 of Mia Tung that she's currently running. So
okay.
Now, boys, if you look at the rollers, there's going to be an interesting little battle coming up here. Ada Harris is hunting down Claire Pollard and taking some very different lines there between those two women into this back section. Now, these two have had a few battles over the last little while. And Ada, we know, is going to be on an absolute tear. So let's see what happens as she closes the gap up to the back of Pollard.
Yeah, Ada's definitely on the charge after that small off earlier.
Turnbull, our leader, on screen here, going through the tighter section of that coast higher corner.
Yeah, controlling the race pretty well. Stephanie, she's doing a great job out in front. Just needs to keep her concentration up.
Getting her way through that turning roller section. She's going to pull hard on that throttle cable and head up our back straight to the top of the circuit here. And she's got to pick her way through one of about 20 ruts here in this dip in section of the corner there.
Yeah, speaking of the rutty corners, number 2 Hamilton just laying it over here in the ruts. This corner that's caused a few dramas for a lot of riders today. Mate, every time I walk past it, it is just horrendous. That's the stuff of nightmares right there.
I think that was Ada Harris on screen, just getting both feet off the pegs, pushing the front in the top corner there. She's trying to push, obviously hard to catch.
Yeah,
she can now see Claire Pollard, so she's trying to catch up to her. But yeah, a bit untidy there at the top of the circuit for Ada Harris.
Oh, hitting the
and found the rev
there. Yeah, so she's definitely pushing Ada. She wants to
keep it together, Ada. Keep it together.
Wow.
So just noticing that Imogen Christie, the 204, is retired on our screen here. So she's pulled out of this one. So we're down to 8 runners at the moment in our women's field. As we see Ada go through the rollers, just landed awkwardly on one of those and just sort of had the bike spit sideways a little bit on the rebound side.
Yeah, kept a hold of it, but it didn't look perfect. Once again, jumping all of those tabletops. Oh, there's a wheel bounce as she's trying to hunt down Claire Pollard.
Something that you may not be able to see on the TV is just how small riders like Ada Harris are. When she pulls up for an interview with me, for her to be able to hold onto the bike, she's got to slide her butt all the way off the side of the bike and hook a leg over the top of it. I'm always impressed by these riders that can ride to the level she's at while being that small. It's definitely a disadvantage not being able to hang off the back of the bike and just being of smaller stature on these big bikes. So it's always impressive watching how some of these ladies can go that hard, being of smaller stature. It'd definitely be a challenge.
Yeah, very true. Very true. We're looking at, that's Ada on the screen there, trying to hunt down Claire, I'm pretty sure. Yes, they go up the hill towards the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
The gap is closing up there. Ada's creeping in there. Each time we get a longer shot, you can see the two of them in the one. Oh, that exit of that rut is horrible. Ada was just battling her way out of it. Nothing she's doing wrong, but just the rut is just destroyed.
Yeah. As the leaders go through, Stephanie Turnbull flick off another lap. And he goes Ada. So sticking to that inside line. Claire Pollard takes the outside sweeping line.
So just seeing the 25 of Sienna Gadis there. She's in 8th on the track. She's been put a lap down by her leaders, and just Claire and Ada are about to make their way past her as well.
Ada just a little bit of a kick off that first roller. Managed to keep it together.
Sienna had a good look there to make sure she wasn't going to impede the girls there. So good work, Sienna. There's Ada sending those tabletops once again.
Yep. A bit more sensible on that middle one this time. Maybe she's thinking if she gets on the, uses the down ramp, she might be able to have a bit of a
better drive to the corner.
Yeah, better drive to the corner. Something new and different.
Might try that, eh?
Yeah, as they head down to the inside field, the tighter section of this track in the middle.
I think that's the 111 Samantha MacArthur just getting past there as well.
Yep.
By the girls, Claire and Ada. And you can just see Mia Tung at the bottom of the screen disappearing out of it. So she's not that much further in front of Claire and Ada.
No.
But far enough that they probably won't get to her with this moto starting to wind down. Unless there's a decent mistake. But there's our leader, Stephanie Turnbull. She's gone past the 17 of Izzy Barker. But Turnbull having a great run here. Nearly 6-second gap over Mia Tung in second.
Yeah, she's definitely controlling it.
She's obviously found some decent lines too. Like, she's not in that inner rut there at the top of that Motorcycle New South Wales corner. So she's found something that's working for her. She's swept that line there in the blast corner. She's just carrying a nice flow here.
Oh, someone's dropped it in the middle. It's Mia Tung at the last turn. Mia Tung's dropped it, and here comes Ada Harris. Has got the move done on Claire Pollard. So Ada Harris jumps up to second. Claire Pollard to third. Mia Tung in the last corner, as you can see on screen, just getting the bike running now. That's a shame. A shame for Mia. So it's Stephanie Turnbull, Ada Harris, Claire Pollard, and then Mia Tung.
Has Ada Harris got enough time to get this done, fellas?
Oh, maybe, but I think what the point we need to make here is those championship implications now, because they basically, after that first motor, there was 1 point lead for Mia Tung, but with Mia going down there and having Claire Pollard between them, that's going to give Ada Harris this championship lead in the MX Women's as we head to the final round.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, Ada, pull it up there.
Yeah.
Keep it upright.
Yep. You can see.
So there's the leader.
Yep.
Turnbull. And there's a decent gap on track-wise that Ada would make up. I don't think we're basically a lap and a half to go here. I don't think Ada's going to close that unless Turnbull makes a mistake. But still, it's a great run for Ada to get back to where she did after going down early in this moto. Oh, she's just, Ada, having a battle out of that rut. You can see the legs paddling.
Yeah.
Claire's just getting up nose high there on that tabletop. You can see from the drone footage, the ruts up the face of that are partly to blame for that position that Claire ended up in. As the girls, Ada and Claire, shoot down that long back straight. You can see how long it is, and they barely back off until pretty much that dip at the top of the hill, which is where we talked about on our track preview. Such a long run there at full throttle.
The leader comes through, Stephanie Turnbull.
Oh, write it down. Is that Ada Harris down at the top of the hill? I think it might be. Ada trying to get that bike back up and running, so that might give the championship a turn back around, because I think Mia Tung went back past her.
Claire Pollard will be the next person to take the
There's
last
Ada.
lap forward.
So Ada's just off track at the minute. She's got to get herself back on track, or has she got herself, oh no, she's trying to find a spot to get on. She just can't find a spot past the edge of the track. Now she is. There we go.
Back on track.
So that's Izzy Barker there in the bottom of screen. But as they come over, the running order, Turnbull, Pollard, Mia Tung, and yes, Ada Harris has dropped down to 4th. So that's given Mia Tung some points back. So that'll mean that she's the championship leader, probably by 3 points heading to the final round if they stay where they are. But these girls seem to want to switch it around on us.
As we watch our leader, Stephanie Turnbull, who's put together a fantastic moto. She's about to head into the tighter section on this track. She's got herself a reasonable 15-second lead over Claire Pollard. She's just enjoying some bit of style over the tabletop there. Enjoying herself now. I'm sure she'll have a look to her left as she comes around these next couple of corners and just see the gap. As we can see.
Yeah, well, she's 15 seconds when she came over that finish line. So she is about 3 corners in front of Claire Pollard at the moment.
Yeah, exactly, yep.
And yeah, Mia Tung there, clear in 3rd now. Ada, all that ground she made up, she just gave it straight back with that little tip over at the top of the hill.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed in herself, I think, with that.
And I think that might just fit into that point that Russ was making about her being just a little bit smaller in stature. When the bike maybe gets going sideways and leaning over with those deep ruts, she just might miss the ground there with the foot.
She doesn't have a long enough leg for a dab, so to speak. If I can use the correct language.
Yeah, we see it in off-roads a lot more than what you see it in motocross, mate. The shorter stature riders are just at a disadvantage. If the bike gets untidy or a bit messy and you've got nice long legs, you can just put a foot down, dab yourself, correct yourself, and you're going to be okay. Shorter stature riders just simply don't have that option.
So Turnbull's just come over the finish line there. She's grabbed the win in this MX women's class. Claire Pollard's just about to come over the line in 2nd. And we're going to see Mia Tung grab 3rd in the end. So bit of a turnaround in the results here in this 2nd moto. Great job by Stephanie Turnbull. And Russ, you might have grabbed our moto winner there after the checkers.
Yeah, I'm down here with Stephanie Turnbull as all the women come off the track here, mate. Stephanie, that was an unreal race. You've done really well here today. You've been dominating this class. Give me a little rundown on how that race went for you.
Yeah, it was good. I got the whole shot, and then Mia got me, and I was like, she made a little bit of a mistake, and I just threw it up and got in the front.
You did really well. You're riding this bike really well. We haven't seen you throughout this whole series. Are we going to see you at Cessnock?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Unreal. Congratulations on the win. Well done. I got Claire Pollard right here behind me too. I'll grab her for a chat. Claire, run me through that race. How'd that go for you?
Well, on the line, someone said that I could push harder, so I knew I had to do that. And to be honest, I got a pretty bad jump, and then one of the girls like messed up in the corner. I kind of got stuck, and I charged through them rollers so hard to pass Ella, and I pretty much threw every single thing I had into that race. And in the first race, Ada pulled 41 seconds on me, and then I wasn't that far behind Steph. So yeah, it was really good. I just wish I did that at the start of the day.
Mate, well, I'm glad I told you to turn it up. Well done. That was an awesome race. We'll see you girls at Cessnock. Very, very cool, mate. The level of riding out of these women's really, really stepped up, mate. I'm super impressed.
Yeah, all the ladies there doing a great job, competitive and respectful, and doing great interviews too, giving us good insight post-race there from the girls. So we've got on the line our MX Vets 40 plus. We've got our 4 riders. Brock Tropp's just giving the forearms a little bit of the old loosen up before he takes off for the moto.
Before he pulls his Kickstarter out and gives that thing a kick.
Something like that, yep. Yep, one of the few that still has to do that on the Suzuki.
Now, a few of these boys are riding a couple of classes, right, Dave? I've seen a bunch of them out in other classes here today.
I think all 4 of them. And
so, yeah.
Maybe Daniel Collins, I can't say definitely, but yes, I think all 4 of them. Brock Trop definitely, Harriman definitely. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they all doing double duty here, but this will be their final moto of the day. So number 4 for them, for most of them.
No Aaron Parker, mate. We chatted to him earlier. He said no more vet racing for him. Well, fully focused on getting Jyla.
I don't think he's old enough for the 40 plus class. I think he would have only been able to do our first 3 rounds. And he was the defending vet champ from last year, so he can turn it on, but I don't think he's a 40 plus vet. So.
That's right, yeah. A little bit younger.
Board. All right, we're about to get this gate dropped here for our Vets 40 plus. The board is 5 seconds, so we're ready to go here. Oh, some long holds today on that 5-second board. Who's going to get our whole shot? It looks like it's going to be the 808 of Lee Harriman getting there first. So nice jump for Lee.
Lee's been such a consistent rider this season, hasn't he, fellas? He's showed up to every race. I think everywhere I've been this year, I've seen that name on the riders list, and he's just been really consistent. No matter what class he's in, whether he's in the vets or any of the other classes too. It's not always blowing everyone's doors off, but he's just there. He's there towards that front of the pack or the mid pack, putting the laps in and doing what he needs to do. Very, very impressive how much racing he's done this year.
Well, let's see what they can do, because this time around, like, we had the 3 riders battling at the front, but this time we've got it in a different order. Brock Trop has got to the front earlier this time around, so maybe we might see this stretch out a bit further, but Harriman's holding second. The 77 of Todd Williams, who was the whole shotter and early leader in Moto 1, is currently in 3rd. Daniel Collins sitting there in 4th, and unfortunately last on track, but you can tell everybody he got 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if Brock Trop, like you said, there was a bit of a battle in the first moto they had with the 3 of them, but Brock Trop
just sneaking away, isn't he?
Yeah, just starting to open up a bit of a gap. Like you said, see if Harriman and Todd Williams can try and put some time back into him. If not, they'll end up in a battle of their own. So we see him go off down the back straight, wide open, up the hill into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner, and see how they deal with all these ruts. Oh, hang on a minute. Daniel Collins has gone off the track. He's behind the bunting. Daniel Collins has got to go the scenic route as he's come back onto the track. No harm done, really, apart from a couple of seconds lost in time. Brock Trop, Lee Harriman, Todd Williams, and then Daniel Collins coming through in 4th. You'd be disappointed that Daniel must have got hit a rut when he was on the brakes coming into that Motorcycle New South Wales corner. And just punched him to the left. Unfortunately, it was a right-handed corner. As you see Brock Trop going through the rollers. Just see Lee Harriman in the back of shot there. The whole shot graphics corner. The 3 of them are still in the same shot if there's a long shot, but yeah, Brock Trop's definitely starting to put some time between himself and Lee Harriman, who's got Todd Williams for company back there in the 2nd and 3rd place. Oh, Todd Williams looking for the inside line to get the drive. He might have got the move done here, Todd.
He has, because Harriman's just almost tipped over. He managed to save it.
Not sure if he's hit a false neutral or something there. So, yeah, not sure what happened there with Lee Harriman.
So Harriman's running, but yeah, he's given some ground up there to Williams, so he's going to have to work hard. It's probably a good 8 seconds he's given up there. So Collins is actually right to his back wheel at the moment and thinking about making a move is Daniel Collins. So
does make a move. We could see how important the start was for the four of them all together. It's only taken sort of 2 laps to be a bit spaced out from a few little incidents, problems of themselves. But what do you think about start gates down there, Russ? What's your thoughts on it?
Look, I don't know too much about start gates and getting off the mark, mate, but these guys behind me certainly do. I was just watching young Archie Black, and I was just watching Rossiter over there, the number 8. They got let out in the order that they get to pick their gates, and the boys have come through, and they're all standing behind the gates, looking at the ruts, looking at the line, and making some decisions. I might just walk over here and see if we can get a bit of insight. Archie, I just saw you looking at the start gates, mate, trying to make a choice. What are you looking for the best possible start gate?
Well, I wanted to go wide, but I think like being a bit smaller, they'd push me off because they don't want me probably getting a whole shot. So I'm just looking for an inside gate, looking for like a straight one, and hopefully get a good start.
Awesome, mate. Thank you very much. So Archie did just mention size there again. We were talking about that with the women's race as well, but it really is a factor on these bikes. It's probably difficult to see, but Archie's probably one of the smaller riders in this class. He's just sort of stepped up, bit of a smaller stature dude. So he's got to take that into account when he's looking at a start position and where he wants to be on the bike. He mentioned there that he gets pushed around a little bit, and that's just that weight difference, right? The bigger guys on those bikes can sort of elbows out and shuffle around a little bit. When you're the smaller guy at a big weight disadvantage, you got to pick your gate to work for you. So the boys are all out here getting their gates ready, packing some dirt down, sweeping the concrete so they can try and get that premium start, get that whole shot.
How are the ruts looking behind the gates there, Russ? We're at the end of towards the end of our program here. Are the ones, I gather, towards the outside, are they getting rather deep and they have to pack them back in, or what? How are they looking there?
Dave, I'm actually really impressed with how this dirt holds up. It feels like it's just really soft soil. I would expect the ruts to be very, very deep off the start with the amount of horsepower that we've had launched out of these holes, but they're really actually okay. These are some of the deepest ones that I can see really here, and it's not that deep at all. A little bit of a kick of a dirt in there, and you'll see the riders doing this, and a bit of a pack down, and you're sort of pretty close to level. So I'm fairly impressed with how this is held together. I thought it would be all torn apart. And then the start straight here at Far South Coast Motorcycle Club is very, very impressive. The start straight has not fallen apart or blown out like we've seen at some other tracks. It's still really nice. The ruts are all pretty dead straight heading out to that first corner. Obviously, you've got the ruts of the corner, which do play a bit of an issue further down the start straight. But if you look across it, you wouldn't even really think that this straight's been raced on all day. So, again, very impressed with the track prep here at Far South Coast Motorcycle Club.
Yeah, good to see how it's holding up behind the start gates there. Interesting, like that rider was saying about being small, getting pushed around even on the bike. Like you said, with some of the girls being a bit short, having dramas, getting a foot to the ground, but even the little lightweight riders find themselves being pushed around, especially through turn 1 and turn 2, trying to get the whole shot. So taking the inside line is probably a better option for him. As we watch the vets, Todd Williams in the vets class, and around and over the tabletop in good form.
Brock Trop putting in some good laps at the moment. He's doing 155.0 and not too far off what he was doing in Moto 1. He's purple on the screen. That's the last lap around. He was giving it what he had to, but he's got a nice 10-second plus gap on second place, which is Todd Williams. Lee Harriman hasn't really, after that little moment, hasn't been able to close back in on Todd Williams there in second, so Lee's in third, but decent gap. Unfortunately, it seems like Daniel Collins has dropped right off the pace there behind Lee, when he was trying to make a move before we went to that segment with Russ. So maybe Daniel dropped it somewhere or something's happened there.
Yeah, interesting. A shame for Lee to make that little error. He was up battling with Todd Williams. Once he's made that little error, though, he's just too far back to try and close up the gap. As Nathan Brockdrop ticks off another lap in this moto, and we'll see Todd Williams going over the finish line, looking to the left, seeing what was going on there. Yeah, so as they all come over the line, and that's the Just waiting for Daniel Collins to come over the line to tick off this lap.
Now, Greg, I bumped into our friend Burgess, Riley Burgess, just earlier and had a bit of a chat with him. He was back in his civvies, out of his race gear and back in his casual wear, mate. And before I teased him about his haircut and colour, I asked him how he was feeling after that crash, and to be honest, he was feeling pretty banged up. He had his left thumb all strapped up and taped up, so there was an issue with his left thumb and a massive cork in his right leg, he said. So that's why he had to pull out earlier, and we didn't really get to see the Burgess that we like to see out here. So unfortunate for him that his day was cut a little bit short. Glad that he's okay, but his haircut is still horrendous. So that's
Antonio's barbershop in Cessnock there is who does Riley's hair. That's who he's
Is that who's responsible for it? I don't know if he'd want to mention that. Is that?
No, I heard him mention it yesterday on the podium presentation, Riley, and coming from the same area we do. I hope Riley's feeling better for Cessnock, because he'll be able to sleep in his own bed at the Cessnock round, much like us three, which will be good for a change.
Well, at least we know who's responsible for that haircut, mate. So maybe the three of us can go around and have a stern talk with the crew there at Antonio's barbershop in Cessnock.
We don't want to get matching sets for the Cessnock round?
Well, I mean, if Burgess was winning, mate, if he was winning and clearing out, maybe we would need to go do that. Join the Burgess fan club.
No, with that kind of haircut, Russ, the correct answer to that was, what do you mean we? Have you got a rat in your pocket?
Come on, mate, we're a team. We're a team.
Well, I've had some stellar haircuts in the past, but I think I'm too old for that now.
I haven't had hair for a number of years, mate, so I'm pretty safe in that department.
Speaking of not having much hair, the vets are out on track still, Dave.
Smooth.
That was harsh.
Smooth transition. Well, hey, look, Brockdrop's just throwing it upside down like a teenager, so I don't think you can really call that one for that move, Rasen. Perfect timing, Nathan.
Yeah. No, he's looking quite smooth out on tap. Got him on track. Sorry, got himself a 24-second lead over Todd Williams, who, as we said before, after Lee Harriman's little off, he just hasn't been able to close the gap back up to Todd. It's turned into a bit of a lonely race for all four of these boys out here. The first moto was quite good and quite exciting for the first 3/4 of a race. We had a battle for first, second, and third for a long time.
And this one hasn't materialised that way, has it?
No. No, I think, once Brockdrop got through, he sort of said that'll do. I think he was getting too much roost last moto. And I thought, no, I don't do that again. I'll just try and see if I can clear off. But
Todd super styling there on camera over the tabletop. Now through the Risen Unlimited corner. Have a shout out for Risen Unlimited. If you didn't hear our interview with the man himself from Risen at the Lakes round, you should know that they do custom gear sets. You can basically get anything you want printed on your pants and jersey. They'll design it up and they'll work with you and get that stuff printed up. So go and check out risenunlimited.com, I think it is, or .com.au. It'll be one of the two. Just put Risen Unlimited in Google and you'll find it.
But the big difference is it's not printed on, it's printed within the shirt. Remember, Dave?
It's all sublimated, as they say.
That's the word. It's not an iron on or a stick on, it's within the shirt.
So it will stretch and move with you and not be a big sticker on top of you that makes you hot and sweaty underneath it either. So, yeah, very cool product and gear there that you can basically turn into whatever you want.
Todd Williams, speaking of Risen, through the Risen corner. Was the Risen
He's having a look over. He's wondering why they haven't got a last lap board out yet.
Yeah.
He's looking for the exit sign.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, mate. There's nearly 3 minutes to go. You'll probably get 3 laps in.
I wonder if they had a little agreement on the line, you know, like if we're near the board, we'll all just slow down together, you know.
No, there's all. You never really fully go with one of those agreements. There's always someone who goes, bugger it, I'll take the win.
Yeah. I'll look like I say yes, but I really mean no.
Had my fingers crossed behind my back. Over the tabletop and then down to take these rollers and out to the fast back straight on this far South Coast Motorcycle Club down here west of Bego, who have put on a great event over the last 2 days, yesterday and today. So we watched Brock chop up into the Motorcycle New South Wales corner at the top of the circuit, and he'll drop down into the last turn and tick off another lap, and then once he comes out, oh, those braking bumps are starting to look quite nasty. So he comes over the line, tick off another lap, and so next time around he should get the last lap board. So you watch him head down towards turn 2.
He's just turned the fastest lap of the Moto too, has Brock Drop. So 154.3, just dropping it down a little bit more. Why not?
Yeah, feeling comfortable, looking smooth.
Tell you what, I'm not feeling comfortable right now. The wind's just picked up.
That wind is just about to say exactly that. As we watch him go for the whole shot graphics corner down the back of the track there and take on these 3 tabletops. There's a little bit of style on the middle one. Nice. There's my co-commentator Dave here puts his foot on that. Wind has just kicked up.
Straight on the back of the neck, right?
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You watch Nathan come into this tight section at the middle of the track. Whoop, just trying to navigate a couple of choppy ruts there. You can see him put the heels down, pull the toes up and try and find the correct way through. So he goes through Risen Unlimited corner and then up into this Coast Higher 180-degree turn, and then got the whole shot graphic corner and up over this tabletop. No style there, although landed perfectly on the top of that down ramp, which would have given him maximum drive down the down ramp, but he hasn't put up too much of a proper whip as he takes off down this fast back straight. He's got that Suzuki wound up fantastically.
All right, he's going to see the last lap board when he gets to the bottom of the hill here. And probably for these 4 older gentlemen, they will be very much appreciative of that signboard. And
yeah,
there it is. 1 lap to go for the MX Vets 40+ class here. Brocktrop looking to complete 2 moto wins here, which would make it 4 from 4 for Brocktrop in this abbreviated Vets 40+ series. It's not the full 5 rounds here. We had the 30 to 40 range at the beginning rounds and 40+ for these last couple of rounds. As we see him through the whole shot graphics corner there at the end of the rollers for one last time today for this class here at the far South Coast Motorcycle Facility. Bit of style just to finish off his day too. Just to make sure he's got something to post on whatever social platform he is still on.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, we're not sure if they know where Instagram is or Facebook or if they're on something else.
Surely they're not doing TikTok videos.
Or sure, I was going to say surely not Snapchat or something like that, but maybe they are. Who knows?
I don't even know how Snapchat works. So.
No, yeah, I'm with you. Sorry,
Yeah.
I can't explain that one. I'm sure some of the kids in the field, in the paddock that have been watching mum or dad racing today could tell us, but
I'm sure they could. Lands perfectly on that down ramp again to get the good drive. Get the Suzuki wound up for the last time for today. And so you'll get this big Suzuki wound up through the Motorcycle New South Wales corner and then back down to the take the checkered flag as he starts to head down the hill. Then I'd say for Nathan Brockchop and the rest of these 4 lads, it will be put the bike in the trailer, have a cold drink and a couple of ibuprofen. As Nathan Brockchop ticks off the win for the Vets Moto 40+ class. And while the rest of these crew will take a quick we'll take a quick look with Russ. You're down there with Nathan Brockchop.
Down here with Nathan Brockchop, mate. That was an unreal race. Basically led that from start to finish, mate, on the yellow fever out there. Tell me how that race went for you, mate.
I just got to get my breath back first. No, still trying to keep the intensity high. Doesn't matter if you're in front or behind, just so you don't get lazy. The race started off as probably as good as I could get it. I just tried to stay smooth, ride my lines and make sure the boys didn't make any ground on me like they did in the first one. But the first race was a really good race with them, so I enjoyed it.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
13 to 15-year-old class here lined up at the far South Coast Motorcycle Club. One of the last races here for the day in the beautiful Bega Valley. The 15-second board is out. We're going to hear the revs build with these awesome machines as the heads go down, staring at that gate. Gate drop. Let's go racing. Who's going to get it? A 262 machine of Blake Bohannon launches from the outside gate, sweeps around the first corner and instantly puts a gap on this field. Second corner. Let's see if everyone gets through clean. Young Archie Black, we chatted to earlier on a smaller machine, got absolutely swallowed up there by the pack. But Bohannon leads them through the rollers and into this back section. Let's see who comes out in second and third position. I see a Rossiter in third there in the bright yellow gear with the big number 8 on his back.
It's Liam Miller that was in second there earlier. Oliver Rex got a good start as well, but it looked like Rossiter is making the moves on both of those guys as we speak about it. So Rossiter's going to look to try and challenge here with Bohannon because Rossiter has won the last 3 motos in this class. 1 this morning, 2 at the previous round at Dubbo. So Bohannon's trying to turn the tables on Rossiter here at the end of the day here and try and steal away the overall.
Rossiter's been the only rider that's been able to give any kind of challenge to Blake Bohannon, both on Yamaha machines. Let's see if Rossiter can stick it to him. He's not fallen off the back of him so far. Blake's going to try and sprint away. Let's see if Rossiter can go head-to-head with Blake. Looks like a move's being made up the back section there, boys. Can you see that on the screen?
Rossiter's going a long way around the outside, Bohannon to the inside, so it's going to be a battle to the bottom of the hill, but I think Rossiter's got the running at this point, so we might have a change for the lead, but Bohannon's going to sweep the outside. We're tied pretty much level. Oh,
very close.
Rossiter closed the door on the top of the hill.
Rossiter dives to the inside. Bohannon taking the wide sweeping move. Rossiter gets bucked all over the place. Down the straight they go into turn 2. Bohannon getting seriously sideways. They use the same rut into the rollers. Let's see who does this section best. This seems to be a make or break section. Blake goes to the inside. Rossiter as well.
I feel like Rossiter's just got a bit more pace today in this one, or at least he's a bit more feisty right now at the beginning of this Moto 2 for this field.
He seems to be for sure. Sorry, Greg, keep cutting you off there, mate.
You're right, mate.
He's Rossiter seems to be fired up. I think he got a bit of extra energy. Was it Dubbo that he got the win over Blake?
Yeah.
And when we interviewed him, he said, "I am so sick of coming second." So he's fired up, he's feeling it. Millard getting well out of control in this ruddy corner right in front of me here. But Rossiter seems to be opening up a little bit of a gap in front of Bohannon. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, watching Rossiter go through that Risen Unlimited corner, he's riding like he means it too. He's on the stocks as they head out to this back straight. See, he's opened up probably 100 metres on Blake Bohannon at the moment. Liam Millard in third by Oliver Rex as they head up to the New South Wales Motocross corner at the top of the hill. Rossiter rails that outside line. Blake Bohannon does the exact same thing and they drop down into the last turn. Those brake bumps you can see with the shadows on the sun causing, you can see how bad they are.
Yeah, those braking bumps down that hill, mate. I was standing there yesterday as Bohannon cops a huge kick there.
Bohannon had a huge moment coming over the finish line there. Raphael Rossiter puts in a 46.9.
Oh, Rossiter, all kinds of untidy. That bottom section there must be so chopped up. Every one of our riders pushing it is getting kicked left and right moving into that corner. This track has held up as long as it possibly can, and it is now starting to fall apart and go away.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to fight back. You can see, I think that little moment you talked about in turn 2 might have cost Rossiter a little bit of time, but Bohannon's trying to chase him down. Watching Rossiter out of the side of our commentary box through the rollers just then was spectacular as he comes down into the inside. Well, we've got Blake Bohannon on screen trying to chase him down into this tight inside section of the track, into the Risen Unlimited corner. And both of these young guys are absolutely into it. They have gapped Liam Millard. Let's go. Head out to the...
Oh, Rossiter just a little sideways on the top as he tried to pivot on that mound on the inside of the corner. No harm, no foul. Just didn't look that fantastic from the camera shot.
Yeah, both riders making a lot of small mistakes. It seems they're going 1 for 1 here, so the gap remains. No one making a huge mistake, just a little bit untidy. I think both riders are probably a little tired, a little worn out, and this track is getting super, super rough.
Yeah, like you said, Russ, a little tired, a little worn out. The track is starting to play up a bit. I also think that they're both pushing. You know, Raphael Rossiter is trying to stay in front of Blake Bohannon. Like he said, he's sick of being beaten, and I think Blake Bohannon wants to beat Raphael Rossiter. So it's actually quite a battle going on at the front. They've put 15 seconds. Well, Raphael Rossiter's put 15 seconds into Liam Millard in third. We see him go down through the rollers.
Into some back runners now, dealing with their first bit of lap traffic. Rossiter got through pretty clean. Bohannon's past one. He's got another back marker to deal with here as they go into the back tabletop sections. The gap has grown pretty significantly on the eyeball test between Rossiter and Bohannon.
We have a rider down in the Risen Unlimited corner. Looks to be taking a second to get up. I'm not sure if it's just rattled his cage. I think it might be.
There might be a wrist or something being held here, or are they just having a moment to regather themselves?
He's going to pick the bike up. I don't think that's going to...
Well, they're doing it one-handed by the looks of it too.
Yeah.
No, maybe not, but they're getting there. We're getting there. We're working back into it, but they are in the middle of the track at the moment as our leaders are going past that section. So yellow flag is out. That's partly why they're rolling that tabletop.
Got another rider down in the last turn. We also had a rider up a second ago. I seen on the screen up at the Motorcycle New South Wales corner. Looked like he was facing the wrong direction. I'm not sure how he managed to achieve that.
We've got the 2 riders that were down on screen in the one shot from our drone.
Great
awesome
drone
work, boys.
shots. Yep. As we try and
pick up the number there. Wow, is that the 724? It's Brody Manning. Brody just having a struggle there, trying to get like on the edge of the berm there, so the bike's up above him, but he's up moving. Hands look okay. I thought maybe one of them wasn't working, but he's got going there.
Might have just rattled his cage a bit. Raphael Rossiter's put another 2 seconds into Blake Bohannon on that last lap. As we take Liam Millard over, he's 20 seconds behind Raphael Rossiter now, as we see Rossiter on the screen through those rollers, the whole shot graphics corner, and down into the 3 tabletops.
2 different tactics being used in the rollers there, Greg. Rossiter was using the doubling tactic that we've seen work all day. Bohannon decided to stay on the back wheel and manual his way through and then avoid that last final hump and go to the outside, which sets you up for an inside corner. Both looked pretty good. Bohannon now having to deal with another back marker here, the number 5, as he works his way into the centre of the track.
Yeah, okay. He's got this
We can see the condition of this track, but this is our last moto of our day 2 action here today at the round 4 motocross titles. But these drone shots, the shadows of the light and that showing up the imperfections of this track here this afternoon, Greg.
Absolutely.
It's been great racetrack, but it is pretty brutal right now.
Yeah, spot on. It's kind of, even though we haven't had as full a day of racing as we had yesterday with the junior bikes and the bigger bikes all day today, it's chopped up as quicker than it did yesterday. Yesterday took all day to get to this sort of mark. You can see that Bohannon, here comes Rossiter up.
Now watch the lines these boys choose. Rossiter's diving to the inside. He's running this wall all the way down, the same as Ada Harris did. And then Bohannon is getting a ton of speed coming down the hill, go into that Matafiglio line right on the outside, staying up on the pegs a bit longer, and then he cuts across all the top of the ruts. He squares them all off.
We're just watching Rossiter in that roller section behind you there, Russ. He sort of manualed the first 3 and then double, which looked fantastically smooth. I can just see Bohannon not looking out of the corner, not on screen, sorry, not looking quite as smooth as we're watching Raphael Rossiter in turn 3.
No, Bohannon's line there was not real good at all, mate. He did that bouncing thing where you slam into that last roller and lose a ton of momentum. I don't think that's a line that he would have been happy with at all.
No, it didn't look like it was by choice, that was for sure. As Raphael Rossiter comes around to put another rider a lap down in the Risen Unlimited corner.
Oh, Bohannon, huge moment. I don't know how he saved that. This corner section before the centre tabletop there, treacherous ruts. The bike goes one way, his body went the other. Both feet off the pegs and in a Superman position laying on the seat. He managed to gather himself back up, but he was clearly disconnected from that motorcycle for a couple of seconds.
Rossiter on screen here. Much straighter than what it sounds like Bohannon was a few moments ago. Yeah. But navigating some of these lapped riders or putting lapped riders a lap down. There's Bohannon. Got both feet on the pegs currently.
Most of the riders, other than those first couple of boys, are dragging both feet through this section. It's gotten that bad. It's put the paddlers out and go like hell through this corner. So very interesting that those boys can hold some speed. Rossiter coming down the hill now, diving to the inside of a bunch of back markers. He's loving this inside line. Bohannon, huge gap back to Bohannon now. Let's see what he does. He's getting blocked off.
Yeah, he just got blocked up as we watch Raphael Rossiter on the screen take corner 2 and head down the roller section.
He's still favouring that outside line.
Yeah, he didn't quite get smooth.
Rough run there at the end of the whoops. Or the rollers, I should say. Bohannon, we're just keeping an eye on him through the rollers. He's got a lap rider in the way of his pass, so he just sort of backs out of that one. I don't think he hit that at 110%.
It does, next time they come around, these boys are going to get the last lap board. And it does look like there's a bit of fatigue starting to come in after watching both of them go through the rollers section, which is understandable. It's been a big weekend.
Rossiter with feet off in that section. Bike going sideways. He managed to hang on to it. Let's see what Bohannon does in this treacherous, ruddy section. Gets it really clean. He'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, he just kind of hooked the inside rut there, didn't he? Slowed down, hooked the inside rut and just sort of rolled through it without trying to go too quick, but it was clean, so it probably meant he went smoother.
It's about the only line that is clean there, Greg, is that right inside one.
Yeah, it was probably cleaner than his Superman feet off the foot pegs when he did last lap, so look at Raphael Rossiter heading up towards the Motorcycle New South Wales corner.
Yeah, he's just putting a few more riders lap down. One of them was the 171 of Luca Penman. So we're going to shoot down the hill. He's going to get this last lap board. Yes, he is.
Ready.
You see him pop up the hill here. Good angle from the camera shots here. You're going to get the feeling of that. They literally come up the hill and they're on the pivot. They're turning as they're coming up that hill, and it's not made any easier by the ruts and the bumps as they're getting over the crest there. Here's Bohannon now, same position. He's actually got a cool line that he was doing. There's actually straight shot him across to the Magnifiglio line.
Yeah.
From the inside of this last corner, or on the pivot of the hill, to go straight down the hill. But He's now, look at these, the riders he's got to dive around. He's not getting the rut that he wanted originally, but he got past them all.
Got to say again, the shots coming from these Skywalker Studio boys are fantastic, aren't they? This is watch Bohannon into the whole shot graphics corner and heading off down over the tabletops. The back 3 tabletops down the back portion of the track for the last time as Raphael Rossiter comes over the first tabletop in the middle section. And there he is in the Risen Unlimited corner as he gets himself all sorted through the whole shot graphics corner and up over the last tabletop, and does it very cleanly as he now heads out towards the back of the track. The back straight, we'll open it up, hold it wide for the last time, have a sit down and a bit of a breather. He's got a bit of a gap. So up into the motorcycle New South Wales corner. Raphael Rossiter has put together a great moto in this moto, the last moto of the race. He's done a fantastic job, showing Blake Bohannon the way. He's got a 12-second lead at the minute as he drops, those braking bumps dropping down into the last corner.
But as he gets this, he's going to get the checkered flag. Now, championship-wise for this class, I think with him winning that one, Bohannon getting second in both these motos today, I believe we're going to have both of these guys tied on points as we go to the final round. So it will be an interesting situation to see what happens here as this class goes out to round 5. But Russ, you've got our moto winner.
How many Blake Bohannon from?
That's right. I'm down here with Rossiter, mate. He's got a big smile on his face and he's feeling pretty good about the whole situation. Mate, walk us through your race.
I don't know. The gate stutters. It's done like 4 times in a row. It's done it yesterday and today. I kind of flinched and then shit. And I come into the corner. I was buried, man. And I saw Blake. I was like, I have to it's either I do it in the first 3 laps or it's game over.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. We remember your comment from Dubbo where you were saying that you were sick of being beaten by him. You turned it up out there and you've turned it up here again today, mate. The riding coming out of you is unbelievable. We're all very proud of you, mate. You've done extremely well. I believe you guys are about tied, I think, in the points leading into Cessnock, so it might come down to that. What's it going to take to get the job done here, mate?
I think I'm just going to burn this clutch out on starts, and it's all I'm working on because I know that track, Cessnock, that 180 corner, if you don't get a start, it's like game over. So
now Blake's going to be pretty used to that track as well, I believe. He's probably spun a few laps there too, so I think a lot of you guys are going to go into that feeling pretty confident. A lot of you guys have done a lot of laps there too, so Cessnock's going to be an absolute showdown, mate. We're looking forward to it. Congratulations on the win here, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Coast Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
We are joined by the Honourable Christy McBain. She's the Federal Minister for Eden Monaro, the current Minister for the Regional Development, Local Government and Territories, and Minister for Emergency Management. But you've come down to check out our event here for the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. What are your first thoughts on it?
It's really amazing. It's great to have an event of this calibre down here on the far south coast. This track, the local clubs put a lot of work into, so it's really nice to see it recognised with everyone coming down today.
And does it mean a lot to have an event like this in the area for the community? Because obviously we bring a lot of people here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are a long way from Sydney, but we are absolutely the best part of New South Wales, if I do say so myself.
Bit biased at all, anything?
But absolutely, it's awesome to see so many people coming down, particularly in a season like this. We're a tourist location, and summer is obviously pretty busy, but to get people in shoulder seasons down here, and there are nearly 300 competitors today who are all bringing family members and friends with them. So it's always good to see this amount of people.
Yeah, thank you for coming out and supporting it with us.
It's been my absolute pleasure. It's so good to see some of these local kids getting really good competition in their own backyard instead of having to travel. And we look forward to you guys coming back again.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too, with the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Welcome back to day 2. It's the closing stages of round 4 of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We are wrapping up the effort. The weekend of racing here has been absolutely amazing, but the track has gone quiet. Finally, we're standing out here on the surface that is looking absolutely destroyed, but has played out very nicely across the weekend, guys. A lot of racing has gone on here, but let's talk about some of the day 2 action. We were speaking about a few people at the start of the day. Greg, I'm going to go to you first. Reese Budd, Riley Burgess, we mentioned them. Yep. Reese had a good day, but he didn't get it all his own way. He had a little bike issue in one of the motos, and unfortunately for Riley Burgess, had a bit of a crash in the opening moto, and then wasn't able to really do too much later in Moto 2s because he was probably a bit sore. Yeah, Reese Budd had a good start of the day in the moto, and then he was out in the front, started having a bit of a drama. Ended up, I think you find it was a brake caliper on the front brake caliper issue. But unfortunately, Riley Burgess had an off, like you say, and couldn't continue with the moto. Didn't finish that moto, and then we didn't see him again after that. Or did he come out in the second one? He came back out, but he didn't feature very well at the end of that one. So yeah, not the day that they probably hoped for in that aspect for from Riley Burgess. So yeah, look, it's racing, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But some impressive performances, Russ, across the weekend as well. One I'm going to stand out with because we combined our A, B, C in our MX1s and MX2 classes. Richie Lawler's name popped up quite a bit, and he should have won the MX2 moto there. He even celebrated a corner before and then stalled it, dropped it. What did he do in that final corner? And handed over the lead. Yeah. But he did win the C-grade race, but he should have won overall A and B. That was pretty impressive.
It's very impressive. Unfortunately for Richie, he's going to feature on one of those YouTube videos, you know, where the people celebrate too early and don't get across the line. Look, a little bit of a life lesson there for Richie, but in all honesty, I don't think it matters. I think he proved the point that he wanted to prove, that he can run with the big boys. B class, A class, doesn't really matter. He's going to be there. He's an unreal little rider, man. We've watched him come through this whole season, and I say little only because he's younger, but he's absolutely stepping up to the plate here. I joked about whatever he had for breakfast, the rest of us need a little piece of, because he was just full of energy today and just stuck it to those B and A grade riders. Very, very impressive from a C grade rider, which just even feels funny saying that after watching him ride. Yeah, look, I don't think he's going to be C-grade for too long. He's got to obviously earn the points that he needs to grade himself into B and A, and he's definitely, I dare say he's doing that right now, right? Like, there's no way he's not from the results he's been pulling. Greg, Max Compton was another name that came up a few times today in our MX1s and MX2s. He was howdy yesterday. He got a fastest qualifier. He had some impressive rides as well on that number 6 Honda machine. Yeah, no, Max was doing good. He got out, I think it was the first moto, he ended up out in front for a little while. And he's definitely taken it to the quicker boys.
see how he comes when he goes to Cessnock, I suppose.
Yeah,
we're definitely had a good showing today.
No, we're going to have to keep an eye on some of these riders across the weekends because we're going to end up at Cessnock for some championship battles to close out. That'll be our round 5 and a final round of the series. But 2 championships that I want to bring up for that one will be the race we just finished, which was the 125s, because I believe that Blake Bohannon and Raphael Rossiter, Russ, they're going to be tied, I think. If I've got my maths right, they're going to be tied on points. So that's going to be a ding-dong to watch at round 5, right?
It absolutely is. It's also a track they're both very familiar with. Both those boys have spun a lot of laps around Cessnock. Cessnock is a harder pack, faster track as well. So I think we're in for a wicked weekend of action when we head up to Cessnock. It's going to be a very, very good showing. They seem to be doing the same but opposite, those 2 riders.
Yes.
So they have the similar speed. One goes outside, one goes inside. Rossiter, I would say, is probably a little more aggressive on the bike, doesn't mind hanging it out a bit. Blake's a little more tight and cleaner with his riding. So in different areas of the track, some are faster, some are slower. So really keen to see how those boys, how it all washes out at Cessnock.
Yeah, and then for our junior girls, I believe we're also going to have a tie in terms of Claire Pollard and Ada Harris. So that's going to be cool. And then our MX women's, Ada Harris and Mia Tung. I believe Mia's going to have maybe a 3-point or thereabouts, very small lead on that championship. So championship day in Cessnock is going to be pretty wild, right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the women's division and the girls division has been plagued with a lot of unforced errors. So the girls have got to play it smart, especially when it's coming down to the wire with these championship points. It may not be about getting over the line first. It might be gathering the points you need, being aware of who's around you, and staying on your bike.
Definitely will be. So we have got a lot of action still to come here in this series. We're going to have 2 more days of racing action, which will be at Cessnock in about 3 weeks' time. I can't remember the exact dates. I think it's June 20-something, so it's thereabouts. So we'll have to check so we have to check the YouTube streams there. But everybody, thank you for watching on our YouTube. Hopefully you've seen the coverage. If you're watching it back, please make sure you hit the subscribe button on the Motorcycle New South Wales page. Let's get a couple of thank yous out. Obviously, this track and this facility, the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club, awesome job, guys and girls. Appreciate you having us here and obviously putting this track together. Everyone who wasn't here, you probably missed out because it's one of the best from what everybody's been saying. Russ,
just to jump in on that, mate, it was very interesting. We've had Reese Budd be pretty vocal about track conditions, haven't we, over this whole series? He doesn't mind speaking his opinion.
And then he's gone, oh, I just promoted it, and how about Pro MX? So, you know.
He's voting this track for Pro MX. That's a huge call from one of our marquee riders here. So for him to say that, I think that's very interesting.
Very cool thing for the club to hear that and obviously be supported in that sense. So, yeah, look, this venue could be a part of our series for years to come, and maybe even pro level, national level series. So we'll have to see how that goes. But thank you to the Motorcycle New South Wales officials and volunteers. Obviously, this event doesn't go on without you, so appreciate that. The flag marshals, Skywalker Studios, boys in here behind the camera, Luke, James in the truck, all the guys out in the cameras. Thank you for making us look as useful as we are and putting this all together. It's a fantastic effort from them. Our event sponsors, Risen Unlimited, Whole Shot Graphics, Coast Hire, Westpac Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute, National Motorcycle Alliance. Appreciate all your support of this series. Thank you from myself, David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel. Thank you, Russ, for being out there and doing your walking. I don't think you got beachy this weekend by the sounds of it with your step count.
I didn't get beachy this weekend. I'm yet to actually get him. He nails me on step count every single time. But I was a lot closer today. The gap is narrowing. So at Cessnock, I'm going to be running laps.
All right, we'll see how that goes. But Russ, thank you. You're from Power Sports Central. Greg, appreciate you being up in the booth with us once again. So Greg Dunn from the Mr. Bones Moto YouTube channel. Appreciate you being here with us. We'll see you at Cessnock.
Absolutely.
So yeah, like I said, Cessnock, it is, I've written it down, I should have known this, June 27 and 28. We will be back, so make sure you check in with us for our live stream coverage when it comes to that round 4, round 5. But that's it from the Far South Coast Motorcycle Club. We'll see you next time at Cessnock.